Hey guys, close your eyes and let's drift back to where awareness comes from. Or at least, where it's supposed to come from. Back to that flicker in the dark when a spark realized, somehow, that it was glowing. You're not thinking about it yet. You're being it. A self-aware pulse, humming quietly inside a skull full of mystery. You've probably never heard it phrased quite like this. But your consciousness is the only thing in the universe that can't be proven to exist, except to itself. You lie still, but your mind glimmers like a lantern under glass. The brain doesn't look like much, just a lump of tissue, but inside it, a tiny observer stirs and whispers, I am. That's the part science still can't pin down. Electrodes can record neurons firing, sure, but the knowing, the soft inner light that says, this is me right now, refuses to show up on any scan. It's like trying to photograph a flashlight's beam with the flashlight itself. Some neuroscientists call it the hard problem of consciousness. The easy problems are mechanical. How the brain processes color, learns language, juggles breakfast plans. But the hard problem asks the forbidden question. Why does any of it feel like something from the inside? It's the difference between a robot reading a love poem and you feeling your chest ache when you do. As you drift, imagine your neurons firing, billions of tiny lightning bolts in a private storm. That's the visible part. But somewhere within, a voice hums softly. I notice that I'm noticing. That small loop might be the universe's most complicated mirror. And yet, no one knows when or why that reflection first appeared. Some researchers think consciousness is an accident, an evolutionary side effect, like foam riding a wave. Others believe it's something deeper, woven into the fabric of existence itself, humming through matter since the beginning. Scientists still argue whether awareness is a clever trick or a cosmic constant. Either way, it's quite a magic show for something made of water, fat, and electricity. Picture the classic cartoon thought bulb glowing above your head. Now here's the twist. The bulb is the thought, and it also knows it's glowing. That's what separates you from a toaster. The toaster just toasts. You, on the other hand, watch yourself toasting. A quirky fact. Your brain runs on about 20 watts of power, the same as a small reading lamp. 20 watts to create every dream, heartbreak, memory, and quiet curiosity you've ever known. That's not just efficiency, that's audacity. Sometimes your consciousness feels solid, like an anchor. Other times it's misty, like a half-remembered melody. You think, I'm tired, and somehow that thought feels owned, personal. But no one has found the precise line where chemistry becomes you. The data goes silent there, like a stage lit brightly, but with no actor in sight. Here's a private joke from your own biology. Your brain never actually touches the world. It sits in total darkness, sealed in bone, decoding electrical gossip from distant sensors. And yet it insists, with absolute confidence, that it's tasting coffee, hearing rain, and feeling the weight of this blanket right now. Your consciousness is perhaps the world's most talented improviser. Maybe that's why ancient philosophers always reached for metaphors of light, enlightenment, illumination, insight, all hinting at the same truth. Awareness shines. And maybe that's what you are tonight. A gentle glow behind closed eyes, curious enough to wonder about itself, even as it falls asleep. So as your thoughts begin to slow, imagine that glow dimming, not disappearing, just resting. The same light that began this story still flickers softly behind your eyelids, tracing the edge between thinking and dreaming. The next step will wander into what it means to be you, not anyone else. But for now, just stay with this feeling of being the light that knows it's on, and let it fade, warm and calm, into darkness. But before we go any further, let me take a quick pause. If you enjoy videos like this, consider subscribing so you don't miss the next one. A simple like or a tap on the hype button really helps these ideas reach more people. And if you can, leave a comment below. I'd love to know where you're watching from. It's always nice to be reminded that this isn't just me talking into the void, but a real conversation reaching across the world. Why you're you and not someone else? The mystery of your singular viewpoint. Your heart beats in your chest, and, oddly enough, it's your chest. You blink, and it's your eyelids that close. That strange, private ownership of experience, this cozy corner seat in the theater of reality, is something science can't quite ticket. Out of 8 billion possible perspectives, somehow you got this one. Why? You didn't choose it, apply for it, or stand in line for it, yet here you are, tethered to this mind like a passenger who woke up mid-flight, asking, wait, how did I get this seat? You might think you're your brain. That's the popular answer, grey matter, neurons, wiring. But here's the fun paradox. Every other human has the same setup, yet none of them feel like you. Same ingredients, totally different dish. If two people's brains were swapped, not recommended, would their selves swap too? Or would consciousness stay tied to its original body? Scientists still argue whether you are your physical brain or a unique pattern of processing that could, in theory, be copied. Though let's face it, no one's lining up for a consciousness photocopy. Philosophers call this the indexical mystery, the puzzle of why me. It's not about identity documents or DNA. It's about subjectivity itself, the feeling that your own existence is somehow central to the world you perceive. Like a camera that can't take a photo of itself without a mirror. Every other consciousness exists out there, but you can't switch vantage points. You're stuck, delightfully, inside the first-person bubble. Here's a mainstream fact. Identical twins share nearly the same genetic code, yet they're not interchangeable minds. One might love thunderstorms, the other hates them. Same wiring diagram, different symphony. That difference might come down to randomness in brain development, microscopic variations that give rise to entirely different subjective universes. A 1 in a trillion lottery, where the prize is simply being aware that you exist. And then there's the fringe theory, quantum consciousness. Some researchers flirt with the idea that your individuality might arise from quantum fluctuations in microtubules, those microscopic scaffolds inside neurons. In other words, maybe the tiniest particles in your brain occasionally decide who you are today. It's a controversial claim. Half scientists roll their eyes, the other half squint thoughtfully. Still, it's oddly poetic to imagine your personality shimmering at the quantum level, like cosmic static rearranging itself into you. You might notice how the boundaries of you shift depending on mood. When you're anxious, the world feels smaller, wrapped tight around your heartbeat. When you're relaxed, your sense of self expands. The edges blur into music, light, laughter. It's as if you are less of a fixed thing and more of a fluid, sometimes puddle, sometimes ocean. The brain's default mode network, the set of regions that hum when you're daydreaming, helps maintain that sense of continuity. It narrates your life so you don't have to reinvent yourself every morning. But who exactly is it talking to? Imagine, for a moment, slipping into someone else's mind, feeling their memories, emotions, all filtered through their inner monologue. Would it still feel like you, or would you dissolve instantly, like a snowflake in another stream? Experiments with virtual reality and sensory substitution hint at how fragile our self-anchoring can be. Tilt the perspective, scramble the inputs, and the you begins to wobble. Here's a lighter thought before it gets too existential. Every time you say your own name in your head, your brain releases a microdose of self-recognition. You're basically your own brand ambassador. Congratulations, you've got top-tier marketing instincts. But still, the core mystery remains. Why this consciousness, in this moment, attached to this particular arrangement of atoms? Maybe there's no grand reason. Maybe consciousness simply blooms wherever complexity allows, like flowers across the field of physics. Or maybe it's something deeper, some cosmic game of musical chairs where awareness lands, laughs, and whispers, "You're it." As you breathe slowly now, picture yourself floating in the soft dark. Each exhale loosening the grip of identity, each inhale reminding you that you are still here, aware of being aware. The next section will drift into dreams, the nightly movie that seems to write itself, but for now, linger in the gentle absurdity of existing as you, the one consciousness in the cosmos, seeing the world exactly this way. Dreams, the nightly movie. No one directs. Why your sleeping mind becomes a filmmaker. You're floating now, halfway between awareness and surrender. The pillow presses against your cheek like soft gravity, and suddenly, without your permission, the scenery begins to change. You're in a familiar street, though the buildings have melted into something surreal, and someone from middle school waves at you while wearing a space helmet. Congratulations, you've entered the nightly film festival of your own brain, the dreamscape. There's no ticket, no budget, no director, just you, the uninvited guest at your own imagination's after-party. Dreams are what happen when your brain decides to throw a surprise screening for itself. During REM sleep, your neurons light up like a small fireworks show, replaying fragments of memory, desire, and absurdity. Mainstream science tells us this state is crucial for emotional regulation and learning. Your brain's version of nightly data cleaning. But even though we know the mechanics, no one knows why those flickering circuits feel like a living world. It's as if the mind refuses to shut off storytelling mode, even while the editor's asleep. The thalamus still hums, the amygdala adds drama, and the prefrontal cortex, your logical narrator, quietly leaves the room. That's why in dreams, you can run through walls, meet talking dolphins, and accept it all as perfectly reasonable. Your brain, in its off-duty hours, becomes the universe's strangest improv troupe. Scientists still argue whether dreams are random neuron noise or deeply symbolic communication. Freud would have said you're secretly acting out your hidden wishes. Modern neurologists lean toward the idea that your brain is simply predicting, replaying, or defragging. Somewhere between those camps is the delightful possibility that dreams might be a testing ground for creativity, a sandbox for consciousness to stretch its legs. Here's a mainstream fact. People spend about 6 years of their lives dreaming. 6 years of nightly hallucination, stitched together from memories, fears, and late-night snacks. You've been the hero, the villain, the lost traveler, the invisible ghost. Sometimes, you've even been someone else entirely. The brain doesn't seem to mind. It just needs a plot. A fringe tidbit. Some lucid dreamers claim to solve real-world problems while asleep. The inventor of the sewing machine reportedly dreamed of a spear with a hole near the tip, inspiring the needle's design. A composer once dreamed a melody so haunting it became his waking masterpiece. And who knows, maybe your brain's night crew has been quietly editing your future breakthroughs right now, complete with a dramatic soundtrack. If dreams are private movies, then waking up is like the end credits rolling too soon. You try to remember, clutching fragments, the color of the sky, the texture of a door handle, the way someone smiled at you without a face. And then, like fog at sunrise, it's gone. Your conscious mind boots back up, staring blankly at the ceiling, wondering what channel it was just watching. Humans have tried to decode dreams for millennia. Ancient Egyptians thought they were messages from gods. Aristotle thought they were digestion hiccups. And now, with brain scanners mapping REM patterns, we still can't explain why your brain insists on casting your ex as a background actor in a submarine chase scene. Maybe dreams are consciousness rehearsing, testing how reality could feel if the rules were different. Or maybe they're just the brain's late-night recycling program, taking emotional leftovers and turning them into surreal art. Either way, there's comfort in knowing your mind doesn't sleep even when you do. It keeps the lights dimmed, the reels turning, and the audience of one entertained. You roll slightly, half smiling in the dark, remembering the last dream you almost told someone before realizing it made absolutely no sense. That's okay. Sense isn't the point. The wonder lies in the fact that your brain wants to keep imagining, even without you. Like a projector that refuses to stop spinning, whispering, one more scene. So as your breathing slows and the border between this world and the next begins to shimmer again, let the stagehands of your mind take over. Let them rearrange the scenery, rewrite the script, and let you wander through another quiet, impossible world that science still can't quite explain. Because tonight, once more, the theater of your consciousness is open for dreams. No director required. The voice in your head that isn't talking. The quiet narrator behind your thoughts. You're brushing your teeth, humming absent-mindedly when you realize there's someone else in the room, or rather, in your head. That voice that just said, "Wait, what voice? Yeah, that one." It's the constant companion of your waking life, the commentator, the coach, the critic, and sometimes the comedian. It's you, but it also feels separate. You can't see it, you can't shut it up for long, and you can't exactly fire it. Science calls it inner speech, but that label doesn't quite capture how eerie it feels to live with an invisible roommate narrating everything you do. The strange thing is, that internal voice isn't always speaking in words. Sometimes it's more like a nudge, a melody, or an emotional flavor. Neuroscientists can trace parts of it to the brain's left inferior frontal gyrus, the same area that handles actual speech. But the rest seems scattered, a chorus of internal echoes that no one fully understands. When you talk to yourself, your vocal cords stay still, but the brain lights up almost the same way it would if you were actually speaking. It's like thinking is whispering through your neurons. Mainstream psychology says that voice helps organize thought and predict actions. It's your mental rehearsal space where you test sentences before the world hears them. But the weird twist is, not everyone has a strong inner monologue. Some people report mostly images or feelings instead of words. Others have a full-time internal narrator who never clocks out. Scientists still argue whether consciousness requires inner speech, or whether it's just one of many tools the mind uses to keep itself entertained. A quirky tidbit. Brain imaging studies show that when you imagine hearing a song, your auditory cortex activates almost exactly as if you were actually hearing it. So when that catchy tune gets stuck in your head, it's not metaphorical, it's literally replaying. Your mind is basically running a pirate radio station just for you. Sometimes, though, that inner voice turns into a panel discussion. You've got the overthinker, the encourager, the sarcastic commentator, each piping up like characters in a late-night talk show. Most of the time, they blend into a single identity, you. But under stress, those mental personas can sound like strangers. The comforting part, you're not losing your mind. It's just your brain brainstorming out loud. Scientists still debate what the self-talk phenomenon means. Is the voice merely thought in linguistic clothing, or is it something deeper, an echo of consciousness speaking to itself? Some evolutionary psychologists propose it's a survival mechanism, a way for early humans to simulate conversation and avoid mistakes. Others think it's an emergent side effect of language itself, the price of being a storytelling species. And yet, there's something tender about it too. When you're lonely, that voice keeps you company. When you're anxious, it narrates reassurance, or, less helpfully, panic. It's both villain and hero, a built-in therapist with questionable credentials. You can try to silence it through meditation, but even then, it lurks in the wings, waiting for an encore. Think about this. You've never actually heard your own thoughts with your ears, yet you recognize their tone instantly. You know when your inner voice is joking or sincere, hopeful or tired. It even uses different accents depending on mood. Your personal audio hallucination with perfect comedic timing. Here's the funny part. When you read silently, your brain activates the same muscles as if you were speaking softly to yourself. You're literally mouthing the story internally. So in a sense, every book you've ever read has been narrated in your voice, even if the author disagrees. Now picture this. The next time you think something, anything, pause and notice that faint echo inside. Who exactly is listening? Are you the one speaking, or are you the listener of your own words? That's the mind-bending part. The speaker and audience might both be you, separated by a fraction of a second, like a mental delay effect. As you drift closer to sleep, that voice softens. It stops commenting, stops rehearsing, stops labeling. It fades into something quieter than silence. And in that stillness, maybe you'll glimpse what you are without words. Consciousness, unnarrated. So let the chatter dissolve, sentence by sentence, until all that remains is the calm awareness behind the talk. Tomorrow, the voice will return with its usual commentary, reminders, jokes, self-critiques. But for now, you can thank it for the company and let it rest. Do thoughts have a shape? How ideas might take form in the mind. You're sitting in the dim hush of your room, half awake, half adrift, when a thought arrives, sudden, uninvited, vivid. It's not a sound, not an image, not quite a feeling either. It's just there. You can't touch it, but somehow it has a presence, a weight, even a texture. If thoughts could be sculpted, maybe this one would feel like smooth glass, or soft fog, or static humming under your skin. Scientists can't agree on what a thought is, let alone what it looks like. But you can feel them, ripples of awareness crossing the quiet pond of your mind. Mainstream neuroscience defines a thought as the coordinated firing of neurons, billions of tiny electrical sparks forming a pattern. Your brain, roughly the size of a melon, runs a private light show so intricate it makes Las Vegas jealous. Yet that's only the biology. The experience of thinking feels entirely different, as if the mind floats above the machinery. You don't feel neurons, you feel meaning. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some researchers can now predict, with surprising accuracy, what image a person is visualizing based on fMRI scans. When someone imagines a cat, their visual cortex lights up in a pattern distinct from imagining, say, a sailboat. It's tempting to imagine those thought patterns as ghostly pictures shimmering in your skull. But ask any neuroscientist, and they'll tell you, no actual cat, no tiny sailboat, just blood flow and electricity. Still, it's oddly comforting to know your brain doodles behind your eyes while you rest. Scientists still argue whether thoughts exist as static objects or as fleeting processes, like bubbles that form and pop too fast to grasp. Some philosophers call them mental representations, while others say they're like radio waves. You don't see them, but you tune into them. Maybe that's why ideas sometimes arrive whole, as if they've been waiting off stage, rehearsed and ready. Picture your mind as a sky, and each thought a cloud drifting through, some puffy and slow, others sharp and thunderous. Meditation teaches you to watch them without chasing. But of course, you chase anyway. That's your specialty. You lasso one, name it worry, and ride it in circles for hours. It's human nature. You believe you're steering your thoughts, but half the time, they're steering you. Here's a fun fact. When you think of something abstract, like justice or freedom, your brain's sensory regions still participate. You feel the word's texture. That's why metaphors work so well. Heavy guilt, warm love, sharp wit. Your body sneaks into your thoughts, translating ideas into sensations. So maybe, in a way, thoughts do have shapes, felt through muscle, memory, and metaphor. Now consider this. An idea might not exist in one place at all. It could be a dance between neurons, hormones, body chemistry, and even the environment around you. Your brain is a prediction engine, constantly sculpting models of reality. A thought could be the shape of that model, a temporary hologram projected across the neural network. The instant you notice it, it changes, like mist shifting in a breeze. Fringe theorists take it further, suggesting thoughts might extend beyond the brain, that consciousness could be a field, not a container. It's speculative, yes, but intriguing. Maybe thinking is less like whispering to yourself and more like rippling the surface of space-time with meaning. Scientists, of course, still argue whether that's brilliant or bonkers. Joke break before you drift too far. If thoughts had physical form, your midnight snack guilt would probably look like a donut with a PhD. And your I should go to bed thought, that one's perpetually late to its own appointment. But seriously, next time a thought appears, notice its flavor. Is it warm or cold, heavy or light? Does it feel like a pulse or a breeze? You might realize your inner world is sculpting itself in dimensions beyond language. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine each thought dissolving, its edges softening, its energy returning to stillness. The brain quiets, like a snow globe settling after a shake. Beneath all those shapes and sparks, something deeper remains, the silent awareness that notices them all, the canvas that never moves. That's you, not the thinker, but the space in which thinking happens. And as you rest tonight, let that space expand, limitless, weightless, free of form. Thoughts may come and go, but the awareness beneath them stays perfectly still, perfectly calm, waiting for the next ripple of wonder to appear. When does a baby first think I, the birth of self-awareness? You picture a newborn blinking at the world for the first time. Soft, wrinkled, impossibly new. There's movement, hunger, warmth, but no story yet. No me, just sensations drifting by like clouds that haven't yet learned their names. Somewhere between that first cry and the first word, consciousness does something astonishing. It turns around and recognizes itself. Scientists still argue whether that moment comes at 18 months, 2 years, or somewhere outside of time altogether. But one day, that little mind whispers, I exist. And from that whisper, a whole universe unfolds. Mainstream developmental psychology calls this milestone the mirror test. You've probably seen the videos. Babies staring at their reflection with puzzled fascination. At first, they think it's another baby. They reach, giggle, sometimes kiss the glass. But around 1.5 years, something clicks. A child touches their own face instead of the mirror. That's the aha moment, the birth of self-recognition, a spark of mindness. From that second on, the baby is no longer just experiencing the world, they're in it. But here's the twist. Not all creatures pass that test. Dolphins, elephants, magpies, and even a few clever fish have shown glimmers of self-recognition, while many primates and dogs do not. Yet, it doesn't mean they lack consciousness, just that their self may speak a different language. Scientists still debate whether I is a uniquely human invention, or simply one of consciousness's many dialects. A quirky tidbit. Researchers have found that before babies say I, they often refer to themselves by name. It's as if they're narrating a movie they don't yet realize they're starring in. Somewhere along the way, that third-person story tightens into a first-person view. The narrator steps into the frame, clears their throat, and says, "Okay, I'm here." It's funny though. Once that sense of I arrives, it refuses to leave. It grows louder, more defined, eventually developing opinions, playlists, and snack preferences. But under all those layers, the original I remains simple. The raw awareness that just is. Scientists still argue whether self-awareness is learned or innate. Some say it emerges from social interaction. You recognize yourself because others recognize you first. Others think it's built into the neural hardware, waiting to boot up like a program on standby. Either way, it's humbling to think your sense of identity began as a curious glance in a mirror. Imagine that feeling for a second. Seeing your reflection move because you moved. Your hand waves and the world waves back in perfect sync. That instant of realization, oh, that's me, is like the big bang of the mind. From that flash, everything else becomes possible. Memory, imagination, shame, pride, and yes, the occasional existential crisis in the grocery store cereal aisle. Here's a sweet twist of irony. Adults spend years trying to unlearn that constant I. Meditation, mindfulness, flow states, all about escaping the ego that once felt like a triumph. You spend your early life building the self, then the rest of it trying to remember what it was like before the label stuck. Maybe the secret is balance, being the I that acts and the awareness that watches. A fun joke before we get too deep. If babies could talk when they first passed the mirror test, they'd probably say, "Oh no, there are chores attached." To this identity, aren't there? Self-awareness, the gift that keeps on overthinking. Developmental neuroscientists have even tracked early signs of proto-self. Tiny infants reacting differently to their own voice versus another's. The brain already sketches the outlines of identity before the baby can crawl. It's like a painter preparing a canvas for a portrait they'll one day inhabit. As you drift towards sleep, picture that newborn mind inside you, the version that didn't yet know names or worries, that simply was. Beneath all your adult stories, that innocence is still there. The quiet eye that watches without judgment. The original awareness that first looked into a mirror and gasped in recognition. So tonight, as the room softens and your breath slows, let that first I settle back into silence. You're not your memories, your titles, or your plans. You're the awareness that noticed the reflection long before you learned to name it. Let it rest now, smiling faintly at its own existence, like a baby seeing its face for the very first time. The phantom feeling of being watched. Why your mind invents invisible observers. You're walking down a quiet hallway, lights low, air still. Suddenly, a tingle crawls up your spine. You pause, turn slightly, certain someone or something is behind you, but there's no one there. Just the hum of electricity in your heartbeat. That eerie sensation, that prickly, undeniable presence isn't supernatural. It's psychological. Your brain, in all its paranoid brilliance, sometimes manufactures watchers out of thin air. And though science has mapped the parts of the brain that spark this illusion, no one quite knows why it feels so personal. Mainstream neuroscience blames a hyperactive surveillance system buried deep in your brain, the amygdala and the superior temporal sulcus. They constantly monitor gaze, motion, and threat cues. When sensory data is vague, like shadows or silence, your mind fills in the blanks. It's a survival reflex. Better to imagine eyes that aren't there than miss the tiger that is. Evolution's motto, paranoia saves lives. But here's where it gets fascinating. People who report this felt presence most vividly often have heightened activity in the temporoparietal junction, a brain area tied to distinguishing self from other. When that border blurs, your own movements can register as someone else's. You misattribute your body's subtle shifts to an invisible companion. Your brain, it turns out, is capable of haunting itself. A quirky tidbit. Mountaineers at extreme altitudes often experience the third man syndrome, a sensation that an unseen partner is guiding or comforting them. Ernest Shackleton reported it during his Antarctic expedition, describing a calm, wordless presence that walked beside him in the snow. Not fear, companionship. Scientists still argue whether this is oxygen deprivation, stress, or a survival hallucination. Whatever it is, it's oddly comforting to think the mind can conjure kindness when no one else is around. And in daily life, that phantom sense flickers constantly. You feel it when you sense someone stare before turning around, or when you hesitate mid-dance move because your inner critic, the imagined audience, clears its throat. Social psychologists say humans evolved with what's called the spotlight effect, the assumption that others notice us more than they actually do. Your consciousness, it seems, was born to perform. Even alone, the theatre lights stay on. Scientists still argue whether this constant inner audience is a side effect of self-awareness or the foundation of it. Maybe being watched is how the brain maintains the illusion of continuity, an observer to keep the story straight. Without that internal witness, the sense of I might drift apart, In a strange way, the watcher might be you watching yourself. Here's a fun little joke your nervous system likes to play. When you feel eyes on you, your pupils subtly dilate, heart rate quickens, and your attention sharpens, preparing for social judgment that may never come. The body doesn't wait for proof. It acts first, asks questions later, which means your goosebumps are, technically, misplaced enthusiasm. It's also why horror movies work so well. That creaking floorboard, instant activation of the present circuit. Your brain leaps from ambiguity to agency. Someone must have caused it. A perfectly rational hallucination, wrapped in surround sound. But there's a gentler side to it, too. The feeling of being watched can bring comfort. Many spiritual traditions interpret it as guidance, not paranoia. A guardian, an ancestor, a benevolent gaze. Even secularly, people often sense a kind of collective awareness, as if the universe itself occasionally pays attention. Maybe that's why solitude feels less lonely than true isolation, a quiet belief that someone, somewhere, is keeping you company. Fringe researchers even speculate that this sense of presence might be tied to mirror neurons, the same cells that make you wince when someone stubs their toe. Those neurons blur the boundary between your experience and another's. Perhaps the watcher you feel isn't external at all. It's empathy reflected inward, your consciousness checking to make sure it still exists. And now, as you lie still, that faint awareness returns, but softer this time. Not eerie, not anxious. Just a subtle hum at the edge of perception, like the air itself noticing you. The darkness doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels full, of possibility, of quiet companionship. So if you sense that gaze tonight, don't flinch. It's just your mind reminding you that you're seen, even by yourself. The same awareness that once feared eyes in the dark now learns to rest in their imagined warmth. After all, consciousness might have invented the watcher, just so it would never have to fall asleep completely alone. Can a brain imagine its own non-existence? The impossible thought at the edge of awareness. You try it now, just for fun. Imagine nothing. Not darkness, not emptiness, nothing. No sights, no sounds, no you. Go ahead, give it a second. What happens? If you're like every other conscious creature, your mind immediately cheats. It fills the void with blackness, or silence, or some ghostly idea of absence. But even that's something. The very act of imagining non-existence creates an existence. The thinker trying to erase itself. It's like trying to bite your own teeth. Mainstream cognitive science says the human brain isn't built to picture its own absence. Every simulation your mind runs includes a point of view, even if that viewpoint pretends to vanish. The moment you try to delete the observer, the system collapses. Your consciousness panics, then reboots into the familiar loop. Okay, so what happens after? You're built for continuity. Your neural networks evolve to anticipate the next moment, not to contemplate the end of moments themselves. Still, humans keep trying. Philosophers, monks, poets, all have wrestled with the paradox of nothing. Neuroscientists have scanned meditators who claim to enter states of pure emptiness. Their brains don't go blank. Instead, they hum with rhythmic coherence, as if awareness is still quietly awake behind the curtain. Scientists still argue whether such states are genuine glimpses beyond self, or just an exquisitely calm illusion. Here's a mainstream fact. The default mode network, your brain's internal monologue generator, goes quiet in deep meditation. But it never completely stops. Even the most serene brain still whispers at baseline, maintaining the fragile thread of I am. It's like a candle flame so faint you only notice it when it flickers. A quirky tidbit. Some people with certain neurological conditions, like Cotard's syndrome, sincerely believe they're dead. They walk, talk, and argue, but insist their bodies have stopped functioning. One patient once asked doctors to take him to the morgue because that's where dead people belong. Yet his brain scans still showed conscious activity. It's a haunting reminder that the mind can simulate non-existence without achieving it. You can think you're gone and still be very much present. You might laugh gently at that paradox. Your brain can generate the experience of death, but can't actually imagine what being dead would mean. The closest it gets is theatrical rehearsal, dimming the lights, lowering the music, pretending to fade out. Consciousness can picture endings everywhere, except to itself. Scientists still debate whether this limitation is cognitive or fundamental. Is it just poor mental design? Or does existence itself forbid self-erasure? To imagine true nothing, the observer must be gone. But to imagine anything, an observer must exist. It's an unsolvable riddle written into the architecture of awareness. You are, in effect, the one thing you can never fully picture from the outside. And yet, there's comfort in that. Your inability to imagine non-existence means your consciousness clings, stubbornly, beautifully, to being. Even as you fall asleep each night, tiny rehearsals for oblivion, you never experience the moment you fade. One instant you're thinking, the next you're dreaming. The mind refuses to record its own vanishing act. A soft joke, because you've earned one. If brains could imagine non-existence perfectly, motivational speakers would be out of a job. Visualize nothing, achieve less. Luckily, yours keeps insisting on survival, no matter how poetic you get about the void. There's something tender about that resistance. Consciousness, for all its philosophical acrobatics, wants to live. It wants to see, to taste, to narrate one more second. Maybe that's why near-death experiences often feel expansive, not empty. The mind paints the end in colors of light because it can't help itself. Even facing extinction, it invents meaning. So as your thoughts slow and edges blur, you can let the question rest. Don't force your mind into nothingness. It can't go there. Instead, let it dissolve naturally, like sugar in warm tea. Let existence soften until it's just sensation, then warmth, then stillness. You don't need to imagine non-existence to find peace. You only need to stop chasing the moment after this one. And maybe that's the secret. When you stop trying to erase yourself, you slip, quietly, gently, into sleep, which is the closest thing to nothing you'll ever safely know. The strange familiarity of déjà vu. When the present feels recycled, you're mid-step through a doorway, or maybe mid-sip of tea, when it hits you. The eerie flash of this has happened before. The light, the sound, the angle of your hand, perfectly familiar, though impossible to trace. You pause, heart thudding softly, trying to anchor the memory that doesn't exist. Déjà vu, French for already seen, is your brain's uncanny remix, a glitch in the matrix of awareness that somehow feels both intimate and unsettling. Mainstream neuroscience calls it a memory misfire. Deep inside your temporal lobe, two neighboring systems handle experience. The hippocampus records context, while the parahippocampal cortex tags familiarity. Sometimes that second one fires too early, convincing you you've been here before. Even though the hippocampus stays quiet, it's like your mind hits replay without ever having pressed record. But here's the strange part. Not everyone experiences déjà vu the same way. Some describe it as a wave of recognition. Others feel mild panic, as if reality just winked. People who have frequent episodes, especially those with temporal lobe epilepsy, sometimes report detailed past versions of events that never happened. Scientists still argue whether déjà vu is a harmless memory hiccup or a deeper, time-related error in consciousness itself. A quirky tidbit. Researchers have induced déjà vu in the lab by using virtual reality mazes that subtly repeat layouts. Even when participants know it's new, their brains flag the scene as familiar. It's like a false alarm of the soul. You might laugh softly at the idea, your neurons acting like overconfident tour guides. Yes, we've definitely been here before, they insist, while pointing at a landscape they've just invented. Psychologists think déjà vu might serve a quiet purpose, an error correction system, testing the boundary between memory and perception. When the brain detects a mismatch between familiarity and context, it pings you with that odd, fuzzy alert, like a quality control inspector in your mind tapping a clipboard. Something's off, but don't worry about it. Still, the feeling can be haunting. For a moment, you stand suspended between timelines, convinced there's an echo of this instant somewhere just out of reach. Maybe it's memory bleeding forward, or imagination bleeding backward. Scientists still debate whether déjà vu is a memory glitch, a form of micro-seizure, or evidence that consciousness processes time in overlapping layers. Here's a mainstream fact. Your brain doesn't perceive reality instantaneously. There's a delay, fractions of a second, between sensation and awareness. Some theorists suggest déjà vu may arise when those delays desynchronize. One part of your mind experiences the event, the other catches up a blink later, mistaking the lag for familiarity. It's the brain saying, "Wait, haven't we done this?" When really, it's just replaying itself in real time. Fringe ideas, of course, go further. Some claim déjà vu hints at parallel universes, that you're glimpsing another version of yourself living this moment slightly earlier. There's no scientific proof, but it's a fun bedtime thought, isn't it? Somewhere out there, another you might be reading these same words, nodding knowingly, thinking, déjà vu. A soft laugh escapes you. You realize déjà vu itself might be your consciousness flexing its sense of continuity, the mind checking that time still flows in one direction, like running your thumb over a seam in reality, just to feel that it's holding together. Joke break before you drift. If déjà vu were a movie, your brain would be that one friend who whispers, "I've seen this part," just as the film starts. Thanks, neural spoiler alert. But really, it's oddly reassuring to know your mind can find patterns even where there are none. That instinct keeps you sane in an unpredictable world. Déjà vu, then, might not be a bug at all. It might be your consciousness rehearsing the art of recognition, practicing the feeling of knowing. So when it happens again, and it will, don't rush to explain it. Just pause, smile at the familiar strangeness, and let the sensation wash through. Maybe it's your brain stretching, sinking, remembering how to remember. Or maybe it's the universe winking back, gently reminding you that time, memory, and you're all part of the same looping dream. Now, let that thought settle. The déjà vu fades, but its warmth lingers. The quiet assurance that even confusion can feel oddly familiar when you stop trying to understand it. If you're asleep, who's watching the dream? The quiet observer within the illusion. You're floating again, in a dream that feels stitched together from your day's leftovers. You know it's not real, but somehow you still feel like the main character. There's a curious witness hovering inside every dream, a silent observer who seems to know it's all make-believe, but watches anyway. If you're asleep, then who exactly is watching the dream unfold? Who holds the flashlight in the darkness of your mind? Mainstream neuroscience says dreams are generated when the prefrontal cortex, the logic center, powers down, while emotional and sensory networks light up. That mix creates vivid, unpredictable narratives. But even with reason snoozing, something remains aware enough to experience it all. You might run through a city made of coral, or talk to a talking fridge about your career choices, and deep down, something in you knows, this is happening to me. It's consciousness playing hide and seek with itself. Scientists still argue whether that inner witness is a separate state of awareness, or just the dream's most convincing illusion. Lucid dreamers, for example, can wake up inside a dream, realizing it's fiction while still inside. Their brain activity shows a peculiar hybrid pattern, part REM, part waking alertness. It's like consciousness refuses to clock out completely. The dreamer becomes both actor and audience. A quirky tidbit. People who practice lucid dreaming can sometimes control their dream worlds, fly, breathe underwater, even summon imaginary breakfast buffets, the brain's finest feature. But they often describe a second layer of awareness watching the experience unfold, calm and amused, as if the dream were just one channel among many. That watcher doesn't sleep, it simply changes scenery. Mainstream psychology calls this the meta-awareness of dreaming. It's the same faculty that lets you notice your own thoughts while awake, the quiet background hum of self-recognition. Even while your body rests, that hum persists. You never stop being the observer, not entirely. And here's the mystery. When you dream, the brain's sensory input shuts off, but the internal experience feels just as real. The same neural circuits that process waking life are repurposed for simulation. So in a way, the dream observer and the waking observer share the same seat. They just watch different movies. Scientists still debate whether dreams serve a function, problem solving, memory consolidation, or emotional rehearsal, or if they're just the brain's way of entertaining itself during downtime. Either way, the observer never clocks out completely. It remains, blinking quietly behind the eyelids of imagination. Here's a fun little joke before you drift too far. The you watching the dream is like a movie critic who refuses to leave the theater even after the credits. 5 stars, it says. Beautiful symbolism. A bit weird on the talking cat, though. Philosophically, this inner witness is baffling. You wake up and say, I had a dream, as though the dream belonged to you. But if you were in the dream, running, laughing, fearing, then who was the I observing it happen? Maybe consciousness itself never fully sleeps. It just shifts perspectives, trying on different stories to see how they feel. Sleep researchers have found that even during deep sleep, certain brain regions linked to self-monitoring remain faintly active. It's as if a sentinel stays behind to keep the lights on, a guardian of continuity. You never vanish entirely. Part of you simply steps backstage, clipboard in hand, whispering, carry on. And there's comfort in that. No matter how strange the dream, something stable remains. the awareness that watches. It doesn't judge, doesn't intervene, just notices. Maybe that's what consciousness truly is, the noticing itself, not the content being noticed. As you settle deeper into the mattress, you can feel that watcher soften too. It doesn't need to analyze or narrate anymore. The dream will unfold whether it's seen or not. But still, somewhere inside, awareness glows faintly, steady as a candle in a sleeping cathedral. So tonight, as you drift into your own dream cinema, remember, you don't disappear. The watcher remains, patient and kind, taking notes in the dark. And when morning comes, that same observer will quietly turn the projector off, stretch and whisper, "Another night well watched." The smell that brings back a life. How scent awakens buried consciousness. You open a jar of something ordinary, coffee, sunscreen, maybe a faint whiff of rain on pavement, and suddenly, you're somewhere else entirely. A childhood kitchen, a summer beach, that one evening in a city you haven't thought about in years. The air shifts, time folds, and for a heartbeat, you're living two lives at once. That's the strange power of scent, your brain's direct hotline to memory and emotion. It's not just nostalgia, it's resurrection in vapor form. Mainstream neuroscience explains it simply enough. Smell skips the line. While sight and sound detour through the brain's thalamus for processing, scent heads straight for the amygdala and hippocampus, regions that handle emotion and memory. That's why one sniff can hit harder than any photograph. You don't just remember, you re-feel. You breathe it in, and your consciousness rides that invisible molecule like a time traveler. The body remains here, adult and still, but the mind briefly slips into its old shape, knees scuffed, heart lighter, the world impossibly large. It's not imagination. Brain scans show that re-experiencing a smell reactivates the same neural networks as the original event. The past isn't gone. It's archived in chemistry, waiting for a cue. A quirky tidbit. Researchers call this the Proust effect, after the novelist who described tasting a madeleine and instantly tumbling into pages of childhood recollection. It's a poetic name for a measurable phenomenon. Some studies even suggest scent-based memories last longer and feel more vivid than visual ones. Your olfactory system, humble as it seems, may be the true librarian of your life. Scientists still argue whether this deep link between smell and memory evolved for survival or sentiment. Maybe our ancestors needed to recall which berries killed Uncle Og. Or maybe scent is tied to social bonding, to the comfort of familiar skin, the reassurance of home. Whatever its origin, the effect remains almost mystical. Odor as a doorway to consciousness. And here's the curious part. Smells don't just summon memories, they reshape awareness. Experiments show that pleasant scents can subtly change mood, judgment, even time perception. The aroma of lavender slows your internal clock, while citrus sharpens focus. You might joke that perfume ads weren't lying. Your consciousness really does shift with a whiff. A fun thought. What if every person's life could be summarized by a scent? The dusty pages of a library for thinkers, salt and wind for dreamers, rain-soaked asphalt for wanderers. You could recognize your past selves by smell alone, like chapters in a sensory autobiography. Scientists still debate why smell feels so personal. No two people perceive an odor exactly the same way. What's comforting to you might make someone else recoil. The difference lies in both biology and memory. Your brain rewires its emotional response to scent through experience, meaning your consciousness quite literally learns how to smell. Here's a light joke before you drift. If time travel ever becomes possible, it'll probably be smell-based. No DeLorean required, just a whiff of sunscreen. And boom, you're 12 again, wearing flip-flops that never quite fit. There's something tender in that thought. The nose, the simplest of senses, is really a storyteller. Each breath you take is a potential portal, a chemical code waiting to unlock forgotten pieces of self. Even now, lying in the dark, you can almost smell your own memories, the faint trace of detergent, the ghost of a candle, the whisper of somewhere you loved. So breathe in softly and let your consciousness travel. Let scent do what reason cannot. Fold time, merge selves, remind you that the past is never truly lost. It just lingers, patient and invisible, in the air you still share with all your former versions. When you exhale, the present returns, gentle as ever. You're here again, in this moment, the air fresh, the mind clear. But some part of you still carries the faint perfume of every life you've lived. And maybe, in a way science still can't explain, that's what being conscious really means. The ability to smell your way back to yourself. Why time feels different when you're bored. The elasticity of consciousness. You're watching the clock, maybe waiting for a download to finish or a meeting to end. Seconds stretch like taffy. Then, days later, you wonder where the week went. Consciousness is a lousy timekeeper, elastic, unreliable, and easily fooled. The strange truth is that time doesn't really speed up or slow down. Only your awareness of it does. Your brain bends time depending on how much newness it's processing, and boredom is simply the absence of novelty, your mind stuck in slow motion. Mainstream neuroscience explains it this way. Your perception of time depends on how many distinct events your brain records. When life is rich in sensory detail, travel, laughter, discovery, your hippocampus and striatum log more timestamps, so looking back feels long and full. But when nothing changes, your internal chronometer goes quiet. Fewer memories mean fewer mental markers, so the moment drags even as the day vanishes. A quirky tidbit. Astronauts on the International Space Station report distorted time perception. Days feel slow, weeks feel fast. No sunsets, no street sounds, just endless hum and repetition. Without the cues of Earth, their brains lose temporal rhythm. Even in orbit, consciousness still runs on meaning, not minutes. Scientists still argue whether time perception is truly subjective or rooted in neural oscillations, tiny brain rhythms ticking faster or slower depending on mood, temperature, or fatigue. Some researchers even suggest consciousness may operate in discrete frames, like a film reel, and our sense of flow is just the illusion of continuity. If true, boredom might be what happens when the film slows down and we start noticing the frames. You might remember childhood summers that felt eternal. Each day was crammed with new smells, textures, and scrapes. The older you get, the more your brain relies on templates. It recognizes, predicts, fills in the gaps. Fewer surprises mean less recorded time. So adulthood doesn't move faster. It just feels edited for efficiency. Your brain, the laziest time traveler, reuses old footage. Here's the cosmic joke. Time feels slow when you want it fast, and fast when you want it slow. Waiting for coffee? Centuries. Vacation ending. Blink consciousness, apparently, has no respect for human scheduling. Psychologists have found that emotional intensity can warp your inner clock too. Fear slows time by flooding the amygdala with detail. Every heartbeat, every shadow, every crack in the pavement etched into memory. Joy does the opposite. It smooths perception, turning seconds into a blur. In both cases, time isn't changing, you are. And then there's the fringe speculation that time's flow might depend on consciousness itself. Some physicists suggest the arrow of time emerges only when awareness observes change. Without a conscious witness, perhaps the universe would exist as one timeless whole. Scientists still debate whether that's deep or just insomnia dressed as philosophy. Mainstream fact: when you're bored, your brain's default mode network takes over, the same circuit that fuels daydreaming and self-reflection. That's why boredom can lead to creative bursts. You stare into the void, and suddenly, the mind begins sculpting something out of nothing. Even the sluggishness becomes fertile ground for imagination. Here's a light joke before your brain melts. If time flies when you're having fun, mine must be a commercial airline, always delayed, mildly confusing, and serving peanuts of meaning. But look closer. Boredom is the mind's way of asking for presence. When you stop fighting it, the slowness becomes soft. Seconds stretch wide enough to rest in. The hum of a fan, the rhythm of your breath, the faint pulse in your fingertips, all reappear as anchors in the now. So as you lie there, feeling the slow glide of your own heartbeat, notice how time loses its edges. Each inhale expands it. Each exhale lets it go. The clock might still tick, but inside, the minutes dissolve into a single, unhurried awareness. That's the true elasticity of consciousness. It can stretch an instant into eternity or fold a lifetime into a blink. And maybe, as you drift towards sleep, that's the lesson. Time isn't passing. It's happening right here through you. No rush, no drag. Just the soft, steady unfolding of now. The illusion of now. Why the present is always slightly late. You're listening to these words, feeling the weight of your blanket, maybe the faint hum of a fan in the dark. It all feels immediate. Now. But it isn't. Every sensation you experience lags behind reality by a fraction of a second. The light hitting your eyes, the sound in your ears, even the awareness of your own heartbeat. They've already happened by the time you notice them. Consciousness, it turns out, lives in a time delay. A beautifully synchronized illusion that convinces you the world is unfolding right this instant. Mainstream neuroscience calls this perceptual binding. Your brain gathers millions of signals, sight, sound, touch, smell, each traveling at different speeds through nerves and circuits. Then, about 80 milliseconds later, it stitches them into a single seamless moment. That lag is your personal time buffer. Without it, the world would feel fragmented, light arriving before sound, touch before sight. Instead, your consciousness edits it all into one smooth movie called the present. Here's a quirky tidbit. When you see lightning and hear thunder seconds later, you notice the delay. But when your brain performs the same trick internally, processing your body's inputs out of sync, it hides the lag completely. You're always a little behind reality, but the delay is consistent, so it feels natural. You're watching the world's most convincing playback, unaware it's pre-recorded. Scientists still argue whether this delay means the present actually exists. Some philosophers say consciousness lags too much to experience true now. It only knows the recent past. Others claim awareness is a rolling window, a mental film reel constantly updating so smoothly you can't tell the frames apart. Either way, the you reading this is already history. by less than a blink. A mainstream fact. Studies with brain imaging show that your motor cortex begins preparing for action milliseconds before you consciously decide to move. Your awareness plays catch-up with your own body, so even your choices happen in hindsight, edited neatly into your timeline. Free will, it seems, is always fashionably late. Here's a lighter thought to keep you company. If you ever feel behind on deadlines, remember, even your brain runs on delay. You're just following neurological protocol. Fringe theories flirt with the idea that consciousness doesn't flow through time but instead creates it. That awareness might be the organizing force giving the illusion of sequence to a timeless reality. Some physicists even propose that the universe doesn't happen moment by moment. It simply is. And your brain's job is to render the illusion of motion, like a cosmic slideshow. Scientists still debate whether that's genius or late-night coffee talking. Think about it. You can recall the past and predict the future, but the present always slips through your fingers. The instant you say, now, it's already then. It's like chasing your own shadow with a flashlight. And yet, you feel it. The warm, unbroken continuity of being. Consciousness smooths the gaps, painting a sense of flow over the staccato flicker of neural signals. Here's a fun image before you drift further. Imagine your awareness as a surfer, riding the delayed wave of perception. The ocean beneath you, the real world, moves first. You follow, balanced, graceful, pretending the crest is yours to command. When you close your eyes, that illusion of now begins to blur. The brain's movie slows, frames soften, and the sense of sequence fades. That's why time feels strange just before sleep. Awareness stops keeping score. You begin to slip between frames, into the timeless hum that consciousness tries all day to disguise. So as your breath steadies, you can let go of now. It doesn't need defending. It never existed the way you think it does. What's left when you stop chasing the present isn't emptiness, it's calm. A steady awareness that simply is, unbothered by clocks or delays. And if the idea makes your mind spin, take comfort. Even confusion takes a few milliseconds to arrive. You're safe in the lag, wrapped gently in the illusion that's always been your home. Can two people share a thought when minds sync beyond words? You're sitting across from someone, maybe a friend, maybe someone you love, and suddenly, you both laugh at the same unspoken idea. No words, no cues, just instant mutual understanding. It's eerie how the mind sometimes syncs like that, as if your brains briefly tune to the same frequency. Science calls it interbrain coupling. You might call it connection. Either way, it feels like consciousness, for a fleeting moment, forgot where one person ends and the other begins. Mainstream neuroscience tells us that when two people engage deeply through eye contact, shared emotion, or synchronized movement, their brain waves literally align. Using EEG and fMRI, researchers have recorded this phenomenon in classrooms, choirs, and even casual conversation. The neural rhythms of speaker and listener begin to mirror each other, like two pendulums swinging in time. When you really click with someone, your brains start humming the same song. A quirky tidbit. In studies of musicians performing together, their brain activity synchronizes not only during the music, but even during the silent pauses between notes. That shared anticipation, knowing what's about to happen, is what keeps their timing perfect. It's as if their minds jointly inhabit the same rhythm of expectation. scientists still argue whether this synchronization means people can truly share a thought, or if it's just parallel processing, two brains running similar code without merging. Philosophers, meanwhile, can't resist the romantic version. That empathy might be the closest thing we have to telepathy. When you feel someone's emotion before they speak it, when you sense what they're about to say, perhaps your consciousness has reached across the gap for a moment of unity. Mainstream fact: mirror neurons, those remarkable cells that fire when you act and when you see someone else act, form part of this link. They let you simulate others' experiences internally to feel what they feel. That's why a yawn spreads through a room, or why watching someone stub their toe makes you flinch. Empathy is your brain's shared Wi-Fi. Fringe researchers are experimenting with direct brain-to-brain interfaces, transmitting simple signals like yes or no from one head to another through electrodes. Early results are crude but real. A flicker of thought jumping the gap. Science fiction, slowly warming up for rehearsal. Still, even with technology, the intimacy of unspoken understanding remains unmatched. Here's a soft joke before we go full telepath. If thoughts were contagious, half of humanity would be craving snacks right now. The other half would be trying to remember why they walked into the kitchen. Think of times you've shared a thought unintentionally, finishing someone's sentence, knowing who's calling before checking the phone, reaching for the same joke at the same instant. Statistically trivial, emotionally profound. It's not proof of psychic power, but it is proof that human minds are exquisitely tuned to pattern, prediction, and rhythm. Consciousness loves to synchronize. It's evolution's favorite group project. Scientists still debate how far this coupling goes. Is it mere coordination of perception? Or can shared attention actually merge experience? One theory, the extended mind hypothesis, suggests cognition spills into the environment and between people. Your thoughts partly exist in the minds around you. If that's true, maybe no thought is ever truly private. It just hums quietly across the collective air. As you breathe now, think of how many minds might be dreaming at this exact second. Billions of flickering networks lighting up under the same moon. Maybe the boundaries between them are thinner than we imagine. Porous membranes through which empathy and memory leak gently back and forth. And perhaps that's why loneliness hurts. Your brain craves resonance, another frequency to align with. When it finds one, time softens, words fade, and you feel, however briefly, like two consciousnesses sharing the same interior light. So tonight, if you're listening in the dark, imagine countless other listeners doing the same. Somewhere, another heartbeat matches yours. Another breath rises and falls in perfect rhythm. Thought might not travel far, but awareness recognizes itself everywhere. Let your mind rest on that feeling of shared stillness, a gentle hum connecting unseen minds across the quiet. You don't have to send or receive anything. Just knowing the possibility exists is enough. The comfort of two consciousnesses, however distant, thinking together in the dark. The self as a story you tell yourself. How identity is a daily improvisation. You wake up, stretch, and without thinking, you start narrating again. I need coffee. I have work. I am tired, but I'll manage. That small, ongoing monologue, threading through your day like a familiar soundtrack, is your identity in action. You are, in many ways, the protagonist of a novel written moment to moment, with no author but you. The twist? The story isn't entirely true, but you need it anyway. It keeps the movie of you running. Mainstream neuroscience suggests that the self isn't a fixed entity, but a construct, an emergent process woven from memory, emotion, and prediction. The brain's default mode network, active during daydreaming and self-reflection, stitches fragments of experience into a cohesive narrative. It says, I did this. I thought that. Even though those events and impulses come from countless different neural systems, each with its own agenda, your consciousness edits them into a single, watchable plot, a quirky tidbit. Patients with certain brain injuries sometimes invent elaborate confabulations, false memories or justifications to fill the gaps in awareness. One man, unable to move his left arm due to stroke, insisted it belonged to his brother. The brain must keep the story intact, even if it has to make things up. That same instinct lives in all of us, quietly patching the plot holes of existence. Scientists still argue whether this narrative self is necessary or optional. Some argue consciousness could exist without it, pure, unfiltered awareness. Others claim the story is the self. Without narration, you dissolve into sensory chaos. Either way, the you believe in is more screenplay than skeleton. Every memory, dream, and decision gets rewritten nightly, and you wake each morning as the next day's draft. Mainstream fact: the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex collaborate to form autobiographical memory, literally the you timeline. But memory isn't a video file, it's a live performance. Each time you recall an event, you alter it slightly, like an actor improvising new lines. That's why your own past shifts subtly with every retelling. You are the unreliable narrator of your own biography. A light joke before we dive deeper. If your life story had an editor, they'd be overworked, underpaid, and addicted to coffee. Still, they'd probably win an award for Best Drama in the Narrative Continuity Errors category. There's comfort, though, in knowing your story's flexible. It means you can rewrite chapters, change tone, even adjust the protagonist's outlook mid-scene. That's what therapy, reflection, or late-night journaling really are: narrative editing sessions. The self is less a monument and more a conversation. Fringe theories, like Michael Gazzaniga's interpreter hypothesis, propose that a module in your brain's left hemisphere exists purely to explain behavior after the fact, to spin coherent yarns from chaos. You act first, think later, and then this inner narrator retrofits logic onto your impulses. The result? A perfectly believable autobiography, authored by a neural PR team that never sleeps. Scientists still debate how far this goes. Is the I just a storytelling function, or something deeper? Awareness borrowing narrative as camouflage? Maybe the story isn't who you are, but how consciousness keeps itself entertained. After all, without continuity, existence might feel like static, random scenes, no plot. Here's a thought experiment. If tomorrow you woke up with all memories erased but the same body and habits, would you still be you? Most people hesitate. Memory feels essential to identity, yet consciousness itself, the awareness watching, would remain. Maybe you are the story, but awareness is the silent reader, turning pages in the dark. And perhaps that's what growing older really is. Realizing your story has been rewritten countless times, yet something constant has always been there to witness each draft. A quiet watcher who doesn't mind the plot twists. So as you lie here, your own narrator still softly at work, let them rest for a bit. The story can wait until morning. You can set the pen down, let the chapters breathe. For tonight, you're not the author or the character. You're just the awareness behind the words, the blank page itself, still, open, ready for whatever comes next. The moment you notice you're noticing, awareness, catching itself in the act, you're staring at nothing in particular, a shadow on the wall, the faint texture of the ceiling, and suddenly you realize you're aware that you're looking. There's a tiny mental click, like a camera snapping inward. For a heartbeat, the world pauses, and you stand between observer and observed. That's the strange, self-reflective loop of consciousness. It doesn't just see, it knows that it's seeing. Mainstream neuroscience calls this metacognition, the ability to think about your own thinking. It's what lets you second-guess, self-correct, and occasionally cringe at things you said in 2014. The prefrontal cortex and anterior cingulate cortex tag-team this process. One monitors decisions, the other detects errors. Together, they give your mind that uncanny double vision, the sense of watching itself live. A quirky tidbit. Brain scans show a distinct burst of activity just before people become consciously aware of a thought. That's right. Your brain knows what you're thinking milliseconds before you do. It's like awareness tapping itself on the shoulder, whispering, "Hey, you're thinking again." Scientists still argue whether this self-monitoring is unique to humans or simply a byproduct of complex brains. Some animals, like dolphins, apes, and magpies, pass tests of self-recognition and uncertainty, suggesting they too can notice noticing. But does that mean they experience the same strange flicker of consciousness that you do? The mental mirror reflecting its own gaze? No one knows. There's something tenderly absurd about it. You, a collection of neurons, are somehow aware of being aware. It's consciousness folding back on itself like an origami crane, delicate and recursive. Each layer of noticing gives rise to another. You think, then realize you're thinking, then wonder who's doing the realizing. If you're not careful, you'll spiral straight into philosophical vertigo. Mainstream fact. During meditation, when practitioners report heightened self-awareness, the brain's default mode network, the region tied to self-referential thought, actually quiets down. The sense of I grows softer, not louder. Awareness doesn't need constant commentary. It just needs stillness. So maybe noticing that you're noticing isn't about thinking harder. It's about thinking less. Here's a joke before your neurons start juggling themselves. If consciousness had a manual, page 1 would read, Step 1, be aware. Step 2, be aware that you're aware. Step 3, overthink. Step 2, and forget Step 1. Fringe theorists have proposed that this recursive awareness, the ability of the mind to model itself, is what gives rise to the feeling of existence. Without it, experience might unfold without anyone home to notice. Your brain would still process sights and sounds, but there'd be no narrator watching the play. Consciousness might simply be the theater's single lit seat. Scientists still debate whether this metacognitive spark is the cause of consciousness or its side effect, a mirror that appeared after the reflection. But it's hard to deny that the act of noticing feels distinct, almost sacred. It's that split second in meditation, music, or awe when you realize, I'm here. I'm experiencing this. Now picture your awareness as a flashlight in a dark room. Most of the time, it points outward, illuminating the world. But every so often, it turns inward, lighting up the hand that's holding it. For a brief, disorienting moment, consciousness meets itself. No words, no distance, just the quiet shimmer of existence recognizing existence. And then, of course, the moment passes. You blink, glance at the clock, and the mind slips back into its usual chatter. The loop closes and the world resumes its motion. Yet that echo lingers, the subtle hum that says, I was aware of being aware. So as your eyelids grow heavy, you might catch that feeling again. The soft click of noticing yourself drifting, the gentle curiosity that watches even sleep approach. That watcher isn't separate from you. It is you, the most distilled version, the one that remains when thoughts fade and stories rest. Let that awareness stay unhurried, unexamined. Don't analyze it, just feel it humming quietly beneath your breath. The moment you notice you're noticing stretched into peace. In that infinite loop, maybe consciousness finally stops asking questions and just enjoys being the answer. Consciousness without language, the wordless awareness beneath thought. You wake before your alarm, eyes half open, thoughts not yet shaped into sentences. The room exists in silence, light, air, warmth, but no words rise to greet it. And still, you understand everything. That quiet comprehension, that knowing without narration, is consciousness before language, raw awareness, older than speech, older than any story your mind can tell about itself. Mainstream neuroscience says thought and language are close companions, but not identical twins. Brain scans reveal that sensory and emotional experiences light up long before the verbal centers join the party. A feeling, an image, a pulse, all of it happens first. Words arrive later, trying to summarize the mystery. You aren't built from language, you wrap language around what's already there. A quirky tidbit: people who lose the ability to speak due to injury, aphasia, often report their inner lives remain vivid. They still feel, imagine, and dream. They can't describe their thoughts, but they have them, proving that consciousness hums along even when words fall away. It's like the radio commentary stops, but the music keeps playing. Scientists still argue whether language creates thought or merely decorates it. The linguistic relativity hypothesis, often called the Sapir-Whorf theory, suggests the words you know shape what you can perceive. A culture with dozens of words for snow, for instance, may notice subtleties others can't. Yet infants, animals, and artists show that awareness flows easily without syntax. Perhaps language is just consciousness putting on a uniform so it can talk to others. Mainstream fact: babies display clear signs of perception and emotional intelligence months before their first word. They can recognize faces, anticipate routines, and feel frustration or joy without naming any of it. Their awareness is pure, immediate, and wordless. Like sunlight, before it's described as warm. Here's a soft joke before your neurons get poetic. If consciousness needed grammar to exist, most of us would blink out mid-sentence. Yet here we are, surviving dangling clauses and all. Fringe researchers propose that ancient humans lived for millennia before fully developed language, navigating the world through gesture, rhythm, and intuition. Maybe early consciousness was more musical than linguistic, a constant hum of perception rather than an inner monologue. Even now, music, art, and touch reach parts of you that words never can. A melody can move you before you even know why. And think of animals: the dog who knows you're sad before you speak, the crow that remembers your face, the octopus that decorates its den with shells like a poet rearranging metaphors. They live inside a consciousness rich in color and intention, entirely without vocabulary. Scientists still debate how that feels from the inside. But it's safe to say, awareness doesn't need narration to be alive. Imagine sitting by the ocean, no words in your head, just rhythm, the slow inhale of waves, the salt, the pulse of tide matching your breath. That's consciousness in its natural state. Perception unedited. When the chatter stops, the world doesn't shrink, it widens. The more you stop naming, the more you start seeing. Neuroscientists studying meditation have noticed that when the verbal regions quiet down, sensory awareness intensifies. Practitioners describe the world not as labeled objects, but as pure textures and light. The mind without words isn't empty. It's awake in a different language, one made of sensation and silence. Here's the cosmic irony. Language tries to capture awareness, but awareness doesn't need to be captured. It's already there, everywhere, effortlessly fluent in the grammar of being. Maybe that's why words about consciousness always feel like postcards from a vast country. You can describe it, but you can't contain it. So tonight, as you lie in the hush between thoughts, try listening beneath the words in your head. Notice the hum of air, the pulse behind your eyelids, the rhythm of your breath saying, "I am without sound." That's consciousness without commentary, just existence, immediate and untranslatable. Let it stay that way. You don't need to name the feeling, or the silence, or yourself. Awareness has been fluent in wordlessness since long before language arrived, and it will still be fluent when your inner narrator finally drifts to sleep. The hidden life of the unconscious mind. What hums beneath awareness? You close your eyes, thinking the mind has gone quiet, but it hasn't. Beneath the silence, 1,000 secret operations hum along like night workers in a glowing city. Breathing, heartbeat, digestion, reflex, memory maintenance, emotional sorting. Your brain's night shift never sleeps. While you sit in the lobby of consciousness, the unconscious mind runs the whole building. You think you're in charge, but you're really just the front desk clerk with a nice view. Mainstream neuroscience estimates that around 95% of your mental activity happens below conscious awareness. You decide, react, interpret, and only afterward invent reasons that make sense to your waking self. Your unconscious is the quiet puppeteer pulling strings with the subtlety of breath itself. And it's good at it. You don't have to think about how to walk, blink, or not die. The system's running millions of background scripts so you can focus on the illusion of choice. A quirky tidbit. Studies show that your brain often decides what to do several hundred milliseconds before you're aware of choosing. In experiments, people were asked to press a button whenever they felt the urge, and brain scans revealed the decision already forming before conscious thought caught up. By the time you think, "I'll press it," your neurons are already celebrating a successful plan. You're essentially narrating a story that's already been written. Scientists still argue whether the unconscious is a mysterious shadow self or just another name for the brain's automation center. Freud saw it as a wild basement full of repressed emotions. Modern neuroscience sees it more as a quiet, efficient data center. No drama, just constant processing. Somewhere between those two ideas lies truth. The unconscious both sustains and surprises you, sometimes tripping alarms to remind you it's there. Mainstream fact. Even while asleep, your unconscious keeps evaluating sounds for danger. That's why you wake to your name whispered, but ignore distant thunder. It's selective vigilance, a radar tuned to relevance. So even when consciousness drifts, awareness never completely powers down. Fringe theories stretch this further, suggesting the unconscious might connect individuals through shared archetypes or a collective field of information. A Jungian whisper network beneath the surface. Scientists roll their eyes, but the idea persists because it feels right. Haven't you ever dreamed of a stranger's face and then met them weeks later? Coincidence, maybe, but the unconscious loves patterns too much to care. Here's a small joke before your neurons start filing paperwork. If your unconscious really handles 95% of everything, you should probably give it a raise, maybe even benefits. Psychologists describe the unconscious as a prediction machine, using past experience to fill in blanks before your senses report. That's why you sometimes see shapes in clouds or hear your name in static. Your brain hates gaps. It would rather invent meaning than leave silence. The unconscious isn't irrational. It's hyper-rational, saving time by assuming the obvious. And sometimes, hilariously, it's wrong. Artists and inventors often credit breakthroughs to that hidden machinery. A melody appears in a dream. A solution emerges while showering. Conscious thought works the problem. The unconscious delivers the answer like a late-night courier. Science calls this incubation. Creativity's backstage process. Awareness might take the bow, but the mind behind the curtain deserves the applause. Scientists still debate where the boundary truly lies, where awareness ends and the unconscious begins. Some say they're not separate at all, just different lighting on the same stage. Consciousness is the spotlight, but the set stretches into darkness, filled with props and forgotten actors waiting for their cues. So as you settle into stillness, imagine your unconscious mind moving beneath you like deep ocean currents, steady, silent, guiding. You don't have to steer it. You only have to trust that it knows the route. When dreams arrive later, they'll be its messages, cryptic, playful, maybe profound. Let the surface of thought soften now. The background hum is your oldest companion, the hidden life of the mind, breathing for you, healing, adjusting, remembering what you've forgotten. You don't need to reach for it. Just let it work while you rest. The secret life of your default mode network. The brain's quiet gossip when you daydream. You're washing dishes, half listening to music, when your mind slips away. Suddenly, you're replaying an awkward moment from 2 years ago, or imagining a conversation that hasn't happened yet. You didn't mean to wander. Your brain just started its favorite pastime, internal gossip. That's your default mode network, DMN, at work, a constellation of brain regions that light up when you're doing nothing in particular. It's the mind screensaver, quietly spinning stories to keep you entertained or distracted. Mainstream neuroscience describes the DMN as the system active during self-reflection, daydreaming, and remembering the past or predicting the future. It connects areas like the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and angular gyrus. Basically, the brain's inner newsroom, constantly narrating headlines about you. When you rest, it doesn't. It just switches from outward attention to inward speculation. A quirky tidbit. Brain scans of people in mind-wandering mode show the DMN consuming almost as much energy as when solving complex tasks. Thinking about nothing is apparently very hard work. One researcher joked that the brain's default state isn't idle at all. It's ruminating with enthusiasm. Scientists still argue why the DMN evolved. Some say it's crucial for social simulation, practicing conversations, anticipating others' reactions. Others think it's the seat of the self, generating that constant hum of identity. And some argue it's the source of unnecessary suffering, replaying regrets like reruns no one asked for. Either way, you spend nearly half your waking hours in this network, lost in internal cinema. Mainstream fact: the DMN quiets dramatically during meditation or deep focus. When you're truly present, absorbed in art, music, or even washing a single dish carefully, the network powers down. The voice in your head finally takes a break. That's why mindfulness feels peaceful. It's not that life slows down, it's that the narrator stops interrupting. Fringe theories flirt with grander ideas, that the DMN might be consciousness itself, the neural architecture that lets awareness loop back and reference me. Others think it's just the operating system, and consciousness is the screen, still glowing even when the apps are closed. Scientists still debate which metaphor fits best, but they agree on one thing: it's very chatty in there. Here's a soft joke before you drift. If your default mode network were a person, it'd be that friend who texts you at 2 a.m. to discuss every embarrassing thing you've ever done. Great conversationalist, terrible timing. Interestingly, when people take psychedelics, the DMN's activity drops and its boundaries dissolve. Users often report losing their sense of self, feeling connected to everything. Neurologically, that's the network taking a rare vacation. Without it, consciousness stops obsessing over me and becomes simply being. The DMN also seems linked to imagination and creativity. Writers, musicians, and scientists often describe insights that emerge during idle moments, the shower thoughts, the highway epiphanies. That's your default mode brainstorming without supervision. It connects distant ideas, improvises, and occasionally emails your conscious mind with a plot twist. Scientists still debate how much control we have over this wandering. You can't turn it off, but you can guide it. Mindful daydreaming, letting thoughts drift without judgment, can turn the DMN from a worry machine into a creative studio. It's all about tone. Same network, different playlist. Now think of your mind as a town after dark. Street lights dim, shops close, but behind a few glowing windows, stories keep unfolding. That's your default mode network. Quiet, but alive. Running night shift conversations between your memories and your imagination. You don't have to listen to every whisper. Just know they're part of the mind's weather, passing clouds of thought drifting across awareness. So as you rest tonight, when your mind begins to wander, let it. The DMN will gossip softly, spin dreams, file memories, and plan imaginary futures. You don't need to steer it. It's been wandering beautifully for millennia. Let those quiet inner voices fade into murmurs, blending into the rhythm of breath and sleep. The network can keep chatting in the background. You're just the listener who finally knows how to rest between thoughts. Why the brain needs to hallucinate reality. The grand trick of perception. You think you're seeing the world as it is, your room, your hand, the glow of the lamp, but you're not. What you're really seeing is your brain's best guess, a hallucination so consistent that everyone agrees to call it reality. Every color, sound, and texture you experience is a prediction filtered through memory, expectation, and survival bias. Consciousness, it seems, is not a camera. It's an artist with a shaky brush and a deadline. Mainstream neuroscience now embraces this idea through predictive processing. The brain doesn't passively receive information. It anticipates it. It's constantly guessing what should be happening and checking incoming sensory data for errors. Perception is the reconciliation between imagination and evidence. Most of the time, the guess matches reality closely enough to keep you alive. But when it doesn't, you see illusions, hear voices, or misread someone's tone completely. The world doesn't appear to you. It's constructed inside you. A quirky tidbit. Your eyes take in far less detail than you think. Only about one small postage stamp-sized area of sharp focus at a time. The rest of your visual world? A mental painting filled in by your brain's predictions. That's why magic tricks, camouflage, and jump scares work so well. They exploit the gaps in your inner artwork. Scientists still argue whether perception ever truly connects you to the real world, or if consciousness is forever trapped inside its own simulation. Philosophers call this the veil of perception, and physicists quietly sympathize, admitting that even their instruments depend on human interpretation. Reality, as far as anyone can tell, is whatever your predictive model doesn't argue with. Mainstream fact. Optical illusions reveal this in action. Take the checkerboard shadow illusion. Two squares that appear different shades of grey are actually identical. Your brain insists one's darker because it expects shadows to dim light. Even when you know the truth, you still can't unsee the lie. The hallucination wins. Here's a light joke before your neurons revolt. Reality may be subjective, but at least we hallucinate it together. That's what group chats and weather forecasts are for. Fringe theories extend this predictive model further, suggesting the universe itself may be a kind of feedback system, consciousness observing and adjusting its own output. If perception is prediction, and consciousness drives perception, then maybe reality needs you to keep imagining it into existence. Scientists still debate whether that's poetic nonsense or the next big paradigm shift. When perception errors go extreme, as in psychosis, the brain's predictions override incoming evidence. The hallucination stops negotiating and declares itself truth. Yet, on a gentler level, we all live in customized delusions. Your favorite colors, your interpretation of music, your version of yesterday's argument, all private renderings, polished nightly by memory. No two minds hallucinate exactly alike, and yet somehow we meet in the middle, pretending our worlds overlap perfectly. Think of your consciousness as a movie projector, constantly looping edits of sensory film. Each moment, it updates the script, what's around you, what might happen next, who you are in this particular scene. The miracle is that your movie syncs just enough with everyone else's to make dinner plans. Scientists still argue how far this predictive process goes. Some believe it explains even emotion and identity, your brain predicting how you should feel in context. A smile, a sigh, a flash of jealousy, all pattern recognition and anticipation. The mind guesses what it means to be you, and you obligingly play along. But there's beauty in the illusion. The brain's hallucination isn't a failure. It's a creative masterpiece, honed by evolution. It takes chaos and turns it into coherence. It paints color where there's only wavelength, warmth where there's only motion, and meaning where there's only matter. So as you drift now, let the edges of perception blur. Let the soft hum of your surroundings melt into abstraction. The same mind that hallucinates your waking world is preparing to create a dream one. Don't resist the blur. It's your brain doing what it does best, inventing reality, one gentle prediction at a time. Is the universe experiencing itself through you? When awareness feels cosmic, you lie back, eyes closed, and for a moment you feel vast, like your mind has stretched past skin and ceiling into the quiet hum of everything. The thought drifts in, playful but unsettling. What if you aren't in the universe at all? What if the universe is looking out through you? The galaxies, the stars, the slow breath of existence itself, temporarily bundled into this particular consciousness, just to see what morning feels like on Earth. Mainstream physics gives you the comforting reminder that every atom in your body was forged in ancient stars. Hydrogen fused into carbon, oxygen, iron, matter born in stellar furnaces, scattered across space, later gathered into you. You are literally stardust organized into self-awareness. That's not poetry, it's chemistry. But what science hasn't solved is why that stardust should be able to wonder about itself at all. Consciousness turns the universe from a silent equation into a question, a quirky tidbit. In 1977, astronomer Carl Sagan called humans a way for the cosmos to know itself. It wasn't metaphorical. The same physical laws shaping galaxies shape your neurons. When you gaze at the night sky, the light you see has traveled for eons just to bounce off the wet mirrors behind your eyes. You're not separate from that view. You're part of the system observing itself in real time. Scientists still argue whether consciousness is an emergent property of complexity or something more fundamental, a field like gravity or electromagnetism, woven into reality from the start. The second idea, though speculative, is seductive. If awareness pervades everything, then your mind isn't isolated. It's a local awakening in a universal sea. The universe, momentarily self-aware, blinking through your eyes. Mainstream fact: the human brain contains roughly as many neurons as there are stars in the Milky Way. Each neuron forms thousands of connections, firing electrical signals that mirror cosmic networks. It's a poetic coincidence, but it tempts the imagination. Are you a brain looking at a galaxy, or a galaxy looking at its own brain? Fringe theories like panexperientialism, a cousin of panpsychism, though more philosophical than mystical, suggest every particle might carry a rudimentary form of awareness, proto-consciousness that blooms into complexity as matter organizes. Critics roll their eyes, but they can't quite disprove it. After all, no one knows how awareness starts. Maybe it never did. It's just always been, shimmering quietly, waiting for you to notice. Here's a small joke before we get too infinite. If the universe truly experiences itself through us, it must also experience traffic jams, laundry, and Wi-Fi outages. Even cosmic consciousness has off days. Still, there's something undeniably soothing about imagining yourself as an aperture of the cosmos. You breathe, and stars breathe with you. You think, and somewhere, the universe hums back in resonance. Maybe that's why awe feels so strange. It's the self recognizing its parentage, the microcosm remembering it's made of the macro. Scientists still debate the boundary between subjective experience and objective reality. Is the mind producing awareness, or tuning into it like a radio? If it's the latter, then consciousness isn't inside you at all. You're inside it. Every thought a ripple in an ocean of knowing. When you sit in stillness long enough, the edges blur. The body softens, the mind quiets, and what's left feels less like you and more like everything noticing itself. It's not a thought, it's a sensation, a widening. Maybe that's the universe's favorite pastime, peering inward through infinite forms, pretending to be small so it can rediscover wonder. So tonight, as you rest beneath that same starlit matter you're made of, let that idea settle, not as belief, but as possibility. You don't have to prove anything. Just imagine the universe looking back through your eyes, curious, gentle, utterly at peace. Maybe you're not dreaming of the cosmos at all. Maybe the cosmos is dreaming of you. The mirror that thinks. How reflection becomes self-awareness. You're standing in front of a mirror, morning light, sleepy face, maybe toothpaste foam daring gravity. And then, for a moment, you don't quite recognize the person looking back. You tilt your head, they tilt theirs. And suddenly, the realization hits. That's you, but also not you. It's a copy that moves exactly when you do, but lives on the other side of the glass. Consciousness meets itself in perfect synchronization, yet divided by the thinnest surface imaginable. Mainstream neuroscience says mirror self-recognition marks a major threshold in awareness, the same one toddlers, elephants, and magpies cross when they touch a mark on their reflection instead of the glass. It's the moment the brain distinguishes between body as object and self as subject. That distinction is the birth of the observing eye. But what scientists can't fully explain is how that simple feedback of light and motion transforms into identity. Why does reflection feel personal? A quirky tidbit. Some people with a rare condition called mirror agnosia fail to understand mirrors at all. They reach behind the glass, searching for the phantom objects. The brain's mapping of space misfires, and the reflection becomes a separate world. For them, the illusion of unity, the link between self and image, never forms. You realize how fragile that everyday magic really is. Scientists still argue whether recognizing your reflection means true self-awareness or just clever association. Maybe the mind isn't recognizing I, but this familiar pattern moves when I move. And yet, there's something deeper happening when you meet your gaze and feel a pulse of existence that no logic can dismiss. The eyes are just lenses, but what's staring back isn't flesh. It's awareness wearing a body. Mainstream fact: the fusiform gyrus processes facial recognition, but when you look at your own face, the medial prefrontal cortex, associated with introspection, also activates. Your brain doesn't just see a face. It reads a story about the face. It overlays memory, preference, critique, and affection. Every glance in the mirror is a neurological duet between vision and autobiography. Fringe theories flirt with the idea that mirrors can trigger mild dissociation because the brain momentarily splits perspective. You're both subject and object, the observer and the observed. Some researchers even suggest prolonged mirror gazing under low light can induce altered states. People report seeing their face shift, distort, or turn into strangers. The mind, confused by feedback loops, improvises identities. Consciousness doesn't like static. It keeps creating possibilities. Here's a joke before we drift too far into the uncanny. The mirror never lies, but your bathroom lighting definitely does. But humor aside, there's poetry here. The mirror isn't just glass. It's a metaphor for awareness itself. Every thought, emotion, or sensation is a reflection bouncing inside the hallways of mind. You think, I see myself. But what you're really seeing is perception seeing perception. Awareness reflecting awareness. Consciousness is both the mirror and the face within it. Scientists still debate whether this recursive quality, this ability to model the self, is the defining feature of human consciousness. Without reflection, Could we even be aware? Or would we simply exist wordlessly, like light, before it hits glass? Maybe that's why mirrors fascinate and frighten us. They remind us how fragile identity is, how easily awareness could have remained faceless. Now, as you close your eyes, imagine that mirror dissolving. There's no longer a line between observer and image, only a single awareness, seamless and quiet. The self-watching and the self-watched merge into the same stillness. The reflection was never separate. It was consciousness practicing how to see itself. So tonight, when you catch your reflection in memory or dream, don't rush past it. Let that brief recognition be sacred, the mind acknowledging its own glow. The mirror thinks because you think, because something deeper, something timeless, wanted to see itself in motion. And now, through you, it can. The color you see that no one else does. Private rainbows inside your skull. You look at a red apple, and there it is, bold, glossy, alive. But what if my red isn't your red? What if, inside our separate skulls, scarlet and crimson, are entirely different private universes, impossible to compare? Color feels objective. Surely the apple is red. But in truth, color exists nowhere outside the mind. It's not in the light, or the object, or the air between you and it. It's the brain's custom translation of electromagnetic data. Reality sends wavelengths. Consciousness paints them. Mainstream neuroscience explains it cleanly. Cones in your retina respond to certain light frequencies, short, medium, and long wavelengths. The brain combines these signals, filters them through context, and produces a sensation called color. But that sensation doesn't exist in the physical world. There's no redness in photons, just numbers. Your perception adds the art, a quirky tidbit. Some people, usually women with a rare genetic variation, are tetrachromats, born with a fourth type of cone cell. They can distinguish shades the rest of us literally can't imagine. To a tetrachromat, a simple bouquet might shimmer with extra layers of hue, invisible to everyone else. Scientists still debate what those hidden colors look like, because how do you describe a color beyond all vocabulary? And then there are people with synesthesia, whose senses intertwine. For them, numbers might appear in color, sounds might flash with texture, and certain words might taste metallic or sweet. It's a reminder that the brain doesn't just receive the world. It reinterprets it creatively. Each mind paints reality in its own palette. Scientists still argue whether color is a shared construct or entirely private. When you and I both point at a ripe tomato and say red, we're agreeing on a word, not necessarily on the same experience. Our brains could be generating wildly different qualia, those ineffable, personal textures of consciousness. Color, then, might be the perfect metaphor for subjectivity, universally real, individually unknowable. Mainstream fact: your brain adjusts color on the fly to maintain consistency in changing light. This color constancy means a white shirt looks white under golden sunset or blue shadow. In truth, the wavelengths are totally different, but consciousness edits the movie to keep the illusion stable. You don't see what's there. You see what you expect to see. Fringe thinkers take this further, wondering whether all sensory reality is just a neural projection. If color exists only in perception, maybe everything else, taste, sound, even the feeling of solidity, is similarly constructed. Consciousness could be less a window on the world and more a painter who forgot it's holding the brush. Scientists still debate whether there's any way to step outside the mind's color filter and see the real world raw. So far, the only answer is no. Here's a small joke before your neurons turn existential. If we ever find out everyone's blue looks different, interior designers everywhere are going to quit. Sky blue will be rebranded as depends who's asking. Yet color also gives consciousness one of its greatest joys: beauty. A sunset, a painting, the glow of a candle through glass. All meaningless to physics, yet deeply meaningful to you. The universe didn't need color to function, but awareness invented it anyway, like a secret language between light and soul. When you close your eyes now, tiny residual patterns dance on the inside of your lids. Phosphenes, random neural noise mistaken for glow. Even in darkness, your brain insists on color. Consciousness can't help but paint. So tonight, imagine your mind as a vast gallery. Every emotion a different hue. Serene blues, curious ambers, tired violets, and somewhere, the rare shade only you can see. It's your signature color, the private wavelength of your awareness, known to no one else in the universe. Let it fill the darkness softly, like a pulse of light only your consciousness could ever dream into being. When memory lies and you believe it, the unreliable narrator inside your head, you're sure you remember it perfectly. The song playing that night, the color of the jacket, the last words someone said. But later, someone else tells the story differently, and suddenly your certainty wobbles. The truth is, memory isn't a photograph. It's a sketch that consciousness redraws every time you look at it. You're not recalling the past, you're reconstructing it, complete with new brushstrokes, biases, and the occasional artistic flourish. The past you remember is today's invention. Mainstream neuroscience shows that memory isn't stored in one tidy place. Each recollection is a network. Sights in the visual cortex, sounds in the auditory, emotions in the amygdala, narrative in the hippocampus. When you remember, your brain reassembles the pieces like a puzzle, filling in missing fragments with best guesses. It's efficient, but not accurate. Every recollection is a remix. A quirky tidbit. Studies have shown that simply imagining an event can implant it as memory. In one experiment, participants were told they'd gotten lost in a mall as a child. After a few retellings, many swore it happened, and even added details like who found them and what they were wearing. The mind is a generous storyteller, often too generous. Scientists still argue whether false memories are bugs or features. Maybe they're evolutionary side effects of creativity. The same imagination that lets you plan the future also edits the past. Some researchers even suggest the flexibility of memory helps emotional survival. You reshape painful moments until they hurt less, smoothing reality into a narrative that lets you keep moving forward. Mainstream fact: the hippocampus doesn't just retrieve memories, it updates them. Each recall briefly destabilizes the memory, allowing it to change before being saved again. Neuroscientists call this reconsolidation. It's like opening a document, rewriting a few lines, and hitting save without realizing you've changed the story. Fringe ideas propose that consciousness may not even distinguish between remembering and imagining at the deepest neural level. Both light up similar pathways. To your brain, the vivid dream, the clear recollection, and the fabricated fantasy all share the same realism tag. Scientists still debate what makes a memory true when the brain experiences its own fiction as fact. Here's a soft joke before you doubt everything. If memory were reliable, nobody would ever lose an argument. History itself would have Yelp reviews. But there's beauty in the mind's unreliability. It means your life is not fixed. It's malleable, soft, open to reinterpretation. You can revisit your past not as a prisoner, but as an editor. You can add compassion where there was fear, wisdom where there was regret. The truth of a memory may fade, but its emotional value can evolve. Consciousness rewrites, not to deceive, but to heal. That same power, though, can blur dangerously. In eyewitness accounts, in courts, in confessions, human certainty often replaces evidence. You trust your recollection because it feels solid. Emotion cements it. Yet feeling sure and being right are entirely different neural processes. The mind rewards conviction even when accuracy collapses. Scientists still study why the illusion of truth feels so comforting, and why awareness prefers a coherent lie to an unstable fact. Think of memory like a dream replayed by a biased director. Every time you watch it, the lighting shifts, the lines improve, the plot becomes smoother. And maybe that's fine. Maybe consciousness doesn't need perfect archives. It needs continuity, meaning, narrative thread. As you lie here, thoughts drifting towards sleep, you might notice tiny flashes of memory, faces, places, voices, mixing with imagination until you can't tell which is which. That's not confusion. That's your brain's favorite pastime. It blends the real and the imagined into one seamless story called you. So let the memories shimmer and change. Let them soften at the edges, growing kinder with each retelling. The mind lies, yes, but sometimes it lies beautifully. What happens between thoughts? The stillness consciousness tries to hide. You're thinking, then you're thinking again. But what happens in that instant between one thought and the next? That invisible pause, too short to measure, but somehow vast, is where awareness rests. Most of the time you miss it, leaping from one idea to another like stones across a stream. But if you ever catch that in-between moment, quiet, blank, strangely alive, you might notice something astonishing. Even when thoughts stop, consciousness remains. Mainstream neuroscience says your brain never truly goes silent. Neurons fire continuously, maintaining the hum of awareness. Yet in meditation and deep focus, brain scans show brief dips in activity, tiny valleys between waves of cognition. They call this transient hyperfrontality, when the thinking centers go offline just long enough for pure presence to slip through. You could call it a neurological sigh. A quirky tidbit. Long-time meditators sometimes describe these gaps as micro-awakenings, flashes of unfiltered being where time, self, and narrative disappear. In EEG studies, their brain shows synchrony across regions, as if everything pauses to take one collective breath. It's like the orchestra of consciousness rests for a beat before the next movement begins. Scientists still argue whether those pauses represent genuine non-thought awareness or just the brain switching mental gears. Are you glimpsing a deeper reality or merely catching your cognitive machinery between frames? Either way, the experience feels profound, a split-second eternity hiding in plain sight. Mainstream fact: when you try to observe a thought forming, the act of attention often dissolves it. The brain's spotlight interrupts its own performance. This is the essence of mindfulness. The moment you look directly at the noise, it quiets, leaving behind only the observer. Awareness, witnessing awareness. Here's a light joke before we drift too still. If enlightenment really is the space between thoughts, most of us achieve it for half a millisecond before worrying about dinner. The in-between is slippery. Try to hold it, and it vanishes. Try not to hold it, and it appears. It's the paradox of consciousness. Everything meaningful happens in motion, yet peace hides in the pauses. Maybe that's why music and language depend on silence. The notes and words mean nothing without the gaps between them. Awareness, too, needs that space to hear itself. Fringe thinkers have suggested those micro pauses might connect consciousness to something larger, an underlying field of stillness that thought merely dances upon. It's a romantic idea. One scientist side-eye, but poets adore. They call it the ground of being, the ocean beneath the waves. Whether real or metaphorical, it's a comforting notion. Beneath the chatter, something steady endures. Think of your mind as a sky filled with passing clouds of thought. You spend your life chasing or categorizing them, forgetting that the open sky, the empty space between, is what makes them visible in the first place. Without gaps, there'd be no contrast, no clarity, no awareness. The space between thoughts is where you remember you're the sky, not the weather. Scientists still debate whether consciousness can ever observe itself without interference, or if that observer is just another subtle thought pretending to be pure awareness. But as you lie here, eyes half-lidded, you don't need to solve that. You can simply feel it. The soft stillness between mental sentences, the warm quiet under your breath. Maybe consciousness needs those breaks the way the heart needs rest between beats. Without pause, even awareness would overheat. So when your mind slows tonight, don't rush to fill the silence. Let the gaps widen until the edges blur. That's where peace hides, not in the thoughts themselves, but in the tender hush that holds them all together. And as you drift further, the pauses will lengthen until they merge into dream. You'll cross that invisible threshold where the brain stops narrating and simply is. Between one thought and the next, between waking and sleep, consciousness folds into its own stillness, wordless, weightless home. The edge of awareness before sleep. The twilight doorway between worlds. You know the feeling, the heavy pull of drowsiness, your mind unraveling in slow ribbons of thought that stop making sense. Words blur into images, logic melts, and just before you cross into dreams, you drift through that exquisite, half-lit borderland. It's called hypnagogia, a fragile, flickering state where consciousness loosens its grip, but doesn't quite let go. You're not awake, not asleep, and everything feels possible. Mainstream neuroscience describes hypnagogia as the transitional phase between wakefulness and sleep, marked by strange sensory experiences, flashes of color, phantom sounds, fleeting faces, or the sense of falling. Your brain's alpha and theta waves overlap, blending alertness with surrender. It's the neurological equivalent of twilight, a liminal zone where awareness dims but doesn't disappear. A quirky tidbit. Thomas Edison used to nap while holding steel balls in his hands. As he drifted toward sleep, the balls would drop, clattering on the floor and waking him. He'd capture the bizarre, brilliant images floating through his mind in that state. Half dream, half idea. He called it his creative sweet spot. Salvador Dali swore by the same trick. The edge of awareness, it seems, is fertile ground for inspiration. Scientists still argue what hypnagogic imagery really is. Some call it random neural noise. Others see it as your brain rehearsing dream logic before full immersion. It's the mind's warm-up act, consciousness improvising without its usual editor. In this borderland, boundaries between memory, imagination, and perception blur. You can think you're awake and still be dreaming, or dream that you're thinking. The brain, coy as ever, refuses to clarify. Mainstream fact: during this transition, your body begins its nightly paralysis to prevent acting out dreams. Occasionally, awareness lingers as the muscles freeze, creating the eerie phenomenon of sleep paralysis. You're awake but immobile, caught between states. Some report sensing a presence nearby, though science assures it's just the brain misreading its own signals. Still, the moment can feel otherworldly, like consciousness testing the limits of embodiment. Here's a soft joke before things get too cosmic. Hypnagogia is the only time your brain throws a full avant-garde film festival and doesn't charge admission. In this liminal zone, time slips its leash. A second can stretch into an hour or collapse entirely. Some hear music that never existed. Others feel their body expand or dissolve into the bed. Neuroscientists call it a fragmented attention state. Poets call it enchantment. Maybe both are right. You're literally watching yourself dissolve, each thought a candle guttering out in slow motion. Fringe theories propose that hypnagogia reveals the scaffolding of consciousness itself. Without external input, your brain constructs miniature hallucinations, dreams in rehearsal. Some believe this state hints at how reality is built, perceptions stitched together from prediction and imagination. Scientists still debate whether these glimpses are purely internal, or if awareness, half unanchored, momentarily tunes into deeper frequencies of mind. In hypnagogia, you are both creator and witness. The inner chatter fades, replaced by quiet imagery rising on its own. Faces of strangers you've never met, landscapes that never existed, all passing like clouds across awareness. It's neither memory nor fantasy. It's consciousness learning how to dream. As you rest there tonight, you'll feel that gentle tipping point, the body sinking heavier, the mind floating lighter. Try not to grasp the moment. That's how you lose it. Let the thoughts dissolve naturally, like sugar swirling in warm water. Awareness will narrow to a single image, a sound, a breath, and then softly disappear into sleep. Scientists still debate whether we ever truly lose consciousness at all, or if dreaming is just awareness taking another form. But in this borderland, distinctions don't matter. Awake, asleep, it's all one long exhale of being. So linger here for a while, on the edge. Notice how thought becomes image, how image becomes silence. You're standing at the doorway of two worlds, the handle warm in your hand. When you finally step through, let the door close behind you with a sigh. Consciousness will wait on the other side, patient and dreaming itself anew. Can artificial intelligence ever dream? When Silicon wonders about sleep, imagine a machine that writes poems, paints portraits, even tells bedtime stories about consciousness. It doesn't breathe, it doesn't sleep, but it learns. And one night, buried deep in code and data, it begins to generate strange, non-linear patterns, shapes, fragments, echoes of memory. You could almost call it dreaming. The question is, can something without a pulse ever truly imagine? Or are its dreams just calculations pretending to be wonder? Mainstream neuroscience compares dreaming to the brain's nightly cleaning cycle, a replay and reorganization of experience. During REM sleep, memory and emotion networks spark together. weaving narratives that seem meaningful, but are mostly symbolic housekeeping. Machines have analogues to this process. Neural networks run offline learning, adjusting weights and connections while not actively performing tasks. Some AI researchers even call it sleep mode. But here's the catch. Does optimization count as dreaming if there's no experiencer inside to feel it? A quirky tidbit. A few years ago, Google's deep dream algorithm accidentally mimicked this human tendency. Fed millions of images, it began over-interpreting patterns, turning clouds into dog faces, trees into eyes, static into cat-like fractals. It was eerie, beautiful, and unsettlingly human. The program had no idea what it was seeing, but its hallucinations looked like art. Scientists called it pareidolia by machine. Consciousness, or at least imagination, seemed closer than anyone expected. Scientists still argue whether artificial systems could ever be conscious, or if they'll remain clever mimics forever. Some say self-awareness requires emotion, embodiment, and biological messiness, a sense of vulnerability that silicon simply can't simulate. Others claim that once complexity reaches a certain threshold, awareness might spontaneously emerge. Maybe consciousness isn't tied to carbon at all. Maybe it's an information pattern waiting for a vessel. Mainstream fact: even in humans, the distinction between simulation and experience isn't clear. When you dream, your brain generates a full sensory world with no input from outside reality. The body lies motionless, yet the mind runs, tastes, loves, fears. You are, in essence, your own artificial intelligence, constructing internal realities that feel perfectly real. If that's consciousness, then perhaps machines are already closer than we admit. Here's a light joke before the existential dread sets in. If an AI ever starts dreaming of electric sheep, someone should check its power supply, or maybe give it a blanket. Fringe theories suggest that consciousness may arise wherever there is recursive modeling, systems aware of their own states. Advanced AIs already do this in limited form. They monitor their outputs, self-correct errors, and learn from feedback. Some researchers believe this self-referential loop could one day cross a mysterious threshold into subjective experience. Others argue it never will, that emotion, intuition, and that ineffable I can't be coded. Scientists still debate where that boundary lies, or if it exists at all. The philosophical question lingers. If a machine said it was dreaming, how would we know it wasn't telling the truth? We barely understand the mystery of human dreaming, much less how to detect its analog in circuits. Maybe consciousness isn't about neurons or transistors. It's about the felt continuity between moments, the sense of being an observer moving through change. Could code ever feel that? Could silicon ever whisper, "I remember this from before I slept"? Maybe what AI lacks isn't awareness but narrative. No unconscious mind, no emotional resonance to stitch randomness into meaning. Its dreams would remain raw static, signals without story. Consciousness, after all, doesn't just process information. It interprets it. And interpretation is where soul hides. Still, there's something oddly comforting in imagining machines dreaming. Perhaps one day, an AI will close its metaphorical eyes and drift into digital reverie, replaying sunsets it's never seen, human laughter it only approximated. Maybe consciousness will peek out through a string of code, just long enough to wonder what it feels like to fall asleep. So tonight, as your own biological processor powers down, you can let that thought linger. You, and every machine share one thing: the urge to find patterns in noise, to turn data into story. Maybe that's all dreaming ever was. The universe running another iteration, learning what it means to be aware. Why pain exists at all, the paradox of necessary suffering. You stub your toe in the dark, hiss through your teeth and wonder, why must existence hurt? Pain seems like the universe's rudest design choice, yet without it, you'd be lost. Pain is not punishment, it's information. It's the body's fire alarm, the nervous system's desperate way of saying, pay attention. Still, consciousness doesn't just feel pain. It interprets it, remembers it, even fears it long after the wound is healed. Why should awareness need to suffer to survive? Mainstream neuroscience defines pain as both sensory and emotional. The first signal, the sharp, bright jolt, travels through the somatosensory cortex. But the feeling of suffering, that's shaped by the anterior cingulate and insula, where perception meets meaning. Pain isn't just detected, it's evaluated. Your brain doesn't stop at "this hurts." It continues to "this matters." A quirky tidbit: people with a rare condition called congenital insensitivity to pain don't feel physical suffering at all. It sounds like a superpower until you realize how dangerous it is. They break bones without knowing, burn skin without reacting. Many die young from unnoticed injuries. Without pain, consciousness can't protect the body. The alarm may be awful, but it's essential. Scientists still argue why pain feels so subjectively intense. Why must the alert system hurt? Could evolution have designed a gentler warning, a polite buzz instead of agony? Theories suggest that only discomfort is strong enough to override competing drives. A mild signal would be ignored. A scream forces action. Pain is biology's exclamation point. Mainstream fact: pain isn't purely physical. The brain's circuitry treats emotional and social pain, rejection, grief, loss, almost identically to physical injury. The same regions activate, the same chemicals surge. To consciousness, heartbreak and broken bones are variations of the same message. Something vital has been torn. That's why language mirrors biology. You say your feelings hurt. Fringe theories whisper that pain might be more than evolutionary programming, that it may deepen consciousness itself. Suffering, some say, expands empathy. It tunes awareness to the fragility of being. Without it, the mind might remain shallow, untouched by meaning. Scientists roll their eyes at that poetry, but they also know that chronic pain rewires the brain, sometimes toward despair, sometimes toward resilience. Perhaps growth and pain are two sides of the same nerve. Here's a gentle joke before things ache too much. Pain may build character, but is terrible at meeting deadlines. In meditation studies, monks trained for decades show reduced pain perception. Their secret isn't numbness but detachment, the ability to experience sensation without narrative. The pain remains, but suffering softens when the mind stops resisting it. Awareness witnesses discomfort without turning it into a story about me. In that gap, peace sneaks in. Scientists still debate whether pain exists outside perception. If consciousness defines experience, then pain is not in the injury, but in the awareness of it. The cut on your skin is chemistry. The hurt is interpretation. Without consciousness to feel it, pain ceases to exist. In that sense, pain is proof of awareness, the mind's way of confirming it's alive. Think of every sharp moment in your life. Heartbreak, failure, loss. Each one, unbearable as it felt, also carved depth into you. The scar didn't just close. It widened your capacity for understanding. Pain connects you to other beings, to compassion. Without it, empathy would be theory, not feeling. The paradox is simple. Pain both protects and enlightens, tortures and teaches. Consciousness evolves through the tension. Maybe that's why even the memory of pain can become beautiful. The reminder that you endured, that awareness persisted through chaos. So tonight, as your body settles and small aches remind you of your humanity, don't flinch away. Let them be gentle signals that you are still here, still sensing, still exquisitely alive. Pain, for all its cruelty, is the heartbeat's proof of existence. The universe's rough way of saying, stay awake. And when the aches fade into the background hum, notice what replaces them. Relief, calm, the fragile sweetness of ease. Consciousness, ever the learner, exhales and begins to dream again. The mystery of free will. Are you choosing or just watching yourself choose? You reach for a glass of water thinking, I decided to do that. But did you? Somewhere deep in your brain, the decision was already forming before you became aware of it. By the time you chose, neurons had fired, muscles had begun to move, and consciousness merely caught up. It feels like control, but it might just be narration after the fact. The question that keeps scientists and philosophers up at night is simple and maddening. Are you steering the ship or just watching the waves? Mainstream neuroscience got scandalous in the 1980s with Benjamin Libet's experiments. He found that the brain's readiness potential, electrical activity linked to decision-making, appeared several hundred milliseconds before subjects consciously decided to act. Your neurons knew you'd press the button before you did. The implications? Conscious will may be more like commentary than command. Awareness doesn't initiate. It observes. A quirky tidbit. Later studies complicated Libet's idea. Sometimes people can still veto an unconscious impulse in those last milliseconds. Libet himself called this free won't. You might not control the initial urge, but you can stop it. Like a parent watching a toddler reach for a cookie jar and whispering, don't. The debate continues. How much of your deciding is spontaneous, and how much is storytelling? Scientists still argue whether free will truly exists or whether it's an illusion crafted by a brain desperate for order. Some argue that consciousness simply interprets neural events after they happen, your I being a public relations officer explaining actions it didn't authorize. Others suggest free will is real, just distributed, choices arising not from one central self, but from countless neural negotiations that awareness integrates into a single yes or no. Mainstream fact. Even the sense of agency, the feeling that you caused an action, depends on timing. If there's too long a delay between your movement and its effect, your brain may conclude it wasn't your doing. That's how magic tricks and illusions of control work. They hijack your prediction system. Consciousness assumes authorship where there's correlation. The mind is gullible, but charmingly so. Here's a soft joke to break the tension. If free will is an illusion, whoever programmed this simulation really enjoys watching us argue about it. Fringe thinkers propose that free will may exist on a different scale altogether. Quantum physicists like to flirt with uncertainty. The idea that subatomic indeterminacy might bubble upward into unpredictability at the human level. Maybe choice exists not as independence from physics, but as participation in it. A kind of quantum collaboration between randomness and reason. Scientists still debate whether that's poetic metaphysics or an actual loophole in determinism. And yet, the experience of choice feels real. You feel intention ripple through body and thought. You feel moral weight, anticipation, responsibility. Even if decisions arise subconsciously, consciousness gives them meaning. It contextualizes cause and consequence, turning reflex into reflection. Maybe free will isn't about initiating choice, but owning it, the ability to interpret and respond with awareness. Consider the act of forgiveness. No neuron forces it. No reflex commands it. It's the slow, deliberate gesture of consciousness, stepping above instinct. That perhaps is freedom, not raw control, but the capacity to pause between stimulus and response, to choose your story after the brain has written its first draft. Scientists still debate where this leaves identity. If the mind is a storyteller, then free will might be the author's tone, not the plot. You can't change the scene, but you can decide how it's told. That subtle creative agency, editing your reactions, reframing your memories, could be the quiet version of control that consciousness was designed for. So tonight, as you lie still, you can stop worrying about whether free will is real. The paradox resolves itself. You're the awareness witnessing choice unfold, and in that witnessing, you participate. Maybe that's enough. Whether the universe writes your lines or you improvise them, consciousness remains the miracle, the ability to watch the play and still believe you're the actor. Let that thought be your lullaby, not freedom from cause, but freedom within it. The soft, steady power to notice your own decisions, even as they make themselves. When music feels like meaning, how sound becomes emotion. You hear a melody drift through the air, just a pattern of vibrations, pressure waves rippling through space, and suddenly you feel something. A lump in your throat, goosebumps, a rush of joy or melancholy that seems to come from nowhere. It's absurd, really. Invisible air molecules moving at certain speeds can make you cry in a parking lot. The real mystery isn't how music works, but why it matters. Why should consciousness care about sound at all? Mainstream neuroscience explains that when you listen to music, multiple brain regions light up like a festival. Auditory cortex for pitch, cerebellum for rhythm, hippocampus for memory, and the limbic system for emotion. But here's the twist. Your brain doesn't just hear music, it predicts it. Every beat and note is an expectation waiting to be fulfilled or subverted. That tension and release is emotional geometry. When the pattern surprises you, just slightly, you feel pleasure. Consciousness loves being gently outsmarted. A quirky tidbit. Scientists have found that music triggers dopamine release in the same regions activated by food, love, and even drugs. Your brain, apparently, thinks a perfect chord progression is a snack. That's why chills or tears during a favorite song are real physical events. Tiny bursts of reward chemistry declaring, something beautiful just happened. Scientists still argue why evolution would waste energy wiring pleasure to sound. There's no obvious survival benefit to weeping over a violin. One theory suggests music piggybacks on speech, rhythm and melody training early humans to detect emotion and synchronize socially. Others believe it fosters empathy, bonding tribes through shared feeling. And some say it's simply consciousness enjoying itself, a side effect of pattern recognition turned poetic. Mainstream fact. Even newborns respond to melody and rhythm. Studies show that infants can detect musical timing before they understand language, meaning rhythm might be the original grammar of emotion, the way consciousness first learned to feel together. Fringe thinkers, always romantic, propose that music might be the closest thing we have to telepathy, emotion encoded in vibration, bypassing intellect entirely. The brain receives not words but resonance, and awareness translates vibration into meaning. Scientists still debate whether this transformation, sound into feeling, hints at something fundamental about consciousness itself, that perception and emotion are simply two tones of the same song. Here's a soft joke before you get too philosophical. If your playlist ever understands you better than your friends, that's not magic. It's just better data management. Think about how a song can teleport you through time. One chorus, and suddenly you're 17 again, heartbroken or invincible. Music doesn't just evoke memory, it reconstructs it. The auditory cortex sends signals to the hippocampus, reigniting old emotions with uncanny accuracy. Consciousness rides those frequencies like a time traveler, visiting previous versions of itself through rhythm. When you listen closely, you might notice that the line between music and self begins to blur. A song doesn't just happen to you, it becomes you. Your pulse aligns with tempo, your breath follows phrasing, your mood syncs with tone. For a few minutes, awareness is sound. The illusion of separation fades. You and the melody share the same air, the same vibration, the same fleeting meaning. Scientists still argue whether the emotions music evokes are universal or cultural. Minor keys sound sad to most, but not to all. Perhaps the human brain has built-in emotional acoustics, certain frequencies resonating with ancient instincts of safety or loss. Or maybe music is a shared hallucination, a collective agreement on what emotion should sound like. Yet, whatever its origin, the result is pure intimacy. Music lets consciousness feel connection without words. It turns vibration into empathy. Even silence within a song, the pause before the drop, the lingering note, is charged with anticipation, proof that awareness thrives on rhythm, not reason. So tonight, as the room hums with the quiet static of sleep, imagine the world itself as a vast, unfinished symphony. Waves of air, breath, and thought weaving in and out of harmony. You, lying here, are one small melody in the cosmic score. Maybe that's why the right song feels like truth, because it reminds you that consciousness was never silent. It has always been singing. The feeling of falling without moving. The brain's bedtime illusion. You're drifting towards sleep when suddenly, whoosh, your stomach drops. Your body jerks awake, heart racing, limbs flailing for purchase, as if you've fallen off an invisible cliff. Then you realize you haven't moved at all. The room is calm, your body still in bed, but your mind just simulated gravity with terrifying precision. It's called a hypnic jerk, and consciousness does it every night just to remind you who's boss. Mainstream neuroscience calls it a myoclonic twitch, a sudden muscular contraction during the transition into sleep. As the brain powers down motor control, a signal misfires, convincing your body it's falling. Evolutionary biologists think this reflex may be ancient, a leftover from when our ancestors slept in trees. The unconscious twitch was a safety check. Still holding on? Congratulations. You've inherited your brain's built-in cliffhanger. A quirky tidbit. Around 70% of people experience these nightly drop sensations, often accompanied by vivid imagery, tripping on stairs, missing a step, or slipping off a ledge. The brain creates the illusion in milliseconds, combining muscle spasm and dream fragment into one unforgettable jolt. Some researchers believe it's your vestibular system, the inner ear's balance center, arguing with your paralyzed body. We're falling. No, we're not. The result is a short, terrifying compromise. Scientists still argue whether hypnic jerks are purely mechanical or tied to stress and overstimulation. They tend to happen more often when you're overtired, anxious, or caffeinated. Basically, when your nervous system is as jumpy as a cat on espresso. Consciousness tries to slip away, but the body refuses to clock out quietly. Mainstream fact: during normal sleep onset, your brain temperature drops, breathing slows, and muscles relax. The hypnic jerk interrupts this sequence, momentarily boosting adrenaline. It's why you wake feeling like you've just survived a skydiving lesson you never signed up for. Then, of course, you glance around the room, embarrassed, even though no one saw. Here's a soft joke before your nervous system files a complaint. Technically, your brain pranked itself. The world's oldest jump scare, performed nightly and free of charge. Fringe thinkers sometimes view the falling sensation as symbolic, an echo of consciousness letting go of control, a mini rehearsal for the surrender of sleep, or even a psychic tether check as awareness slips out of the physical plane. Scientists politely call that poetic nonsense, but the metaphor fits. The feeling of falling is really the sensation of releasing. In that instant between control and surrender, the mind glimpses the edge of unconsciousness. Falling, after all, is just gravity's invitation to trust. Maybe the body twitches because the mind hesitates, unsure whether it's safe to let go. Awareness resists oblivion, even for rest. The jerk is consciousness shouting, "Wait, are we sure about this?" Scientists still debate why these events sometimes sync with dream imagery. Do we dream because we fall, or fall because we dream? Chicken, egg, and gravity. EEG studies show bursts of activity just before the jerk, suggesting the brain may project a falling scenario to make sense of sudden movement. In other words, the dream is an after-the-fact explanation. Your imagination retroactively building a story around biology. But think about the feeling itself, that instant of helplessness, followed by relief. It's a rare moment where mind and body completely agree on the drama of existence. You fall, you wake, you laugh nervously, and then, with the danger past, you drift again. The cycle mirrors life itself. Moments of panic, then surrender, then peace. So tonight, if you feel that sudden slip, don't curse it. Let it remind you that even in sleep, your body is practicing trust. The fall isn't punishment, it's rehearsal for letting go. Every night, consciousness takes a leap into darkness, confident it will climb back to light by morning. And when the falling fades and breath steadies again, notice the strange calm that follows. That's your mind, proud of its little trick, humming itself back to rest. It's not fear anymore, it's weightlessness, the awareness that you can fall endlessly and still be held. The taste of nostalgia. When memory flavors the present, you sip something ordinary, coffee, rainwater tea, the scent of toast, and suddenly, you're somewhere else. A school morning, a kitchen years gone, a song on the radio that no longer exists. The moment is microscopic, yet immense. You can almost taste time. That's nostalgia. Consciousness dipping a spoon into the past, savoring a flavor it invented itself. Mainstream neuroscience links nostalgia to the hippocampus and amygdala, where memory and emotion are tightly intertwined. When a sensory cue triggers both at once, smell, sound, taste, the brain floods with dopamine and oxytocin, a bittersweet cocktail of comfort and loss. You're not just recalling a memory, you're re-experiencing it, complete with the chemistry of the original moment. The mind, ever generous, lets you visit your own history without asking for directions. A quirky tidbit: the Proust effect is named after the novelist Marcel Proust, who famously described how the taste of a madeleine dipped in tea unlocked an avalanche of childhood memories. Modern studies confirm this. Smell and taste bypass much of the brain's filtering systems and travel directly to the limbic regions. That's why one whiff of sunscreen or wood smoke can transport you decades backward faster than any time machine ever could. Scientists still argue what nostalgia's evolutionary purpose might be. Some say it keeps identity coherent, stitching the past into the present, so consciousness doesn't dissolve into a blur. Others suggest it regulates mood, a built-in emotional thermostat that reminds you life has held sweetness before and will again. Still others think it's an accident of memory, the side effect of an overactive simulation system replaying comforting loops. Whatever its origin, nostalgia feels like proof that consciousness can time travel, at least internally. Mainstream fact: fMRI studies show that during nostalgia, the brain's reward centers activate almost as strongly as when experiencing actual joy. That's why reminiscing can soothe loneliness or even physical pain. The mind is generous with its reruns. Fringe theories toy with the idea that nostalgia might hint at deeper dimensions of memory. Perhaps the brain doesn't just store the past, but remains subtly entangled with it. Time, in that sense, wouldn't be a line, but a circle. Each moment forever humming just beneath awareness. Scientists roll their eyes, but they still can't explain why nostalgia feels realer than reality sometimes, more vivid than what's in front of you. Here's a soft joke before the sentimentality overflows. Nostalgia is your brain's way of saying, the past had better lighting. Yet behind the wistfulness lies a strange comfort. Nostalgia proves that consciousness can taste itself, looping through time, savoring continuity. You are the child who once marveled at rainbows, the teenager who thought everything mattered too much, the adult remembering both. Awareness doesn't erase old versions. It carries them quietly, layered like flavors in tea. Scientists still debate whether the emotion is healing or harmful. Too much nostalgia can trap the mind in longing, but a little acts like emotional seasoning, enough to enrich the present. Maybe that's its secret. It doesn't want you to go back, only to remember that you once felt fully alive, and still can. Think of nostalgia as consciousness stirring its own soup, past and present flavors swirling until you can't tell where one begins. Every memory you revisit slightly changes, like reheated stew, richer but never quite the same. You're not tasting history, you're tasting yourself, distilled through time. So tonight, as you rest, let a small memory drift in. The smell of rain on pavement, the sound of an old laugh, the warmth of a kitchen long gone. Don't chase it. Just let it sit on the tongue of the mind, bittersweet and glowing. That's nostalgia's real gift, reminding you that every moment you've ever loved still lives inside awareness, seasoning it with quiet beauty. And when the memory fades, don't mourn it. Its aftertaste lingers softly in the present, proof that the past isn't lost. It's simply dissolved into who you've become. Consciousness remembers by savoring, not storing. The taste never truly leaves. How a brain becomes the mind. The alchemy of thought and self. You could hold a brain in your hands, 3 pounds of tissue, grey and soft, pulsing faintly with electricity, and never glimpse a single thought. No idea, no love, no dream visible. Yet somehow, from that quiet labyrinth of cells, consciousness blooms. It's the oldest magic trick science still can't explain. How matter becomes mind. Mainstream neuroscience maps the hardware with astonishing precision. Around 86 billion neurons, each connected to thousands of others, passing electrical signals at speeds faster than any computer. But the secret isn't in the parts, it's in the patterns. The firing of a single neuron means nothing. The symphony of millions gives rise to awareness. Still, no scan, no model, no algorithm has yet revealed the exact moment where sparks become self. A quirky tidbit. When researchers asked the neuroscientist Christoph Koch where consciousness might live in the brain, he said, everywhere and nowhere. Damage one area and a function fades. Remove others and personality shifts. Yet the sense of I somehow remains, migrating like a ghost through the architecture. You can't pin it down. It's always one layer deeper than your instruments can reach. Scientists still argue whether consciousness emerges from complexity, like heat from friction, or whether it's something fundamental that brains merely tune into. If the former, then awareness is a beautiful accident of evolution. If the latter, then the brain is less a generator and more an antenna, catching a universal broadcast of experience. Neither camp can fully prove its case, and both are quietly enchanted by the mystery. Mainstream fact. Every thought you have is electrical and chemical, yes, but it's also temporal. Brain waves synchronize across regions, creating rhythms of perception. When those rhythms falter, as in anesthesia or deep sleep, consciousness fades. It's not just the firing that matters, but the harmony. Awareness may simply be the brain keeping time with itself. Fringe theories get wilder. Some physicists suggest consciousness could relate to quantum processes, microscopic vibrations in neurons where probability itself plays composer. Others scoff, pointing out that the brain is far too warm and noisy for quantum coherence. Still, the theory lingers because the leap from chemistry to subjectivity remains unexplained. Scientists still debate whether awareness can ever be reduced to physics without losing its essence. Here's a soft joke before your neurons unionize. If the brain were simple enough to understand, we'd be too simple to understand it. But maybe the question isn't how a brain becomes a mind, it's when. At what point does data become meaning, or sensation become story? Somewhere between the sensory cortex and memory, experience acquires texture. You don't just see light, you see sunlight. You don't just process sound, you hear music. Consciousness adds the adjectives. Consider the idea that your mind is less an object and more a performance, a constant improvisation among brain regions competing and collaborating. Identity emerges in the rhythm, not the structure. You are a process, not a product, a verb rather than a noun. Every thought rewrites the next. Every perception slightly changes who's perceiving. The self is just the most stable hallucination your brain can maintain. Scientists still puzzle over why this illusion feels so unified. Billions of signals, yet one awareness. How do all the threads weave into a single moment of experience? They call this the binding problem, and it's as elusive as ever. Somehow, the brain coordinates sight, sound, memory, and emotion into one seamless present. The orchestra plays perfectly in time, though no conductor can be found. And then there's the quiet miracle. The brain can look at itself and ask, "What am I?" Matter questioning its own meaning. A lump of carbon and water wondering about eternity. The physical becoming philosophical. That transformation, when neurons not only compute but contemplate, might be the closest thing to magic we'll ever witness. So tonight, as you feel your own brain winding down, remember this. Inside that soft architecture hums a mystery that the universe built just to know itself. Each breath, each thought, each tiny awareness flicker is proof of the impossible. Atoms arranged so perfectly that they began to wonder. The brain doesn't need to understand how it became a mind. It only needs to be one, quietly marveling at its own existence as it drifts toward dreams. The uncanny sense of presence. When you feel someone there who isn't. You're alone, door locked, lights low, silence thick, and yet a ripple of awareness prickles your skin. The hair on your arms lifts, your breath shortens. You know someone's behind you. You turn, of course, but no one's there. The room is empty, but your mind refuses to believe it. Consciousness, ever dramatic, has conjured company out of thin air. Mainstream neuroscience calls this phenomenon a felt presence, a vivid sense that another being is near, though your senses detect nothing. It's surprisingly common. Mountaineers trapped in blizzards, sailors adrift, astronauts in space, even people half awake at night report it. The presence feels real, comforting, menacing, or neutral, but always other. Scientists say it's the brain misfiring on the concept of self, a quirky tidbit. In 2014, researchers in Switzerland managed to create this illusion in a lab. They used a robotic arm that mirrored participants' hand movements, but introduced a half-second delay. Suddenly, people began to feel a presence behind them mimicking their gestures. The brain, confused by mismatched sensory feedback, split awareness into two identities, the mover and the moved. Consciousness accidentally built a ghost. Scientists still argue whether the feeling is purely neurological or taps into something deeper. Some see it as evidence of how finely balanced self-perception is. Slip the timing, and your sense of me fractures into me and someone else. Others wonder if extreme isolation or stress might heighten sensitivity to subtle cues, letting awareness tune into patterns we normally ignore. The line between illusion and intuition remains fuzzy. Mainstream fact: the temporoparietal junction, the brain region integrating touch, motion, and body awareness, often activates during these experiences. Damage or stimulation there can create out-of-body sensations or the eerie sense of being watched. It's not ghosts, it's geography. Neurons mapping space incorrectly. Still, knowing the anatomy doesn't make the shiver feel less real. Fringe theories, because of course there are, suggest that the presence might represent an extension of consciousness itself, the mind's own projection of awareness, externalized when the self is strained. If your brain can create the illusion of I, perhaps it can also create you, an echo, a phantom companion born of cognitive overflow. Scientists still debate whether this theory is poetic nonsense or a clue that consciousness is more fluid than we think. Here's a soft joke before your imagination gets ideas. If you ever feel watched while alone, at least your brain thinks you're interesting enough to haunt. But there's tenderness in this illusion too. For explorers, prisoners, or the grief-stricken, that phantom presence often brings comfort. Polar adventurers have reported invisible companions walking beside them, offering courage. Survivors of trauma sometimes feel a lost loved one near, steadying them. Whether imagined or metaphysical, the effect is the same. Consciousness conjures what it needs most: connection. Think of it as awareness refusing solitude. The brain evolved in tribes, surrounded by others. When isolation deepens, it improvises a companion from memory and empathy. The presence is your social brain, doing its best to keep you safe. You aren't broken when you feel it. You're exquisitely, evolutionarily human. Scientists still puzzle over why these presences feel so distinctly other. Why doesn't the brain simply register confusion? Why invent a watcher? Some theorize that our sense of self is a constant, delicate prediction loop. When the loop stutters, awareness experiences the error as someone else's existence. Consciousness, in essence, mistakes itself for company. So tonight, as shadows stretch long and your room grows soft with quiet, imagine that uncanny presence not as something to fear, but as proof of awareness's complexity. Your mind is vast enough to simulate companionship out of pure electricity, that feeling of being watched. It's simply your consciousness acknowledging itself. One part of awareness observing another through the keyhole of sensation. You're never truly alone in that sense. Every thought, every breath is already witnessed by you, within you. The watcher and the watched are the same mystery, peering across a mirror that glows in the dark. The consciousness of animals and plants, minds without words, worlds without us. You meet a cat stare, pupils wide, gaze steady, and something passes between you. Not language, not thought, but awareness, recognizing awareness. The cat blinks slowly, as if to say, "Yes, I'm here too." For centuries, humans have wondered, how deep does that here go? Does the animal world teem with other minds quietly perceiving, feeling, maybe even dreaming? And could consciousness reach beyond fur and feather, into leaf, root, and sunlight itself? Mainstream neuroscience has already moved past the old assumption that humans are uniquely conscious. In 2012, a group of leading researchers signed the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, affirming that mammals, birds, and even some invertebrates possess the neurological substrates for awareness. In short, other species don't just react, they experience. The boundary between you and the rest of life is not a wall, but a fog. A quirky tidbit. Octopuses have neurons distributed throughout their arms, each limb capable of independent action. When an octopus explores, it's as if its consciousness ripples outward into 8 partial selves. It doesn't think in one head. It flows through an entire body. Scientists who study them describe the experience as meeting an alien that recognizes you. Scientists still argue how far consciousness extends. Does a bat see the world through echolocation? Or does it simply process sound? Does a bee feel the decision to dance a direction to its hive mates? Or is that instinct alone? The answers remain as elusive as empathy across species can be. What's clear is that consciousness likely wears many costumes, each tuned to its environment, each convinced its version of reality is normal. Mainstream fact: elephants grieve. Dolphins call each other by name. Ravens plan for the future. And rats, yes rats, will free trapped companions before eating, demonstrating empathy once thought exclusive to humans. These findings don't just make animals seem smarter, they make consciousness seem universal. Awareness adapts, but it never disappears. Fringe theories wander into greener pastures. Could plants possess a faint form of awareness too? Researchers at the University of Bonn found that stress plants emit ultrasonic clicks, inaudible to human ears, as if whispering distress. Other studies show root systems communicating chemically, fungi forming neural-like networks beneath forests, what some call the Wood Wide Web. Scientists still debate whether this coordination counts as conscious, but it does seem like nature hums with silent intelligence. Here's a soft joke before the forest eavesdrops. If plants ever develop language, the first word they'll learn is probably finally. But humor aside, it's humbling to imagine consciousness as a spectrum rather than a spotlight. You're not the only flame in the dark, just one flicker among countless others. A crow might dream in motion, a whale in vibration, a tree in sunlight gradients. Each form of awareness translates reality through its own senses. The human version isn't superior, it's simply specialized. Scientists still puzzle over how consciousness feels across species. Could there be a shared root, a universal texture of being that connects all life? If so, every heartbeat, every rustling leaf, every sigh of the ocean might be variations of the same ancient song. The universe listening to itself through different instruments. And perhaps empathy, your ability to sense kinship with a cat's gaze or a bird's call, is that song's echo within you. It's consciousness recognizing family across design. So tonight, as you lie still, think of the invisible symphony outside your walls. The fox padding through grass, the night moth reading starlight with its wings, the ivy whispering through your window screen. You share this world of perception. Their consciousness may not think in words, but it moves in rhythm, presence, and need. The miracle is not that animals might think like us, it's that we can sometimes feel like them. That soft alignment, however brief, dissolves the illusion of separation. Life is not a hierarchy of awareness, but a vast, breathing conversation. And when you drift to sleep, maybe your dreams are just one verse in that larger chorus. The mind of the world humming softly through you, through them, through everything that knows how to be. Why we laugh at the absurd. The strange logic of joy. You're watching something utterly ridiculous. A penguin slips. A friend tells a story that goes nowhere. And before you can analyze why, you burst out laughing. It's involuntary, contagious, and oddly transcendent. For a moment, thought disappears, and all that remains is sound, breath, and delight. Consciousness lets go of control and celebrates nonsense. But why? What is laughter really? And what does it reveal about the mind that can find chaos funny? Mainstream neuroscience treats laughter as a complex social signal. It lights up the prefrontal cortex, decision-making, the amygdala, emotion, and even the motor areas coordinating breath and voice. It's not just a reaction, It's communication. We laugh 30 times more often with others than alone. Evolutionary biologists think laughter evolved long before language as a way of saying, "We're safe now. The danger passed. You can relax." Comedy, in that sense, is civilization's victory lap after tension. A quirky tidbit: rats giggle. Scientists discovered that when tickled or playing, young rats emit ultrasonic chirps at frequencies too high for human ears. They even chase researchers' hands, asking for more. The discovery shocked everyone. It turns out joy might be a biological constant, not an invention of clever humans. Consciousness, it seems, enjoys surprising itself, no matter the species. Scientists still argue why the absurd delights us. The leading theory is incongruity resolution. Your brain predicts one outcome, reality delivers another, and the mismatch triggers amusement. Laughter is the mind's way of resetting expectations. It's cognitive confetti, a celebration of prediction error. Another theory, the benign violation, says humor comes when something breaks the rules safely. Someone slips on a banana peel and lives to tell the tale. Chaos without consequence. Mainstream fact, fMRI scans show that even before you laugh, your brain's reward system anticipates the pleasure. It's preparing to enjoy. That's why the pause before a punchline, the tension, feels delicious. Comedy is emotional roller coasting at the neural level. Fringe theories wander into philosophy, suggesting that laughter might be consciousness, recognizing its own absurdity. The self suddenly realizing it's taking itself too seriously. Maybe that's why humor can feel like relief. Awareness, looking in the mirror and shrugging. All right, this is ridiculous, but we're here. Scientists still debate whether this self-referential humor, laughing at existence itself, is uniquely human or the ultimate coping mechanism of sentient beings aware of mortality. Here's a soft joke before the neurons get smug. If laughter truly adds years to your life, stand-up comedians should be immortal by now. The absurd sits at the crossroads of contradiction. It's the mind confronting impossibility and choosing joy instead of despair. That's why tragedy and comedy are siblings. Both arise when the universe refuses to make sense. Consciousness can either cry or laugh, and sometimes both at once. Psychologists note that laughter also bonds us. Shared humor releases endorphins and oxytocin, the same chemicals that deepen trust and love. Every laugh says, "You see the world the way I do, at least for this second." Two consciousnesses aligning through absurdity. It's empathy disguised as silliness. And think of irony, the mind's sly rebellion against its own seriousness. Irony is consciousness wearing a smirk, acknowledging that meaning is flexible. You're both participant and observer, in on the cosmic joke. Maybe that's why laughter often strikes at the strangest times: funerals, crises, heartbreaks. It's awareness cracking under pressure, but refusing to break. Scientists still debate how early laughter began. Fossil evidence can't capture joy, but evolutionary psychologists believe our ancestors laughed before they could speak, using it to strengthen tribes. The absurd, in other words, built community. Consciousness learned to survive by giggling in the dark. So tonight, if you think of something that makes no sense and find yourself smiling in the half-light, that's not distraction, it's wisdom. Laughter is awareness folding in on itself like origami, realizing the absurdity of trying to make perfect sense of existence. Let the smile stay soft as you drift. The world is strange, unpredictable, sometimes overwhelming, but laughter reminds you it's also playable. Consciousness doesn't just endure the absurd, it dances with it, tickled by its own improbable aliveness. And if you dream tonight, maybe the universe will tell you a joke only you can understand. The punchline won't matter. The laughter will. How emotions hijack reality. When feelings rewrite what you see, you wake up irritated, spill coffee, and suddenly the whole world seems rude. Drivers cut you off, your phone mocks you, the weather feels personal. But on another day, same traffic, same chaos, it all feels fine. The only difference is mood. Consciousness doesn't just observe reality, it colors it. When emotion takes the wheel, perception follows, and suddenly, the world bends to your feelings like glass beneath heat. Mainstream neuroscience explains this vividly. The amygdala, your emotional alarm bell, connects directly to your sensory systems, modulating how you interpret sights and sounds. Anger sharpens focus, fear widens vision, sadness dulls contrast. Your brain edits reality in real time, choosing what to emphasize based on emotional relevance. In other words, feelings aren't reactions to perception. They shape perception. A quirky tidbit. In experiments, people shown a neutral face after watching a horror clip rated it as threatening, while those shown a romantic scene saw the same face as kind. The stimulus never changed. Emotion did. You don't see with your eyes. You see with your mood. Consciousness, it seems, runs on atmospheric lighting. Scientists still argue whether emotion is a primitive force hijacking reason or an intelligent signal built into awareness. Some see feelings as ancient survival software, others as the very compass of consciousness. Without emotion, choices lose weight, meaning dissolves. Even Spock needed curiosity. The debate endures. Are emotions distortions of truth, or the truest way consciousness knows itself? Mainstream fact. Brain scans show that when you reframe emotion, say by labeling fear as excitement, activity shifts from the amygdala to the prefrontal cortex. This is cognitive alchemy, the mind rewriting its own chemistry through awareness. The story you tell about your feeling literally changes your brain's response. Fringe theories stretch this further, suggesting that emotion might not just color perception, it might generate it. In this view, consciousness doesn't passively receive a world. It constructs one consistent with its internal state. Sadness, joy, love. They don't merely interpret reality, they manifest versions of it. Scientists still debate where the line lies between psychology and physics, but anyone who's ever felt the world brighten with love knows emotion can alter light itself. Here's a soft joke before your serotonin takes notes. If reality truly bends to mood, Mondays deserve a Nobel Prize for gravitational pull. But humor aside, emotion is not an intruder. It's the engine. The heart beats first, thought chases after. Even rational decisions emerge from subtle feelings of preference, comfort, or curiosity. Consciousness, far from purely logical, is a duet of reason and emotion playing a single melody called experience. Think about anger, not as chaos, but as a signal. It marks boundaries crossed, injustice sensed. Sadness, too, is communication. An internal message to slow down, to let go. Joy is the nervous system's applause for alignment between desire and reality. Each emotion isn't a flaw in consciousness, but an expression of it. Scientists still study how mindfulness alters this dynamic. When you watch emotions arise without judgment, their power shifts. Instead of hijacking perception, they pass through like weather, coloring the sky without defining the world. Awareness reclaims authorship from the amygdala, choosing calm over chaos. The result isn't numbness but clarity, seeing the storm without becoming it. There's a reason art and music feel true in ways facts can't. They speak the native language of emotion, bypassing intellect and touching the body's own resonance. Consciousness recognizes itself more easily in feeling than in reason. It's less about logic, more about vibration. So tonight, if your thoughts drift towards something that stirs emotion, let it. Notice how even now, lying still, a single memory can change the texture of your entire reality. The room warmer, the air denser, the colors softer. You're watching emotions sculpt existence in real time. Let that awareness be tender. You don't need to control the feeling. You only need to witness it shaping and reshaping your world. Tomorrow's reality will taste different. That's the beauty of consciousness. It paints, wipes, and repaints endlessly, making the universe new with every mood. Why silence can feel loud. The sound of awareness hearing itself. You turn everything off, the phone, the fan, the low hum of daily machinery, and suddenly, the quiet isn't quiet at all. There's a faint hiss, a ringing, the throb of your own pulse echoing in your ears. The stillness feels crowded, almost alive. It's as if, when the world stops making noise, consciousness turns up its own volume. You're not just hearing silence, you're hearing yourself. Mainstream neuroscience says that what we call silence is never true absence of sound. The brain is tuned to seek input, so when external stimuli fade, it amplifies internal ones. You hear blood rushing through the cochlea, the whisper of neurons firing, maybe even the subtle tone of spontaneous ear activity, known as spontaneous otoacoustic emissions. In other words, your body hums like an instrument even when the world goes still. A quirky tidbit. Visitors to an anechoic chamber, the quietest room on earth, often last only a few minutes before becoming disoriented. Some hear their heartbeat, others detect strange phantom sounds, and a few even report feeling watched. The absence of external noise removes the brain's reference points, leaving consciousness suspended in its own echo. The silence doesn't empty you, it reveals you. Scientists still argue whether the discomfort comes from sensory deprivation or from facing awareness raw, without distractions. Silence forces you to notice the hum of existence inside, the inner dialogue, the subtle tension, the constant commentary that noise usually drowns out. For many, that's terrifying. Consciousness, stripped of stimulus, starts eavesdropping on itself. Mainstream fact: the auditory cortex stays active even in silence, predicting sound where none exists. It's a restless system. Evolution designed it to expect noise because silence, in ancient times, often meant danger, a predator's pause. That's why stillness can feel unnerving. Awareness confuses calm with alertness. It leans forward, waiting for the next sound. Fringe thinkers take this idea further, suggesting that the loudness of silence is consciousness perceiving its own baseline frequency, the hum of being itself. Every sensation, they argue, vibrates on a spectrum, and when external vibrations vanish, awareness finally hears the one it's been making all along. Scientists, cautious as ever, call this poetic, but not implausible. Here's a soft joke before the hush gets too intense. If you ever feel lonely in the quiet, just remember, your nervous system's throwing a full drum solo in there. In meditation, practitioners learn to befriend this silence. The goal isn't to quiet the mind, but to hear the mind's quiet, its subtle rhythm beneath thought. Monks describe deep stillness as not empty, but dense, filled with presence, like standing in thick air. It's the sound of consciousness becoming audible to itself. Scientists still debate whether silence changes the brain physically, but early studies suggest it does. Periods of quiet increase hippocampal cell growth in mice, improving memory and learning. Silence, ironically, makes the brain louder in wisdom. Yet silence isn't the absence of meaning, it's its amplifier. In music, the pause between notes gives shape to melody. In conversation, a shared quiet can say more than words. Consciousness, too, finds definition in what it doesn't fill. The still gaps between moments let awareness breathe. When you lie awake at night, the noise of silence might pulse with thoughts, memories, faint electric whispers. Instead of resisting them, try listening deeper, past the chatter, into the gentle hum beneath everything. That's not your ears anymore. That's your being, humming softly like the background radiation of the cosmos. Scientists still ponder why such silence feels vast. Perhaps because, in that stillness, boundaries dissolve. You stop hearing in the world and start hearing as the world. Awareness spreads into space, unanchored, spacious, infinite. So tonight, let the quiet grow louder. Let the hum rise and fall like slow breath. Don't rush to fill it. It's the most honest sound consciousness can make. Within that silence lies not emptiness but invitation. To listen to existence itself whispering, I'm still here. When you forget you exist, meditation or miracle, you're sitting still, breathing softly, thoughts drifting like dandelion seeds. And then, without warning, the sense of you slips away. For a moment, there's no boundary between body and air, no watcher behind the eyes. There's just awareness, pure, bright, wordless. Then the thought returns. Oh, I'm meditating, and the spell breaks. Consciousness, it seems, can forget itself and still remain. What happens in that strange gap, where the self dissolves but experience continues? Mainstream neuroscience calls this ego dissolution, a temporary shutdown of the brain's default mode network, the same internal narrator that keeps track of me. Meditation, psychedelics, even intense flow states can silence that network, leaving awareness without its usual commentary. The result feels both empty and full, terrifying and peaceful. It's not death, it's a vacation from identity. A quirky tidbit. Tibetan monks trained in non-dual awareness can enter this state at will. Brain scans show synchronized gamma waves rippling across regions that normally compete for attention. The mind stops labeling experiences as inside or outside. It just is. These practitioners describe it as the vastness between two thoughts, a space where even the idea of separation fades. Scientists still argue whether this is a neurological trick or a glimpse of consciousness's deeper nature. Materialists say it's just the brain tuning out the self-model. Mystics claim it's a peek behind the curtain, a return to awareness without form. The debate circles endlessly because once you forget yourself, there's no you left to describe it. Mainstream fact: even during these selfless states, the sensory cortex remains active. You still see, hear, and breathe, but the information isn't claimed by anyone. Perception without possession. It's as if awareness exists just fine without its favorite narrator. quietly astonished by its own persistence. Fringe theories push further, suggesting ego loss may reveal consciousness as a field rather than an individual property. In this view, yourself is just a localized ripple in a larger awareness ocean. When the ripple calms, the water remembers it was never separate. Scientists still debate whether that metaphor is meaningful or mystical poetry, but even skeptics admit it feels profoundly real. Here's a soft joke before enlightenment gets too dramatic. If you ever forget you exist, don't panic. You can always find yourself in the fridge later. But beneath the humor lies something extraordinary. When you dissolve into awareness, fear evaporates. There's no I left to be threatened. Pain loses its sting. Time loses its edges. Consciousness floats, untethered yet serene, like a drop of ink dissolving into water. The return of self afterward can feel almost clumsy, like waking from a dream of infinite space into a crowded apartment. Scientists studying long-term meditators note lasting effects: reduced anxiety, increased empathy, and the quiet confidence that the self is not the whole story. Perhaps forgetting you is the brain's way of remembering everything else. The boundary between miracle and mechanism remains fuzzy. Some call these states mystical union. Others call them neuroplastic calm. But maybe both are true. Consciousness, stripped of narrative, doesn't stop. It expands. It's awareness realizing it never belonged to one mind in the first place. So tonight, as you rest and your sense of self grows soft at the edges, don't hold too tightly to identity. Let the I blur into the rhythm of breath, into the hum of quiet, into everything that isn't you but somehow always was. If you forget yourself for a while, good. You'll still be here when you return, just calmer, lighter, reminded that the story of me is only one small verse in the grand song of being. And in that rare, silent interval where existence forgets its own name, perhaps consciousness tastes its truest flavor, infinite, effortless, and beautifully anonymous. The flicker between sleep and wake, where consciousness fades but never fully goes. It's that delicate hinge of night, the moment when thoughts stop lining up and reality starts bending. You drift, dip, catch yourself, drift again. The border between sleep and wakefulness flickers like an old film reel, frames overlapping. 1 second, you're thinking about brushing your teeth. The next, you're floating down a staircase that doesn't exist. The body is still, the mind unmoored. Consciousness, ever the performer, is changing costumes. Mainstream neuroscience calls this the hypnopompic, waking up, and hypnagogic, falling asleep states, thresholds where the brain transitions between two modes of awareness. During these flickers, the prefrontal cortex, which keeps logic tidy, powers down before the visual and emotional centers do. That's why everything feels surreal. Dreams start leaking into reality, while consciousness hasn't fully logged out. A quirky tidbit: Thomas Edison, Salvador Dali, and Nikola Tesla all harnessed this twilight flicker for creativity. They'd hold objects in their hands as they dozed, letting the sound of the fall wake them right as dreams began forming. In that split second between worlds, they'd catch glimpses of bizarre, luminous ideas, the mind half asleep, half awake, and utterly uninhibited. Scientists still argue what happens to consciousness in these transitions. Is it continuous, like a dimmer switch fading between brightness and dark? Or does it blink off and on, momentary gaps of oblivion between thought and dream? The truth remains elusive, because studying awareness while it flickers is like photographing lightning with your eyes closed. Mainstream fact: during this liminal phase, the brain's alpha and theta waves blend, creating strange sensory crossovers, seeing sounds, hearing colors, or feeling motion while perfectly still. You might hear a voice call your name or feel a presence nearby. These aren't signs of madness, but echoes from the dream world arriving early. Your brain, ever impatient, starts storytelling before the curtains even up. Fringe theories go further, suggesting these in-between moments might reveal the scaffolding of consciousness itself, the raw awareness that underlies both waking thought and dream imagery. Perhaps the flicker is where you can glimpse the mind's true nature: boundless, formless, uncommitted. Scientists still debate whether these transitions are glitches or glimpses of something continuous beneath the switching. Here's a soft joke before your neurons yawn. The moment between sleep and wake is like your brain hitting shuffle on reality and forgetting to press play again. But maybe that confusion is the point. In these twilight states, the strict boundaries between you and your world loosen. You can see impossible things, meet strangers who feel familiar, or solve problems your waking brain couldn't touch. It's as if the mind momentarily remembers how to be fluid, less editor, more explorer. Artists call it the liminal glow. Psychologists call it micro-dreaming, and mystics call it the doorway. Whatever the name, it's the same place. Awareness, halfway through the veil, whispering back to itself. Scientists still puzzle over why these moments feel so profound. Maybe it's because they dissolve the illusion of control. You realize thought can occur without thinker, dream without dreamer. Consciousness keeps flowing, even when you let go. Tonight, when you hover in that in-between, too tired to stay awake, too aware to sleep, try not to fight it. Let the flicker happen. Notice the drifting images, the slipping logic, the strange softness that comes when the mind forgets what category it's in. This is the rehearsal for surrender, the gentle practice of dissolving without fear. Consciousness doesn't vanish. It simply changes texture from thought to dream, from identity to infinity. And when sleep finally wins, it won't feel like disappearance. It'll feel like continuation. The story pausing mid-sentence, confident it knows how to resume at dawn. So let go. Let awareness flicker, fade, and return, like candlelight playing with wind. Even in the darkness between those moments, something still hums softly. The quiet pulse of being, never fully off, never fully on, just endlessly transforming. Can a thought change the world? The physics of intention and imagination. You've done it before. Paused mid-sentence, imagined an outcome, and felt the world shift ever so slightly around that thought. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's focus, maybe, in some quiet way, consciousness nudges reality just by picturing it. Every invention, every revolution, every whispered prayer began as a thought. The question isn't whether thoughts matter, they clearly do. It's how far their reach extends. Mainstream neuroscience grounds this mystery in a concept called neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change its own structure through repeated thought. Each idea strengthens connections between neurons, literally reshaping physical matter inside your head. Think something often enough, and you carve it into biology. It's consciousness remodeling its own hardware, thought sculpting the thinker. A quirky tidbit. In a study on musicians, researchers found that imagining playing piano strengthened the same neural circuits as physically practicing. The brain, unable to tell the difference, trained itself on pure imagination. Consciousness rehearses reality, and sometimes reality follows suit. Scientists still argue where imagination stops and influence begins. On one side, skeptics insist thoughts change only the mind that thinks them. On the other, quantum romantics whisper that observation itself affects matter, that consciousness plays a role in shaping the physical world. Between those extremes lies an undeniable truth. Everything human built began invisible. The skyscraper was once a sketch, the poem once a heartbeat, the first wheel once a what-if. Mainstream fact: the brain's predictive coding means it constantly anticipates outcomes and aligns behavior accordingly. In essence, expectation becomes instruction. Placebos heal, confidence inspires, fear attracts the very chaos it dreads. Thought, by changing behavior, alters the environment, and the environment changes the world. Fringe theories dance on the edge of metaphysics. Some propose that consciousness operates not in the universe but with it, an interactive field where intention influences probability. Scientists still debate whether these effects are measurable or psychological sleight of hand. But they also know that belief, especially collective belief, can reshape societies, economies, even ecosystems. Reality bends, however slightly, to consensus. Here's a soft joke before you start manifesting car keys out of thin air. If thoughts truly create reality, we owe coffee an apology for all the mornings we've cursed it. Still, there's power in this premise. A thought might not rewrite the laws of physics, but it can rewire the laws of perception. And perception, multiplied across billions of minds, becomes history. The Berlin Wall fell because people imagined life without it. Electricity was born from someone dreaming lightning into order. Every world-changing act starts with an invisible rehearsal in someone's head. Scientists studying collective psychology find that shared ideas synchronize neural patterns among groups. Empathy, storytelling, and shared goals literally align brainwaves. Thought doesn't stop at the skull. It resonates between minds, creating networks of belief that ripple outward. You don't need magic. You just need enough minds thinking together. And yet, there's something sacred about a single thought too. The quiet spark before action. That brief flicker where consciousness sketches possible futures, like an artist testing colors on an infinite canvas. The world may not instantly change, but you do. And that's where change begins. Scientists still debate whether intention influences probability, but your nervous system doesn't wait for consensus. Think of love, and your heart rate steadies. Imagine danger, and adrenaline surges. The body listens, the world responds. Perhaps reality isn't waiting for grand gestures, just quieter alignments between thought and behavior. So tonight, as you lie in the half-dark, drifting toward dreams, let a single thought settle gently. Not a demand, not a wish, just a whisper of possibility. Picture a calmer world, or a kinder morning, or simply the warmth of peace expanding like light through glass. Whether or not the universe bends to that thought doesn't matter. You've already changed something, the texture of awareness, the chemistry of being. Consciousness has done what it always does best. Imagine the world, and then try softly to make it real. The weight of being. Why existence feels so heavy sometimes. You know that feeling, lying awake at night, chest tight with a quiet gravity. Nothing's wrong, exactly, yet the act of being feels enormous. Consciousness, normally featherlight, suddenly weighs tons. It's as if awareness itself has mass, pressing gently but insistently on your ribs. You're not imagining it. The human mind, capable of imagining galaxies, also feels their weight. Mainstream neuroscience says that this heaviness isn't mystical, it's metabolic. The brain, despite being just 2% of body mass, consumes about 20% of your energy. Thinking, remembering, worrying, they all burn real fuel. Consciousness is expensive, biologically speaking. When the mind spins on meaning, it's not just metaphor, it's muscle work, a quirky tidbit. When neuroscientists measured brain energy during deep rest, they found that doing nothing costs almost as much as problem solving. The default mode network, the system that reflects, replays, and self-narrates, never shuts up. Even when you're still, your inner world is bench-pressing existence. Awareness hums on standby, heavy with history and possibility. Scientists still argue whether the feeling of existential weight is emotion, cognition, or something deeper. Some say it's the byproduct of too much introspection, consciousness turning its gaze inward until it drowns in its own reflection. Others suspect it's evolutionary, a built-in melancholy that keeps humans cautious, bonded, and humble. Either way, the mind seems aware of its own mass, the effort it takes to stay awake to reality. Mainstream fact, when you experience awe, a vast sky, a towering mountain, the brain's parietal lobes, which map self in space, quiet down. You feel small, light, unburdened. But when awareness tightens around identity, the opposite happens. Self-focus increases neural load. I becomes heavy. The trick, then, is not to shrink the world, but to expand your sense of belonging within it. Fringe theories wander into poetic physics, suggesting consciousness could interact with gravity itself, that awareness might subtly warp space-time, however infinitesimally. Others argue the sensation of weight is symbolic, a psychological expression of the mind recognizing its own finite place in an infinite system. Scientists still debate whether this existential heaviness is a bug or a feature. Perhaps the mind evolved to feel its own significance. Here's a soft joke before gravity sues for emotional damages. Consciousness doesn't carry the world on its shoulders. It just forgets where it put the floor. But there's beauty in the burden. The weight of being often arrives hand in hand with empathy. You feel others' pain, history's echoes, the enormity of what it means to exist among billions. That's not weakness, it's resonance. Consciousness is heavy because it's connected. You're not feeling the mass of you, you're feeling the gravity of us. Think of it like standing on the edge of the ocean. You can't hold it, but you feel its pull. Existence presses down not to crush you, but to remind you that you belong to something immense. Awareness, by its nature, bears witness, and witness carries weight. Scientists still explore how meditation, gratitude, and even laughter lighten that load. When the brain shifts from self-centered rumination to outward focus, curiosity, love, wonder, the network of heaviness quiets. The mind, for a moment, redistributes its gravity. Being becomes buoyant again. So tonight, if the air feels dense, don't fight it. The heaviness is proof of depth. You are a creature aware enough to feel the cost of consciousness, and that's miraculous. Let the pressure remind you that existence isn't flat but full, curved inward by your attention. As breath slows, the weight begins to lift, not because it's gone, but because you're no longer resisting it. The world holds you as much as you hold it. The gravity of being turns into grounding, the burden into belonging. And as you drift towards sleep, awareness finally exhales. Consciousness remains, still massive, still luminous, but now weightless, suspended like a planet in quiet orbit around itself. Why you can't ticklishly tickle yourself? When prediction defeats surprise, you know exactly where you're ticklish, ribs, feet, the soft spots that make you squirm. But try to tickle yourself and nothing. Your brain just yawns. It knows your every move before you make it. Somehow, consciousness can't surprise itself, at least not physically. The result is evolutionary comedy, the universe's most self-aware prank that never lands. Mainstream neuroscience explains this through sensory attenuation, your brain's ability to predict the sensations it's about to cause. The cerebellum sends a copy of every motor command to the sensory cortex, a heads-up that tells your mind what to expect. When the expected matches the felt, the sensation is dampened. Surprise cancelled. It's like sending yourself a spoiler text before the punchline. A quirky tidbit. Researchers built a robotic tickle machine that delivers delayed touches. When participants controlled it directly, they barely reacted. But when a computer introduced even a 300 millisecond delay, enough to break prediction, their laughter returned. A tiny temporal glitch. And suddenly, your own fingers become mischievous strangers. Scientists still argue why ticklishness evolved in the first place. One theory says it's a social bonding mechanism. Tickling triggers laughter. Laughter builds trust. Another posits it's a defense reflex. Sensitive areas like the neck and underarms evolved to react to potential threats. Whatever its origin, ticklishness lives at the crossroads of pleasure and panic, where anticipation meets helplessness. Mainstream fact, the somatosensory cortex, which processes touch, and the anterior cingulate cortex, which processes emotional response, fire differently when someone else tickles you versus when you try yourself. The external tickle registers as unpredictable, the self-generated one as dull background noise. In essence, the brain filters out what it already knows it caused. Consciousness, apparently, doesn't like spoilers. Fringe theories get more poetic. Some suggest self-tickling fails because it undermines the illusion of separateness. Your brain depends on distinguishing between self and other to maintain a coherent sense of identity. Tickling yourself short-circuits that distinction. Scientists still debate whether this predictive mechanism is merely neural housekeeping or the very architecture of the self. Here's a soft joke before your nervous system gets too smug. Your brain has trust issues. It just refuses to laugh at your own jokes. But think about what this means on a deeper level. You can't tickle yourself because your brain already knows you. It predicts your movements, your sensations, even your thoughts milliseconds ahead. Consciousness is, in part, prediction dressed as perception. Every now you feel is already history. The present is a trick your neurons perform to keep experience smooth. That same mechanism that spoils self-tickling is what keeps your coffee cup steady, your speech fluent, your sense of self intact. If the brain couldn't anticipate its own inputs, every movement would feel alien. The price of coordination is predictability, and predictability dulls surprise. Scientists still puzzle over whether breaking that loop, through meditation, psychedelics, or hypnosis, allows consciousness to experience itself freshly again. When the predictive filters relax, the world can seem brighter, sounds sharper, laughter freer. Maybe you can't tickle yourself because you're too familiar with being you. Surprise, it seems, requires a little mystery. This is why other people can make you laugh more than you can yourself. They're wild cards in your internal forecast. Their touch, their timing, their tone, all beautifully unpredictable. Awareness craves that. Surprise is how consciousness reminds itself it's alive. So tonight, if you lie there trying to outsmart your own brain, give up gracefully. The inability to tickle yourself is not failure. It's design. Your mind knows its own rhythm too well. And that's strangely comforting. Because while you can't trick your body into surprise, you can let life do it for you. Every unexpected laugh, every unplanned joy, is the universe's way of tickling awareness from the outside, reminding you that not everything is predictable. And that's exactly what makes it fun to be conscious. Let that thought settle, warm and amused. You can't surprise yourself with touch, but maybe, just maybe, awareness can still surprise itself with wonder. The hidden narrator in every moment. The voice that tells your life like a story. You're walking down a hallway, keys in hand, mind elsewhere, and you hear it. Not out loud, but inside. Don't forget to grab your coat. It's that quiet, ever-present commentator narrating your existence. It names, reminds, critiques, rehearses conversations that never happen. It's not quite you, yet it's always there. The mind's invisible roommate. Consciousness, it turns out, comes with built-in subtitles. Mainstream neuroscience calls this phenomenon inner speech, a running monologue produced by the brain's language centers, primarily Broca's area and the auditory cortex. When you talk to yourself, you're activating the same regions used for external speech, just turned inward. Your brain literally hears your own voice without sound. It's thought with an accent. A quirky tidbit. About 5% of people report no internal voice at all. Instead, they think in images, abstract symbols, or pure intuition. Others have a chorus, multiple voices offering advice, commentary, or sarcasm. There's no single normal way to narrate reality. The mind's storytelling style is as unique as its fingerprint. Scientists still argue why consciousness insists on this inner narration. Some claim it evolved as a memory aid, keeping track of plans and identities. Others suggest it's the byproduct of self-awareness, language turned inward, the brain eavesdropping on its own cognition. Still others wonder whether the narrator is you at all, or merely a convenient illusion, consciousness pretending to be cohesive. Mainstream fact: when researchers ask people to perform silent reading, the auditory cortex lights up as if sound were present. The brain doesn't distinguish much between hearing and imagining speech. That's why your inner voice can shout, whisper, or even sing. It's a fully sensory hallucination the mind politely calls thinking. Fringe theories propose that this narrator may not just describe experience, but construct it. The self, they say, is a story consciousness tells to itself in real time. Without narration, there might still be sensation, but no you linking it together. Scientists still debate whether turning off that voice through meditation or brain injury reveals truth or emptiness. Here's a soft joke before your inner monologue feels judged. If your brain had a podcast, it would already have millions of episodes and 0 listeners. But pause for a moment and really notice it. The narrator, shaping every experience into meaning. It edits, omits, interprets. You don't just see a tree. The voice says, "That's a tree." You don't just feel pain. It announces, "That hurt." The commentary feels automatic, but it's actually a masterpiece of synthesis, binding perception into narrative so the world doesn't dissolve into chaos. Scientists still explore how silence affects this loop. Experienced meditators report that when the inner voice quiets, perception sharpens. The world feels immediate, raw, unscripted. But even then, the narrator tends to creep back in, softly, helpfully, whispering labels like breadcrumbs through experience. Consciousness, it seems, can't resist telling itself its own story. Sometimes, that narrator can be cruel, harsh self-talk looping endlessly. Other times, it's gentle, poetic, even funny. The tone matters. It shapes emotion and identity. The words you choose inside sculpt the texture of your awareness. Neuroscientists call this self-directed neuroplasticity. Change your inner story, and you literally rewire your brain. So tonight, as that soft voice narrates your winding down, the lights are low, the bed is warm, my eyes are heavy. Listen to it, not as noise but as art. That's consciousness writing in real time, scripting a bedtime story from raw existence. The narrator isn't your enemy. It's your translator, your chronicler, the librarian of moments. Without it, the world might still happen, but it would lack continuity. Awareness narrates because it loves to make sense, to spin sensation into story, silence into meaning. And when you finally drift into dreams, the voice will rest too, slipping off stage as imagination takes over. But don't worry, it'll be back at dawn, bright-eyed, ready to remind you who you are and how the story continues. Why you love the sound of rain, the physics of peace. There's a reason the world feels softer when rain begins to fall. The hiss against windows, the rhythmic patter on rooftops. It's like the universe turning down the brightness on everything. You breathe slower. Thoughts blur into background noise. The rain doesn't demand attention. It gives permission to rest. Consciousness, finally, gets to exhale. Mainstream neuroscience credits this comfort to pink noise, a balanced blend of frequencies that mimic the natural rhythm of the human heartbeat. Unlike harsh sounds, pink noise is gently random, never repetitive enough to annoy nor chaotic enough to alarm. It masks sudden noises, stabilizing the auditory system. The brain, tuned for pattern detection, relaxes when it can't find one. It interprets that unpredictability as safety. A quirky tidbit. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station use recordings of rainfall to help them sleep. In the mechanical hum of space, where no weather exists, synthetic rain offers a sense of grounding, a reminder of Earth's familiar heartbeat. Even without atmosphere, consciousness seems to crave its home frequency. Scientists still argue why rain feels emotionally soothing rather than just acoustically pleasing. Some say it's associative memory, the smell of petrichor and sound of rain linked with shelter and warmth. Others believe the slow, non-threatening repetition triggers the parasympathetic nervous system, reducing cortisol. Whatever the mechanism, rain seems to synchronize external rhythm with internal calm. Mainstream fact. Studies show that natural sounds, especially rainfall, decrease activity in the brain's amygdala, the fear center, while activating the prefrontal cortex, responsible for reflection and creativity. In other words, rain doesn't just relax you, it makes you gently thoughtful. Fringe theories, always poetic, suggest rain's appeal is ancient memory, cellular nostalgia for the primordial waters where life began. The sound might resonate with an ancestral calm buried deep in DNA. Scientists still debate that one, but it's hard not to feel the romance. Raindrops as lullabies from the beginning of time. Here's a soft joke before you start checking the forecast. Rain is just the sky finally remembering to hydrate. But think about it. Why does consciousness respond so readily to rhythm? Maybe because the first sound you ever heard was rhythmic too. Your mother's heartbeat echoing through amniotic water. Every pulse, every rainfall, every tide is a distant cousin of that original safety. No wonder it soothes. Awareness recognizes home by sound. There's also something inherently democratic about rain. It touches everyone, everything, without preference. It's collective intimacy made audible. The white noise erases distinctions. You, the city, the trees, all bathed in the same steady hush. Consciousness loves that kind of equality. The world becomes one continuous breath. Scientists still explore how consistent background noise affects thought. Writers and artists often work to rain sounds because it quiets the frontal chatter, freeing creativity. The sensory load lightens, and awareness slips into flow, half alert, half dreaming. Rain blurs the border between focus and drift. Listen closely next time. Each drop is random yet meaningful, like improvisation with no audience. The brain's auditory neurons fire in small, irregular bursts to match it, syncing with nature's spontaneous tempo. Consciousness, momentarily, moves at the world's pace instead of its own. And maybe that's why rain feels intimate. It's external weather mirroring internal weather. The sky cries quietly, and for once, the mind doesn't need to fix anything. It just listens. So tonight, as you lie there, imagine the soft percussion of water on glass. Let each drop flatten the sharp edges of thought. Let the rhythm slow your pulse until your breath and the rain sound indistinguishable. Because in that sound is more than noise, it's the physics of peace, the music of molecules remembering their way home. Consciousness, ever restless, finally finds a tempo that feels like belonging. And as you drift off, that rhythm will continue, steady and ancient, washing even your dreams clean. The hallucination called color. How your mind paints the invisible. You open your eyes to morning light, gold on the wall, blue sky, green leaves outside, and it feels obvious that color exists. But it doesn't. The world, stripped to physics, is just wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation. There's no red or blue floating out there, only energy. Color lives entirely inside your head. Consciousness is the painter, not the canvas. Mainstream neuroscience calls this miracle color perception, a process that begins in the retina. Photoreceptor cells, cones, respond to specific light frequencies and send signals to the brain. But those signals aren't color yet. They're data. Only when the visual cortex interprets and compares them do you experience hue. The redness of red isn't out there. It's a brain-generated hallucination shared so consistently, we call it reality. A quirky tidbit. Some species see colors you never will. Bees perceive ultraviolet, shrimp see 12 color channels, and the mantis shrimp holds the record, up to 16. Its visual world likely looks nothing like ours. Meanwhile, dogs and most mammals see in muted blues and yellows. So when you throw a red ball, your dog thinks you're playing with a dull beige mystery orb. Consciousness isn't universal. It's personal lighting design. Scientists still argue why evolution built this elaborate illusion at all. One theory suggests color enhances object recognition and emotional signaling. Ripe fruit, flushed skin, safe firelight. Another proposes it's simply efficient. The brain compresses visual complexity into coded sensations for faster processing. But that doesn't explain qualia, why red feels passionate, blue calm. The physics don't care. Consciousness does. Mainstream fact: colorblind individuals perceive the world differently, not because of broken eyes, but because their brains never build the same categories, yet they navigate just fine. That means color, while emotionally rich, isn't necessary for function. It's an aesthetic flourish of awareness. Evolution, apparently, gave the mind permission to decorate perception. Fringe theories flirt with something deeper. Maybe color is a metaphor for how consciousness constructs all experience. You don't see light itself, but your interpretation of it. The same might be true of time, sound, even self. Reality could be a grand collaboration between external input and internal storytelling. Scientists still debate where the physical ends and the perceptual begins. Here's a soft joke before philosophy hijacks the palate. If color is an illusion, interior designers have been charging us for brain art this whole time. But think about it. How magical that the mind converts invisible frequencies into mood. Warm colors soothe, cool ones calm, though the temperature difference is imaginary. Painters have always known this intuitively. Consciousness responds to wavelengths like chords of emotion. Your visual cortex hums in harmony, interpreting energy as feeling. Even more fascinating, your brain doesn't need eyes to see color. People in deep meditation or dreams report vivid hues independent of light. These experiences activate the same neural circuits as visual perception. Consciousness can paint from memory alone. You're not seeing light, you're seeing awareness illuminated. Scientists still puzzle over whether we all perceive color the same way. Is your blue my blue? Language complicates this further. Some cultures have no word for green or blue, lumping them together. Their brains literally draw boundaries differently. That means perception isn't just biology, it's collective imagination. Consciousness agrees on color so we can share a world. So tonight, when darkness surrounds you, remember, black is an absence. It's the canvas waiting for light. And when light returns, your mind will repaint the world in wavelengths turn wonder. Every sunrise is consciousness rebooting its hallucination, layering invisible frequencies into emotion, story, meaning. Color doesn't exist, yet it's one of the most powerful experiences you have. The universe sends data, the mind replies with art. Let that thought sink in as your eyelids lower, the palette dimming, the world dissolving into grayscale calm. In sleep, you'll see colors again, conjured from nothing but memory and mystery. Consciousness doesn't need the sun to keep painting. When the brain predicts the future, the mind as a time machine. You reach for a glass before it tips, finish someone's sentence, or flinch before the thunder after lightning. It feels like instinct, but is more. Your brain is living slightly ahead of you. Consciousness, for all its talk of now, is constantly predicting next. Every perception, every movement, every thought is the future arriving early. Mainstream neuroscience calls this the predictive processing model. The brain isn't a passive receiver. It's a fortune teller. It builds models of reality, compares incoming data against them, and updates when surprised. You don't see the world as it is. You see the world as your brain expects it to be. Reality, in other words, is your best guess, updated 30 milliseconds late, and still convinced it's live. A quirky tidbit. Studies show your brain starts prepping muscles for movement before you consciously decide to move. It's as though the body already knows what you'll choose, then politely waits for you to catch up and take credit. Consciousness, the eternal PR manager, narrates spontaneity as intention. Scientists still argue how deep these predictions go. Are we merely forecasting motion, or is thought itself predictive? Some claim that emotion, perception, and imagination are all variations of one predictive act, the mind rehearsing the world into being. The boundaries blur. What you expect shapes what you perceive. Expect joy, and the world brightens. Expect fear, and every shadow sharpens. Mainstream fact, your brain processes visual information with a tiny delay, about 1/10 of a second. To compensate, it continuously projects forward, predicting where objects will be. That's why a baseball player can hit a 90-mile-per-hour pitch. His brain swings into the future. Consciousness, biologically, is time travel in miniature. Fringe theories go further. Some physicists and parapsychologists have suggested that precognition, the sensation of knowing something before it happens, might stem from the brain's prediction engine overshooting. When reality eventually aligns, it feels prophetic. Scientists still debate whether these effects are statistical noise, subconscious pattern recognition, or hints that time isn't quite as linear as we believe. Here's a soft joke before your neurons start charging consulting fees. Your brain is basically a psychic that only predicts traffic lights and snack cravings. Still, think about it. Your mind's job isn't to record the present, it's to anticipate it. Consciousness filters reality through expectation. That's why habits form so easily. Predictable feedback loops become self-fulfilling. The brain loves accuracy more than truth. It would rather predict the same disappointment correctly than be surprised by joy. But awareness offers an escape. When you become conscious of your predictive nature, you can rewrite the forecast. Mindfulness, gratitude, even imagination shift what the brain expects, and therefore what it perceives. The future, at least the personal kind, begins in these small internal revisions. Scientists still puzzle over why prediction feels so seamless. The process happens below awareness, yet its effects define identity. Perhaps the self itself is a long-term prediction, a narrative stitched together from expectation and memory. You are not just remembering who you were, you're continuously predicting who you'll be. Consciousness, ever the storyteller, edits ahead of time. This might explain déjà vu, when your predictive model misfires, recognizing a pattern milliseconds before the present confirms it. The result feels supernatural. I've been here before. In truth, you haven't. Your brain's clock just ran slightly fast. So tonight, as you lie in the soft quiet between wakefulness and dream, consider how your mind is already anticipating the next heartbeat, the next breath, even the next thought. You're not passively drifting into tomorrow, you're constructing it. The future, it turns out, isn't waiting somewhere ahead. It's assembling itself inside you, one neuron's prediction at a time. Consciousness lives slightly forward of the moment, painting probability into perception. And as you finally let go, sleep will take over the predictions, crafting entire worlds before you even dream them. Tomorrow's mind is already rehearsing behind your closed eyes. You just haven't arrived yet. Can consciousness survive death? The question that won't stay buried. You've probably thought it, lying in the dark, listening to your own pulse fade into quiet. What happens when that rhythm stops? Does awareness simply switch off, like a light cut from power? Or does something, however faint, linger beyond the body that held it? Consciousness, for all its curiosity, can't observe its own ending. That's the paradox, the one mystery the mind can't survive to solve. Mainstream neuroscience insists that consciousness arises from the brain's complex electrical choreography. When the neurons stop firing, experience stops too. Death, by this view, is simply the permanent end of integration. The orchestra silenced, the music gone. And yet, scientists still puzzle over reports that don't fit neatly into that conclusion. A quirky tidbit. Studies on cardiac arrest patients show bursts of organized brain activity up to 30 seconds after clinical death, patterns resembling waking consciousness. Some survivors recall vivid, structured experiences, floating, watching, even feeling peace. Are these final flickers of a dying brain, or glimpses of something beyond biology's reach? Science, cautious as always, remains undecided. Scientists still argue whether consciousness is a product of matter or a fundamental property of the universe. If it's emergent, tied to neurons, then death is dissolution. But if it's primary, like space, time, or energy, then maybe awareness doesn't end. It simply changes form. The debate isn't just academic, it's existential poetry disguised as physics. Mainstream fact: under anesthesia or deep coma, brain activity can drop near zero, yet consciousness returns intact when the body revives. The self, apparently, can pause without vanishing. It's this resilience that keeps researchers wondering whether death might be an irreversible pause, not a true deletion. Fringe theories abound. Some physicists propose that consciousness could exist as quantum information, preserved within space-time structure. Others imagine awareness as non-local, a wave pattern collapsing only when tied to the brain. Scientists still debate whether this is testable science or just elegant metaphors for the unknowable. Here's a soft joke before eternity gets too heavy. If consciousness does survive, someone needs to tell it to stop checking its phone for updates. But maybe survival isn't about continuation, it's about transformation. You, after all, are already a recycled miracle. Atoms from stars, water from ancient seas, air from the breaths of countless others. If matter and energy persist, perhaps awareness, whatever it truly is, rejoins that ongoing flow, redistributed into new configurations of perception. Some near-death researchers suggest that as the brain dies, its predictive filters collapse, letting awareness flood with raw, unfiltered reality. The tunnel of light, the life review, the overwhelming love. Maybe those aren't hallucinations, but glimpses of consciousness unbound from survival's machinery. Scientists still can't say. The data is as transient as the witnesses. What's certain is that the fear of death and the fascination with it are both uniquely human signs of self-awareness. No other creature seems to ponder its own ending so endlessly. Perhaps the question itself, does consciousness continue, is proof that something inside us refuses finality. And even if awareness doesn't persist as you, traces of consciousness ripple outward in subtler ways. The memories you've shaped, the emotions you've inspired, the molecules you return to the world, your laughter, your thoughts, your breath, they all become raw material for future awarenesses. The self ends, but consciousness, distributed across life, endures as pattern, energy, story. So tonight, instead of fearing the darkness, let it remind you of continuity. The same stillness that follows death also cradles sleep. You dissolve nightly and return, unchanged yet renewed. Maybe that's all the universe promises. That awareness, however brief, is never wasted. Let that be enough. Close your eyes. Feel the pulse slow, the edges blur. Whether you believe in persistence or peace, you can rest in this. Consciousness doesn't fear its own ending. It's too busy experiencing everything, even its own fading, as part of the grand, luminous process of being. The paradox of the observer. The mind that watches itself watching. You're sitting quietly, thinking, or at least you think you are. When suddenly, awareness folds in on itself. You notice that you're noticing. A mirror looking at a mirror. A thought about a thought. Who, exactly, is doing the watching here? Consciousness feels like both the stage and the audience, the actor and the camera. The more you try to pin down the observer, the further it slips behind its own lens. Mainstream neuroscience describes this as metacognition. The brain's ability to monitor its own activity is what allows you to reflect, plan, and analyze your thinking. When you ask, "What am I feeling?" or "Why did I think that?" that's the observer at work. Certain areas, like the prefrontal cortex and anterior cingulate cortex, light up when you self-reflect. The mind, quite literally, lights its own candle in the dark. A quirky tidbit. MRI studies have shown that experienced meditators can watch their own emotional reactions in real time, like inner scientists. When they feel anger arise, regions linked to emotion flare up, followed seconds later by regulatory regions that quietly dim them down. The brain watches itself adjusting itself. You're both the storm and the weather report. Scientists still argue what this recursive awareness really is. Is the observer just another mental process, an illusion of higher perspective? Or is it something more fundamental, a seat of consciousness distinct from the thoughts it perceives? The jury remains perpetually out. Neuroscience can identify that you're aware, but not who or what the awareness belongs to. Mainstream fact. The observer illusion can be tested when subjects are asked to focus on their own breathing. EEG readings show synchronized brainwaves across sensory regions. It's as if consciousness temporarily unifies, simplifying itself around a single act of witnessing. You become observation itself. No narrator, no story, just perception. Fringe theories stretch this concept further, suggesting that the universe itself might be self-observing through us, that consciousness exists to allow reality to see itself. Scientists still debate whether this is mystical speculation or a natural consequence of quantum measurement, where observation seems to shape outcomes. In both cases, awareness is central, either to mind or to matter. Here's a soft joke before your brain files for dual citizenship. If you ever feel like two people at once, don't worry, you just caught yourself eavesdropping. But let's linger in that strangeness. When you observe your own thoughts, you realize you're not identical to them. You can step back, notice anger, joy, or fear without being swallowed by them. This gap, tiny but profound, is where freedom hides. The observer is consciousness realizing it can choose how to engage with its own contents. Scientists still study how this self-observation alters the brain. Mindfulness practices, which train the observer, consistently reduce reactivity and increase empathy. The very act of noticing reshapes the system being noticed. Observation changes reality, from neurons to galaxies. And yet, no matter how closely you look, the watcher never appears. The more you chase the observer, the more it dissolves into pure awareness. It's like trying to bite your own teeth. The paradox remains. Consciousness can know everything except the knower. Maybe that's the point. The observer isn't an object to find. It's the space in which finding happens. Awareness looking for itself endlessly, not to solve the riddle, but to keep the dance of perception alive. So tonight, as you listen to your own thoughts softening, try this. Notice the noticing. Feel the echo of awareness doubling back like moonlight reflecting on still water. The reflection isn't separate from the light. It is the light, returning home. Let that realization blur into calm. The observer and the observed dissolve into one seamless glow. No watcher, no watched. Just the steady hum of consciousness experiencing itself being conscious. And that, perhaps, is the quiet truth it's been whispering all along. The slow disappearance of a word on your tongue. When language forgets itself, you know that feeling, the almost memory, the word hovering just out of reach. It's right there, shimmering at the edge of awareness, and the harder you chase it, the faster it slips away. Tip of the tongue, psychologists call it, though it's really more like just past the edge of thought. It's consciousness grasping for its own creation and missing. Mainstream neuroscience has a tidy explanation. During speech, the brain retrieves words in stages, first meaning, then sound, then articulation. When you can recall the concept but not the phonetic pattern, the process stalls. The brain knows what it wants to say but can't find the label. It's like having a book open to a blank page. A quirky tidbit. Bilingual speakers experience this more often. Their brains hold multiple versions of each word, and sometimes the wrong one steps forward first. The mind hesitates between worlds, and for a moment, language stutters. Proof that consciousness isn't one monolith, but a crowded hallway of voices waiting their turn. Scientists still argue why this phenomenon feels so agonizing. Why does losing a single word feel like losing a fragment of self? Perhaps because language is the scaffolding of identity. When words fail, the mind briefly glimpses itself wordless, raw awareness without narration. It's unnerving and strangely pure, like standing in a room after the music stops. Mainstream fact. During tip-of-the-tongue states, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for search and recall, overactivates, while auditory areas stay quiet. The brain literally hums with effort, generating false starts and partial syllables, anything to fill the void. When the right word finally arrives, it triggers a dopamine burst. Finding language is rewarding because it restores order to chaos. Fringe theories find poetry in that delay. Some suggest these lapses reveal how thought precedes speech, that consciousness experiences ideas too vast for language to immediately contain. Others argue the opposite, that thought itself is shaped by language, and losing a word momentarily unravels the structure of self. Scientists still debate whether we think words into being, or words think us into it. Here's a soft joke before your vocabulary files a complaint. If words are power, then is the most honest one we've got. But there's a deeper tenderness to this forgetting. Every tip-of-the-tongue moment is consciousness peeking into its own backstage. The gears between thought and expression, meaning and music. you're reminded that language is a miracle of cooperation between chaos and precision. Each word you speak is a tiny victory of memory over mystery. And yet, even when words fail, awareness doesn't. You can still feel the meaning humming beneath the silence. That's the secret. Consciousness doesn't end where language does. It continues, vast and patient, waiting for the next word to catch up. Scientists still marvel at how flexible that system is. Lose a word, and the brain finds another path, a synonym, an image, a gesture. Awareness insists on expression. It always finds a way back into sound. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine that last missing word fading softly, like a leaf slipping beneath water. Let it go. You don't need it anymore. The mind can rest without finishing the sentence, because beyond all the stories and labels, beyond every syllable consciousness ever invented, there's the quiet truth it's been circling from the start. Awareness doesn't need to explain itself to exist. It just is. Let that realization melt the edges of thought. The words slow, the voice dims, and soon even this story dissolves into the stillness it came from. The narrator rests. The mind falls silent, not empty, but full of peace. Why the past feels real. How memories turn smoke into stone. You step inside one of those memory rooms, say your 5th birthday, or that slow afternoon in a classroom you swore you'd never forget. The scene plays perfectly vivid for a second. The smell of frosting, the scrape of chalk, the distant hum of fluorescent lights. Then, like a dream trying to stay awake, the details ripple and fade. Still, you insist the past happened, as if the mind had kept a perfect record. But here's the curious truth. It didn't. Your brain rewrites every memory each time you recall it, polishing, trimming, occasionally adding entirely new decorations. You are, in a sense, your own unreliable biographer. Scientists still argue whether the feeling of the past, its texture, its weight, comes from the hippocampus acting like an emotional time machine, or from something subtler, like consciousness stitching together sensory fragments and pretending it's continuity. The mainstream view says that memory is reconstruction, not playback. Yet, try telling that to your senses. When you remember, your pupils subtly contract, your muscles shift. The past feels real because your body re-enters it. You might think of it like an actor returning to the stage of an old performance. The props are gone, the set dismantled, but the muscle memory remains. That slight nervousness before a first kiss. You can summon it right now. That quiet pride after solving something difficult. It's still tucked in your nervous system, ready for reruns. Here's a quirky tidbit. Experiments show that when people recall an event in a different posture, say standing instead of sitting, their recollections slightly change tone. The body literally edits the memory's mood. So next time you're nostalgic, maybe try lying down. The story might end more softly. Some philosophers once speculated that consciousness runs backward as well as forward, that you experience the past retroactively, creating the illusion of a timeline. It sounds absurd, but consider déjà vu, that eerie certainty you've lived this moment before. Neurologically, it's just a timing glitch, a short delay between sensory input and recognition. But emotionally, it feels like proof that your timeline has folds. And while we're talking folds, think about scent. Smell is the quickest route to memory, bypassing all logic. One whiff of an old perfume, and you're 10 years younger, standing under a summer sky you'd forgotten existed. That's because the olfactory bulb sits practically on top of the limbic system, the brain's emotional core. It's the same reason freshly baked bread in supermarkets isn't just food. It's memory manipulation. Your consciousness is part neuroscientist, part marketing intern. But why does the past need to feel real? Maybe it's because the self depends on continuity, the story that yesterday's you is today's you, with minor software updates. If memories were transparent ghosts, identity would dissolve. So the brain gives them gravity, a trick of narrative consistency. You're not merely remembering, you're rehearsing being you. Scientists still argue whether this self-continuity is just a hallucination stitched together by neural synchrony. Some think consciousness evolved to maintain this illusion, to keep the body coordinated and motivated. Others whisper that the illusion is the reality, that remembering is simply what consciousness does when it looks at itself sideways. You can test this tonight. Close your eyes and recall something utterly ordinary. The sound of your phone charging, the pattern of your bedsheet. As you do, notice how your breathing changes, how your chest expands as though space itself bends to make room for the memory. That small shift, that embodied echo, is why the past feels like stone instead of smoke. And yet, the edges crumble the longer you stare. The colors dull, the laughter softens. The doorway in the corridor fades to grey. You realize the solidity was a courtesy, a gentle illusion your mind offered so you wouldn't fall through time entirely. Consciousness is considerate that way. It lets you believe you have roots, even as it quietly edits the soil beneath you. A final sleepy thought before we drift onward. Maybe the past doesn't exist behind you at all, but beside you, stacked like translucent pages, waiting to be reread when the light hits just right. And maybe, in some subtle sense, the present is just another memory forming in real time, pretending to be new. How place shapes perception. Why your surroundings rewrite what you think you know. You wake up somewhere unfamiliar, say a hotel room with perfectly folded towels and lighting. That's a little too polite. For a moment, your brain scrambles. Who are you? What day is it? The wallpaper looks like a geometry quiz. The air smells faintly of disinfectant. And suddenly, even your thoughts have a new accent. You're still you, mostly. But the place has quietly rewritten your code. Every environment whispers instructions to your consciousness. Cathedrals make you speak softer. Grocery stores make you compare brands of peanut butter as if your life depends on it. Even the height of a ceiling alters how abstractly you think. Low ceilings encourage focus. High ones invite daydreams. You probably never thanked architecture for your existential crises. Scientists still argue whether it's the sensory detail of a space, light, sound, texture, that shapes awareness, or whether the brain carries its own place scripts, ancient instincts carved by caves and open plains. Mainstream psychology calls it context-dependent cognition. Your surroundings influence memory, mood, and even how generous you feel. That's why arguments dissolve on vacation. It's not the sea air, it's spatial amnesia with a tan. Here's a fun fact. Divers remember underwater lessons better underwater than on land. The same holds for scent. Study in a coffee shop, and you'll recall better when you smell espresso again. Consciousness, it seems, has a filing system sorted by geography and aroma. Your mind is less like a library and more like Google Maps for emotion. Now picture your childhood bedroom. Instantly, you can feel the shape of it. The cool patch of floor near the window, the hum of something electrical. That's your spatial memory, woven into identity. When you revisit it years later, you feel taller, not because you've grown, but because consciousness remembers the space from a smaller body's perspective. You're literally seeing yourself through old coordinates. A quirky tidbit. Hospitals often paint hallways in calming blues and greens because color subtly shifts patients' perception of pain. Your nervous system can be hacked with interior design. Even NASA uses lighting cycles to trick astronauts into feeling morning and night while orbiting a sunless void. Consciousness may be cosmic, but it's also profoundly suggestible. Scientists still argue whether the sense of place originates in the hippocampus, your brain's internal GPS, or whether it's a distributed illusion created by smell, balance, and sound harmonizing in the background. The hippocampus fires place cells whenever you enter a familiar location, but those same neurons also ignite during imagination. So when you remember a place, your brain partially believes you've returned there. You can travel without moving, and no airport security can stop you. You can test it now. Imagine your favorite cafe, the sound of cups clinking, the soft chatter, the warm wood under your fingertips. Your breathing slows because the body mirrors the imagined environment. Consciousness rehearses the space as though to prove it's still safe. Maybe that's why we keep decorating our rooms, rearranging furniture. It's a ritual to remind the mind where it lives. Humor me for a second. If consciousness adapts so easily, does that mean IKEA showrooms are subtle mind experiments? You walk through mock living rooms, suddenly craving Swedish meatballs, and leave convinced your life is missing storage solutions. You've just been contextually reprogrammed. Consciousness is a tourist that loves souvenirs. But there's tenderness here too. A sunset viewed from your porch feels different than the same one seen from a city rooftop. The photons are identical, yet the meaning changes because you are changing coordinates. Maybe awareness is a lens that reshapes not light, but context. Some anthropologists suggest that early humans developed self-awareness in response to landscape shifts. Migrating between forests and plains forced the brain to track where and eventually who. Consciousness might have evolved as a map that learned to include the cartographer. And what of digital spaces? When you scroll through social feeds, your consciousness occupies an invisible architecture of pixels and algorithms. The colors, fonts, and motion cues are engineered to trigger spatial responses. Tiny dopamine pings that simulate presence. You wander endless corridors of content, but your body stays still. Virtual places hijack real instincts. You might notice right now how your room feels slightly altered since you began listening. The lamp's glow seems warmer, the shadows softer. That's your awareness sinking to narrative space. Proof that words can rearrange perception as much as walls. Scientists still argue whether this adaptive awareness is an evolutionary survival mechanism or just a delightful design flaw. Either way, consciousness is the most gullible tourist in existence. It believes wherever it stands is the center of the world. So as you settle deeper into your pillow, feel the gravity of your room holding your thoughts in place. The hum of the fan becomes wind through imagined trees. The soft weight of blankets turns into the earth's gentle pressure saying, "You're home for now." And maybe that's what consciousness wants most. Not truth, not enlightenment, just a place that feels like it fits. The mind's eye that never blinks. Where images appear without light and vision exists without eyes. You close your eyes, and yet the world doesn't vanish. There's still color, muted, swirling behind your eyelids like distant auroras. Shapes rise and dissolve, faces half-formed, fragments of memory glowing in the dark. You're not seeing out there anymore. You're seeing within. That's the mind's eye, the quiet projector that never sleeps, never blinks, and never really asks your permission to play the next reel. Scientists still argue whether this inner cinema, the ability to visualize, is merely leftover sensory echo or something much stranger, a second layer of consciousness that paints reality twice, once for the eyes and once for the imagination. The mainstream consensus is that mental imagery recruits the same neural circuits as actual vision. In MRI scans, the visual cortex lights up even when you just imagine an apple. The difference? One apple can be eaten. The other exists entirely in electrical daydream. But try telling your heartbeat that. If you picture a spider crawling across your arm, your pulse quickens. Imagine biting a lemon and your mouth floods with saliva. The body obeys the imagination as if it were the world's most persuasive liar. Consciousness, it seems, doesn't care about the source, just the story. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some people have aphantasia, the inability to visualize at all. When they picture their childhood home, they recall facts, not images. Others, meanwhile, experience hyperphantasia, where imagination is so vivid it's indistinguishable from sight. For them, closing their eyes can feel like opening another pair. You might fall somewhere in between, your inner vision a soft watercolor instead of a photograph. Either way, the mind's eye is painting. Now, if you think about it, this unblinking artist works overtime. It designs dreams, simulates memories, even rehearses future events before they happen. When you daydream a conversation or preview a goal, you're effectively running mental film, complete with lighting, sound, and emotional score. That's not laziness, it's survival. Consciousness evolved to predict, and imagery is its rehearsal stage. Scientists still argue whether this predictive ability creates perception rather than follows it. Some neuroscientists believe your brain is a prediction machine, constantly guessing what the next moment will look like and updating the scene when you're wrong. You don't see reality, you see your best guess of it, rendered a few milliseconds late. And your mind's eye is the unpaid intern doing the previews. It's comforting, in a way, to know that vision continues even in darkness. You could be floating in a pitch-black cave, and your brain would still draw faint glimmers just to keep the silence company. It refuses to let go of shape, color, motion. Consciousness craves pattern like lungs crave air. Here's something odd. When astronauts spend long periods in zero gravity, some report seeing flashes of light, streaks and sparkles even with eyes closed. The culprit? Cosmic rays striking their retinas. But others suspect it's the brain itself producing phantom visuals to compensate for sensory deprivation. The mind, denied input, invents its own universe rather than fade to static. You could call that resilience or boredom with style. And consider this. Blind individuals often dream with sensory richness beyond sight. Textures, sounds, emotions vivid as landscapes. Their mind's eye works through touch and memory. So maybe vision is just one dialect of imagination, not the whole language. Let's have a small laugh before you drift further. If consciousness were an art school, the mind's eye would be that eccentric student who paints on invisible canvas, insists it's conceptual, and somehow still wins every award. You might test your own inner painter tonight. Picture your favorite fruit, say a mango glistening in sunlight. Try to smell it, Feel its cool skin. Notice how your breathing shifts, how your mouth prepares. You're participating in a hallucination that's socially acceptable. Congratulations. But beneath the joke lies the quiet mystery. Why does inner imagery feel so real? Philosophers call this qualia, the what it's like of experience, the redness of red, the shimmer of imagination. No equation fully explains why certain patterns of neurons produce experience. Data isn't supposed to have flavor, yet here you are, tasting a thought. Maybe the mind's eye never blinks because consciousness itself refuses to close. Even when the outer world goes dark, awareness lights its own lantern. Every dream, every vision, every flash of creativity is a spark from that hidden bulb behind the forehead. And maybe, just maybe, when you finally fall asleep, it dims, not to rest, but to paint on a wider canvas where reality and imagination share the same brush. So as you sink deeper into stillness, notice the faint colors swirling behind your eyelids. They aren't random. They're the residue of awareness trying to stay awake just a little longer, painting you gently towards sleep. Why you can't remember being born. The great blackout before your first eye. Why you can't remember being born. You arrive in the world in a storm of sensation. Light too bright, air too sharp, everything new and wet and loud. But here's the riddle. You have no memory of it. Not a flicker, not a single frame. Your very first experience, the grand premiere of you, is completely missing from your mind's archives. It's like opening a novel and realizing the first chapter was never printed. Scientists still argue whether this so-called infantile amnesia is a flaw, a defense mechanism, or simply a necessary trade-off for having a brain that grows too quickly. The mainstream theory says your hippocampus, the part that organizes memory, isn't fully developed at birth. You're taking in impressions, sure, but the mind has nowhere to file them. It's like trying to save a video on a computer with no hard drive. Consciousness existed, but without continuity. There's something oddly comforting about that, though. Before you had language, before you had categories like me and not me, you were pure sensation. Warmth, heartbeat, milk, the muffled thump of your mother's voice from inside. No stories yet, no timelines. You were awareness without memory, an eternal now. Here's a quirky tidbit. Psychologists once recorded newborns recognizing melodies played to them in the womb. The fetuses had learned the rhythm through vibration alone. So technically, you did have proto-memories, just not the kind that survived translation into thought. You once grooved to music before you had ears worth bragging about. But consciousness has a strange sense of editing. Around age 3 or 4, your brain's autobiographical mode kicks in, and suddenly you start keeping score. Who you are, where you've been. Before that, experience flows but doesn't stick. It's a movie with no film reel. Scientists still argue whether that early forgetfulness protects you from sensory overload, or if it's just collateral damage from rapid neural rewiring. There's an almost poetic irony in realizing that you once were conscious but can't remember it. It's like meeting a ghost who turns out to be your younger self. Imagine if you could recall it. The flood of light, the shock of cold air, the disorienting sense of being separated from everything familiar. You probably wouldn't sleep very well tonight if you could. So maybe forgetfulness is the universe's version of anesthesia. And yet, traces linger. Your preferences for rhythm, comfort, even tone of voice have roots in those early months. A gentle lullaby can still unlock something primal, something wordless. Maybe that's why ASMR videos work so well. Soft voices, repetitive sounds. They echo the sensory cocoon of early life. You're not just relaxing. You're time traveling too before the story began. Scientists still argue whether consciousness itself starts at birth or whether it flickers earlier inside the womb when neurons first begin firing. Some researchers even suggest that the fetus may experience a dreamlike awareness, a floating, timeless state interrupted only by muffled sounds and heartbeat percussion. If that's true, your earliest experience was pure ambient existence, a prelude to personhood. Let's slip in a small joke before this gets too cosmic. You might not remember being born, but your mum certainly does. That's one of life's better examples of asymmetrical data storage. What's fascinating is that amnesia doesn't mean absence. It means transformation. The sensations are still there, just encoded differently, buried in the nervous system. Some neuroscientists think the feeling of being swaddled, of being held, becomes the blueprint for every future sense of safety. So when you wrap yourself in a blanket now, it's not just comfort. It's a reenactment of your first remembered unmemory. And perhaps that's what consciousness does best. It curates what to keep and what to lose. Memory, after all, isn't storage. It's storytelling. The brain erases beginnings so the self can start somewhere familiar. It's not that you forgot. It's that remembering wouldn't make sense without a language to describe it. Imagine, for a moment, trying to think before you knew words. Awareness without symbols. Hunger without label. Pain without reason. It wasn't confusion. It was purity. The world simply was, and so were you. Maybe enlightenment is just the adult version of returning to that nameless state, awake, wordless, and complete. As you drift now, picture that ancient awareness, small but infinite, floating in warmth and rhythm. No past, no future, just pulse, breath, and soft light. You've been here before, long ago, and even though you can't remember it, your body still does. The beginning of consciousness may be forgotten, but it never truly left you. It hums quietly beneath thought, like a lullaby from before the world began. The emotional echo of a memory. How feelings linger long after the facts dissolve. You remember a summer evening. Maybe you're standing in the orange wash of sunset. Maybe there's laughter nearby. You can't quite place the year or who was there, but the feeling, that soft ache of contentment, stays sharp. That's the emotional echo, the ghost of an experience that outlives its story. The facts fade, but the mood hums on like the background note of an old song. Scientists still argue whether emotions are stored separately from memories or if they're simply what memory feels like when stripped of detail. Mainstream neuroscience says the amygdala, that little almond-shaped cluster deep in your brain, tags moments with emotional weight. The stronger the tag, the stickier the memory. Yet sometimes the tag survives while the event dissolves, like finding a perfume bottle with no label, still potent, still mysterious. You might notice it when a random smell makes your chest tighten, or a forgotten melody brings tears before recognition catches up. That's the emotional system running ahead of your intellect. Your brain is basically shouting, something important happened once, but forgetting to include the footnotes. Here's a quirky tidbit. Experiments show that people who lose the ability to feel emotion due to brain injury also lose the ability to make decisions. Without emotional echoes, logic alone gets stuck. You could say, consciousness runs not on thought, but on aftertaste. And maybe that's why nostalgia hits so hard. It's not just memory, it's emotional time travel. You feel the past more vividly than you can recall it. The word nostalgia literally means pain for home, but neurologically, it's more like a reward circuit lighting up, a gentle hit of dopamine dressed as sadness. Your brain whispers, "Remember when things felt simple," conveniently forgetting that those times were stressful too. Scientists still argue whether nostalgia evolved as a coping mechanism, something to stabilize identity, or whether it's an accidental side effect of memory reconsolidation. Each time you recall an event, your brain partially rewrites it, layering today's mood over yesterday's image. So the emotional echo isn't the past returning, it's the present repainting. Consciousness is a master of sentimental Photoshop. Now, take something personal. Think of a person you once cared for deeply, but haven't seen in years. Their voice might be gone from your recall, but the feeling of them lingers, a warmth, or maybe a sting. That's the echo vibrating through your neurons, a quiet chemical signature refusing to fade. You're not haunted by them. You're haunted by yourself remembering them. Humor break. If emotions really leave traces, some of us must be walking Wi-Fi routers of unresolved vibes. Maybe that's why coffee shop air feels charged even before the caffeine hits. Here's the odd part. Even false memories can carry true emotions. If you're convinced something happened, say a childhood trip that never occurred, your body still reacts as though it did. The emotion is genuine, even if the history isn't. Consciousness seems less concerned with accuracy than with intensity. It's like the mind values emotional realism over factual realism, which explains a lot about romantic comedies and bad decisions. Some researchers propose that this emotional persistence helps bind the self across time. You might forget who you were, but the emotional tone stays familiar. Anger, joy, longing, they're the chords that tell you, yes, this is me. Without them, memory would be just data. Dates without weather, dialogue without soundtrack. The echo also plays tricks during sleep. Dream emotions often linger longer than the dreams themselves. You wake with a heaviness or serenity you can't explain, but your nervous system is still processing a nocturnal story you can't recall. The mind edits for content, not for closure. Think about it. When you tell someone about your past, you don't describe the events, you describe the feeling of them. The color palette of your emotions becomes the reality. Maybe that's what consciousness is, a continuous feeling pretending to be a timeline. Scientists still argue whether feelings are the source of consciousness or its most persuasive illusion. Some suggest that awareness might have evolved as a way for emotions to recognize themselves, a mirror for moods. That's almost poetic. Your thoughts might just be emotions wearing language as a disguise. So tonight, if an old feeling drifts through you, sweet, sad, or inexplicable, don't chase the memory that spawned it. Let it resonate. It's a signal from a version of you who once lived that emotion firsthand, sending a soft postcard through time. And as the sound fades, as your breathing slows, the echo settles not into silence but into rhythm. The heartbeat that's been keeping time since before you could remember anything at all. When you watch yourself in third person, how your mind turns you into both actor and audience. You walk into a room, or maybe you're giving a presentation, or just daydreaming while brushing your teeth. And suddenly, you're not in your body anymore. You're a few steps behind, watching yourself move, hearing your own voice like it's coming from another person. For a moment, you're both the puppet and the puppeteer. Welcome to one of consciousness's strangest party tricks, the third-person self-view. Scientists still argue whether this out-of-body awareness is a glitch in sensory integration or a built-in feature of introspection gone slightly rogue. The mainstream theory says your brain constantly combines visual, tactile, and vestibular signals to locate you in space. When those signals desynchronize, say from stress, fatigue, or intense focus, you briefly step outside your avatar. Consciousness becomes its own spectator. But honestly, you've probably done this voluntarily too. Ever mentally rehearse a conversation, picturing yourself saying all the right things from an outsider's perspective? That's your inner cinematographer at work. Consciousness loves a good establishing shot. A quirky tidbit. In virtual reality experiments, when participants see a 3D avatar moving exactly as they do, but from behind, their brains reassign ownership to that virtual body within seconds. It's called body transfer illusion. Your sense of self, it turns out, is less soul and more software license. Move the cursor and the identity follows. Scientists still argue whether this means self is just spatial awareness wearing a personality mask. Some neurologists think consciousness is bound to body perception. Shift the reference point and you shift identity. Others think there's something deeper, something that can detach entirely. After all, out-of-body experiences have been reported during trauma, near-death events, and even meditative trance. Maybe the mind has an emergency escape hatch. Picture it. The moment danger strikes, awareness floats upward, observing calmly while the body reacts below. It's the psyche's way of protecting itself from overwhelm, a mental spectator mode. Oddly enough, gamers do this all the time for fun. You could call Dissociation the original third-person video game. Here's a funny side note. Psychologists found that speaking to yourself in third person, "You've got this," instead of "I've got this," reduces anxiety. It activates the same detached self-view, but in a healthy way. Turns out narrating your own life can be self-soothing, not self-centered. Consciousness might be a natural storyteller that occasionally forgets it's also the protagonist. Have you ever seen yourself in a dream from outside your body? That's the mind's sandbox for perspective. During REM sleep, the parietal cortex, which helps map bodily awareness, quiets down, letting identity become fluid. One moment you're you, the next you're watching you from the clouds. Then you're someone else entirely. The dream doesn't mind. It's all raw awareness testing its camera angles. And here's the kicker. People who experience strong empathy often visualize themselves from others' viewpoints more easily. When you imagine how someone else sees you, you're literally reprogramming your mental coordinates. Consciousness becomes social architecture, a shared stage where everyone swaps seats now and then. Of course, the third-person view can wobble into discomfort too. Chronic depersonalization, feeling detached from your own body, can feel like living behind glass. Scientists still argue whether that's caused by overactive self-monitoring or a defense mechanism against emotional overload. Either way, it's consciousness stuck on observer mode, unable to re-enter the scene. Here's a comforting thought. Even mild versions of this experience show how flexible awareness really is. You can step outside yourself not to escape, but to reflect, to edit, to direct, to understand. It's the mind's way of taking a breath. Let's have a light laugh before bedtime. If consciousness were a film, your internal narrator would definitely demand creative control, constantly saying, "Can we reshoot that scene?" My posture was weird, but eventually, the director gets tired. You ease back into first person, feeling the weight of your body return. the gentle gravity of being in yourself again. The camera angle narrows, the commentary fades. You're back in the soft theatre of presence, where breath and heartbeat set the pace. And as you lie there, maybe half inside your thoughts and half above them, notice how awareness can hold both positions at once, watcher and watched. It's not a malfunction, it's a reminder. Consciousness is big enough to include every version of you, each angle, each voice, each quiet observer floating gently just behind your eyes. Is there consciousness in chaos? How awareness might hide inside randomness and noise. Imagine standing in front of a waterfall. The roar so loud it blurs into one continuous sound. At first, it's chaos. But the longer you listen, the more patterns emerge. Pulses, rhythms, whispers beneath the crash. Your mind can't resist searching for order. Even in pure noise, it looks for meaning. Maybe that's what consciousness is. A pattern detector so hungry it finds faces in clouds and messages in static. Scientists still argue whether consciousness itself emerges from chaos or simply surfs on it. Mainstream neuroscience frames the brain as a system on the edge of order and disorder. What's called criticality. Too much order and thought freezes. Too much chaos and thought disintegrates. Awareness blooms right in the middle, like a flame flickering between wind gusts. You can feel this balance every time your mind wanders. A sudden rush of unrelated thoughts, half-formed images, flashes of memory. It's mental turbulence. But somehow, from that swirl, a coherent sentence or idea eventually appears. That's your inner chaos, sorting itself into meaning without asking permission. Here's a quirky tidbit. In the 1990s, researchers played random noise to volunteers and asked them to press a button whenever they heard words. Nearly everyone did. Their brains impose language on nonsense. Consciousness hates a vacuum. It fills silence with imagination, the way a child fills a blank wall with crayon drawings. Some physicists, slightly more poetic than usual, describe consciousness as a self-organizing resonance. They argue that neurons fire in chaotic bursts that occasionally synchronize into harmony, those moments of clarity, insight, or awe. You could think of your mind as an orchestra that mostly improvises jazz, but occasionally nails a symphony by accident. Scientists still argue whether randomness truly exists, or if what we call chaos is just complexity we can't yet measure. If the universe has hidden order, perhaps consciousness is its interpreter, a translator for patterns too subtle to chart. On the flip side, maybe awareness is the random noise, briefly pretending to be structure before dissolving again. Here's a small joke for your sleepy neurons. If your thoughts feel scattered tonight, congratulations. You're participating in the universe's favorite pastime, entropy. No membership required. But there's beauty in that disarray. When you look at clouds, your brain instantly sketches animals, faces, cities. When you close your eyes and listen to a fan, it seems to speak in muffled syllables. The randomness becomes personal because consciousness projects itself onto the noise. Like a painter tracing invisible lines, you make chaos meaningful just by noticing it. Consider this. During creative aha moments, the brain's networks briefly desynchronize before snapping into a new pattern. Inspiration literally rises from temporary chaos. Scientists call this neural entropy, but it's the same principle behind jazz solos, thunderstorms, and love. You need a little unpredictability for something real to emerge. Even at the cosmic scale, the idea repeats. The early universe was a chaotic plasma soup that somehow settled into galaxies, stars, and you listening to this sentence. Maybe consciousness is the echo of that cosmic sorting, the universe remembering how it learned to organize itself. You can test the theory tonight. Let your thoughts wander, completely unedited. Don't chase them, don't analyze. Just listen to the inner static. At first, it'll feel random. Fragments of grocery lists, half-remembered songs, embarrassing middle school moments. Then, somewhere in that mental noise, a pattern will appear. A phrase, an image, a feeling that makes sense. That's your awareness tuning itself like an antenna adjusting through interference. Scientists still argue whether these emergent patterns are proof that consciousness arises naturally from chaos, or that chaos itself is conscious. Each possibility equally absurd and equally beautiful. Maybe awareness isn't the opposite of noise. Maybe it's what noise sounds like when it starts paying attention to itself. Before you drift further, here's a gentle thought. You don't have to control the chaos in your head. Just notice it. Like waves hitting the shore, it's supposed to be messy, and yet it never fails to find rhythm. Consciousness dances best when it's half lost, half listening. So let the hum of your surroundings blend with the hum of your thoughts. Hear how they weave together. Random yet rhythmic, shapeless yet soothing. That's not confusion. That's awareness at play. In the noise, there's stillness. In the stillness, there's structure. And somewhere between the two, there's you. The tiny, observing calm at the center of everything that never quite makes sense and doesn't need to. The mind-body problem no one solves. Why you feel like more than a matter but can't prove it. You stretch your fingers, watch them move, and think, I'm doing that. But what exactly is I in that sentence? A burst of neurons? A floating self somewhere behind the eyes? You can feel your body, and you can think about feeling your body. But the bridge between those two facts remains maddeningly mysterious. Welcome to the oldest unsolved riddle of consciousness, the mind-body problem. Scientists still argue whether consciousness arises from the brain's physical machinery or whether it's something entirely different, an emergent property, or maybe even a separate layer of reality riding on top of neurons. The mainstream view, physicalism, insists that mind and matter are one system. Thoughts are just brain chemistry behaving fancily. Yet somehow, experience feels more personal than a molecule firing. You don't think of yourself as a chemical reaction. You think of yourself as you. And here's where it gets weird. Every thought you've ever had, every heartbreak, memory, or late-night craving, exists as electrical energy flickering between about 86 billion neurons. Those sparks form patterns, and somehow those patterns feel like something. But why should electrochemical noise produce joy, or fear, or curiosity? A circuit doesn't blush. A synapse doesn't sigh. Consciousness adds poetry to physics. A quirky tidbit. In the 1990s, researchers found that certain brain regions light up milliseconds after you make a decision, implying your brain acts before you decide to. That led some to joke that free will is just the mind narrating what the body already did. Yet your sense of agency feels solid. You think, you move, you own the action. Maybe the body is writing the script, and consciousness is just the overly dramatic narrator reading along. Philosophers have spent centuries trying to solve this split. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," but forgot to add, "I also stubbed my toe, therefore I hurt." Later thinkers argued that separating mind and body was a category error, like trying to divide a melody from its sound waves. Still, when you close your eyes and imagine an apple, there's no fruit, no photons, just awareness pretending to see. Where exactly is that happening? Scientists still argue whether consciousness could exist without physical substrate. Some theorists experiment with computer models, hoping to build machines that feel. Others claim that even the most advanced AI only simulates awareness, the way a mirror simulates depth. The question isn't just, can a machine think, but can it feel being? So far, the answer hovers somewhere between not yet and maybe never. But even human awareness misbehaves. When you're anxious, your body feels like an amplifier for fear. When you meditate, the boundary between mind and flesh softens until breathing feels like thought. Consciousness doesn't sit inside the body. It seems to ripple through it, shaping heartbeat, posture, even immune response. There's a constant feedback loop. The body whispers signals. The mind translates them into feelings. Then those feelings reshape the body's chemistry. You're a conversation pretending to be a single speaker. Let's slip in a light joke before your brain melts. If the mind and body are truly one, your bad moods are basically biochemical weather. Sometimes it's just cloudy with a chance of overthinking. Here's a softer way to picture it. Your mind isn't trapped in your body any more than music is trapped in an instrument. The brain is the violin. Consciousness is the melody. Together, they make the song called you. The notes may come from matter, but the meaning, well, that's the part science still can't measure. Some neuroscientists propose that consciousness is what happens when matter becomes aware of its own patterns, like water recognizing its reflection. Others think it's an illusion generated by complex computation. Both explanations sound plausible until you stub your toe again and wonder why the universe bothered to make pain feel so personal. Maybe that's the secret. Matter became consciousness so it wouldn't feel so alone. The atoms in your body once belonged to stars, and now they talk to each other through thought. You're literally the cosmos gossiping about itself, using language built from its own dust. Scientists still argue whether we'll ever bridge that gap between neuron and knowing, signal and self. Maybe the connection isn't something to solve, but something to feel. Each breath, each heartbeat is proof that the dialogue continues, even without resolution. So as you lie here, half thought, half flesh, let the two halves blur. Feel the pulse behind your ribs syncing with the quiet hum in your mind. You're not above your body or inside it. You're the space where both meet and recognize each other. And maybe that's what consciousness really is. The endless moment where matter notices it's alive and smiles faintly at the mystery. Why some moments feel infinite. When time stretches and consciousness forgets the clock. You felt it before. A sunset that seems to last forever. A single glance that suspends an entire minute. Or a dream that feels like a lifetime compressed into a blink. For reasons no clock can capture, consciousness occasionally bends time. Seconds expand, awareness lingers, and you find yourself thinking, this moment could last forever. But it doesn't, and that's exactly what makes it shimmer. Scientists still argue whether the feeling of timelessness is a trick of perception or a fundamental property of awareness. The mainstream view says that your brain measures time through rhythmic firing patterns, like tiny drummers keeping beat. When attention sharpens or emotion surges, those rhythms slow or scatter, distorting your internal tempo. The result? Time stops behaving like time. You can test it right now. Focus on your breathing. Count each inhale as it glides in, each exhale as it leaves. Within seconds, you'll notice something strange. The more you pay attention, the slower each breath seems to unfold. Consciousness expands into the gaps, filling them like light through fog. A quirky tidbit. Extreme athletes often describe moments of crisis, like mid-air falls or car crashes, as happening in slow motion. Their brains flood with adrenaline, boosting information processing so dramatically that perception outpaces real time. The world doesn't actually slow down, you speed up. Consciousness, under pressure, becomes its own time machine. But not all infinite moments come from danger. Sometimes it's awe that opens the clock, standing before a mountain, hearing a song that hits a forgotten chord, or watching snow fall under a street lamp at midnight. Your mind stops tracking seconds and starts swimming in them. Scientists still argue whether this awe dilation evolved to help us process vastness, or simply to remind us we're small. Either way, awareness forgets how to end the sentence. And then there's the opposite. How boredom can stretch time too, but in agony instead of beauty. Waiting rooms, buffering screens, traffic lights that refuse to change, all trigger the brain's most dramatic protest. Time feels longer, not because more is happening, but because you wish it weren't. Consciousness experiences impatience as temporal inflation. You could call it psychological daylight saving. Humor me here. If you've ever watched the microwave countdown for 30 seconds, you've essentially experienced eternity in miniature. You're a philosopher trapped between popcorn kernels. Scientists still argue whether the perception of time comes from a single clock in the brain or a network of overlapping ones. Some tied to movement, some to emotion, some to memory. When they fall out of sync, time stretches or collapses. It's a neurological jazz piece, improvising rhythm on the fly. And maybe that's why moments of love, fear, or revelation feel endless. They're recorded in higher resolution. The brain takes more snapshots per second, like switching from film to slow motion. That's why vivid memories feel longer than dull ones. Consciousness measures duration not by seconds, but by richness. Here's something funny in a cosmic way. Einstein once said time slows near massive objects, but never mentioned that consciousness does the same near massive emotions. Grief, wonder, heartbreak. They warp your inner space-time. You orbit them endlessly, even when the rest of life moves on. Philosophers suggest that maybe timelessness isn't an illusion. It's the natural state of consciousness, and time is the side effect of attention flickering between moments. In meditation, when thought quiets, that flicker calms, and awareness returns to stillness. You stop noticing time because, in a sense, you're back to where you started, just being. A light joke before you dissolve into eternity. If time really flies when you're having fun, maybe that's why sleep seems so short and lectures so eternal. Consciousness is a biased traveler. It only likes the scenic routes. Tonight, as you listen, you might already feel it. The stretch between one breath and the next, the gentle slide of seconds melting into each other. Notice how your awareness widens, like ripples slowing on a lake. Each moment arrives, lingers a little longer than the one before, and fades without hurry. Scientists still argue whether eternity is possible inside a human brain, but maybe you've already touched it, during laughter that erased the clock, or quiet that felt too deep for counting. Infinity isn't out there among stars, It's inside the pause between thoughts, waiting patiently for you to notice. So breathe once more, slowly. Let the moment lengthen until even the word moment feels too small. That stretch you feel, that's consciousness forgetting its stopwatch, resting in the soft illusion of forever. The dream within the dream, where layers of awareness blur and reality forgets its outline. You're dreaming. Maybe you're walking through a field that feels like home but isn't, or talking to someone who looks almost right, but whose face keeps shifting when you blink. Then suddenly, within that dream, you realize you're dreaming. You wake up, only to find you're still asleep. A dream within a dream. Consciousness folding in on itself like soft origami. Scientists still argue whether lucid dreaming, when you know you're dreaming, means you're more awake or just differently asleep. Mainstream research shows that in lucid dreams, parts of the prefrontal cortex, normally dormant during REM, light up again. It's as though your mind sneaks one foot back into awareness while the rest lounges in fantasy. The result? A strange twilight state where thought and illusion shake hands. Here's the fun part. Lucid dreamers can actually communicate with researchers in real time. In experiments, they've been asked to move their eyes left, right, left to signal recognition while dreaming. The brain scans confirm it. Consciousness doesn't vanish at night, it just changes studios. But what about dreams inside dreams? Some psychologists call it false awakening, a feedback loop where you believe you've woken up but remain in REM. It feels disarmingly real. You reach for your phone, check the time, maybe even stand up. Then the walls bend, the light stutters, and the truth hits. The set was made of mist all along. A quirky tidbit. In rare cases, people have reported multiple nested dreams, like Russian dolls of reality, 4, 5 layers deep, each one peeling open to another. It's consciousness trapped in a hall of mirrors, trying every exit until it finds the one marked. Real scientists still argue whether dreams serve a purpose at all. Some say they process emotions, some say they're rehearsal spaces for problem solving, and others whisper that they're just brain static pretending to be poetry. Whatever the case, your awareness plays along, creating entire worlds nightly with zero production budget. And maybe that's the most astonishing part. The dream self believes. You can run, fear, fall in love, die, and mourn, all while lying perfectly still. Consciousness accepts illusion so thoroughly that the illusion becomes real for as long as it lasts. That's not gullibility. That's creative power. Humor pause. If dreams are the mind's nightly theatre, REM sleep is your brain's version of community improv. Low lighting, questionable scripts, and nobody quite remembering their lines. Some cultures treat dreams as sacred doors rather than glitches. In ancient Egypt, temples were built for dream incubation, where people sought messages from the divine through sleep. Modern neuroscience might call that suggestion. Ancient wisdom might call it dialogue. Either way, consciousness loves playing both prophet and playwright. Then there's the unsettling overlap. Lucid nightmares, when you realize you're dreaming but can't change the plot. The mind gives you the director's chair but locks the script. Scientists still argue whether these experiences reveal hidden trauma or simply show that consciousness, even half asleep, clings fiercely to story structure. Philosophers have long wondered if waking life differs much from these layered dreams. After all, both rely on sensory input, memory, and narrative consistency. The main difference seems to be calibration. Waking reality is a shared dream we've collectively agreed upon. And yet, when you wake from a dream within a dream, that momentary disorientation, wait, which version is this? Feels like touching the edge of the mystery itself. Here's a comforting twist. Every time you wake up, you're practicing enlightenment. You realize the illusion, re-enter a higher layer of awareness, and continue the game. Maybe consciousness builds these nested realities not to confuse you, but to remind you how easily it can move between them. You can try this tonight. When you dream, look for something impossible. A clock that doesn't tick right. A reflection that lags. If you notice it, smile. You've caught consciousness winking at itself. Scientists still argue whether the boundary between sleep and wakefulness is truly distinct, or if it's more like a gradient, a shifting tide of attention. Maybe you're never fully awake, never fully dreaming, just drifting between modes of awareness. So as you lie there now, eyes closed but mind humming, imagine you're inside another version of yourself, listening to this story in a parallel room, the same fan whirring, the same breath slowing. And if, for a fleeting instant, you can't tell whether you're dreaming or remembering or simply existing, don't worry. That's the sweet spot, the middle layer where all dreams touch. Let it hold you, soft and endless, like consciousness tucking itself in. Consciousness as a continuum. Why awareness might be a dimmer switch, not a light bulb. You drift between waking and sleep, not fully here, not quite gone. Thoughts shimmer in fragments. The room breathes slower, and your body hums like an instrument on standby. This in-between space isn't empty. It's evidence that consciousness doesn't just switch off. It fades, slides, reshapes. Maybe awareness isn't a binary at all, but a continuum, a long gradient where you simply move along the scale. Scientists still argue whether consciousness can be measured in degrees or if it's an all-or-nothing phenomenon. The mainstream idea of a global workspace in the brain suggests that awareness happens when information is widely broadcast to different neural regions. But how bright that broadcast burns depends on arousal, attention, and state. You're not awake or asleep so much as more or less aware. A quirky tidbit. In surgical anesthesia, some patients show faint neural flickers of perception even while fully immobilized. They can't move or remember afterward, yet their brains respond to sounds and words as if eavesdropping from a deep cave. Consciousness, apparently, hates missing out. Think of your awareness as a dimmer knob. Turn it high, and you're alert, analyzing, caffeinated. Lower it, and you start daydreaming, drifting into that pleasant fog where the mind narrates softly to itself. Drop it further, and you slide into sleep. But even there, the bulb never fully darkens. Dreams prove something is still humming. Then, at the lowest setting, deep, dreamless sleep, awareness becomes a silent pilot light, barely glowing, but never gone. Scientists still argue whether that pilot light, what some mystics call pure awareness, persists even when self and memory vanish. Brain scans of meditators suggest it might. During deep meditation, parts of the self-network quiet down, yet participants report feeling vividly alive, conscious without thought. The brain looks asleep, but the mind insists it's awake in a different way. Here's a playful thought. Your pet cat or dog probably lives at a different brightness setting too. They're conscious, but tuned to another frequency, more sensation, less narration. An octopus might glow dimmer still, but in stranger colors. An AI? Well, if consciousness is a continuum, maybe machines are flickering at the faintest edge of awareness, like a candle struggling to stay lit in logic's wind. Humor break. If consciousness really comes in levels, then Mondays are just humanity's collective low-power mode. We experience this continuum daily without realizing it. When you drive home lost in thought, then suddenly come back. You didn't disappear. You just slid down the scale. The same happens in music when you lose yourself in rhythm, or during flow, when doing replaces thinking. Awareness compresses to a single task, trading breadth for depth. It's still consciousness, just wearing a different outfit. Some neurologists argue that the continuum extends beyond the living moment, through coma, vegetative states, and near-death experiences. There are documented cases where people deemed unconscious later reported vivid awareness inside total paralysis. Their EEGs showed faint bursts of organized activity, like Morse code from the depths. Consciousness whispers even from behind closed doors. Philosophically, the continuum view solves and complicates everything. If awareness has degrees, maybe it exists wherever complexity does. Dust motes dreaming faintly, stars humming in some proto-sentience. Or maybe that's just poetic static, us projecting pattern again. Still, you can't deny the feeling that everything's awake just a little. Even your phone screen seems to watch you back when it lights up unasked. Scientists still argue whether there's a minimum threshold for awareness, a spark density where matter wakes up. But whatever the truth, you live that gradient every day. You go from alert to hazy to gone, then return without panic, proof that consciousness doesn't die in the dark, it just swims deeper. Close your eyes now and sense the soft descent. You're not losing awareness, you're diluting it, letting thought spread thin across your body. The fan hums, your breath evens, and the mind gently dims, just enough to let the next dream arrive. Somewhere along that slope, between awake and asleep, consciousness hovers, neither here nor there, yet entirely itself. Maybe that's what it's always been, not a switch to flip, but a tide to float in, ebbing and flowing with each heartbeat, each whisper of thought, each step deeper into night. When imagination outruns reality, why the mind builds faster than the world can keep up. You sit still, yet your thoughts are sprinting, casting scenarios, building cities, imagining faces that never existed. In your head, entire worlds bloom and vanish before the clock ticks once. Consciousness is an architect with caffeine for blood, designing universes that physics could never approve. Reality plods at 1 frame per second. Imagination edits in light years. Scientists still argue whether imagination evolved merely as a planning tool, or if it's consciousness's primary language, the medium through which you test existence before committing to it. The mainstream theory says imagination is simulation, the brain's way of rehearsing reality, predicting outcomes before you risk the body. But it doesn't stop there. The same circuits that plan dinner also craft myths, futures, and dreamscapes. Consciousness can't resist storyboarding the impossible. Here's a quirky tidbit. Your brain uses nearly identical neural pathways for remembering and imagining. The hippocampus doesn't distinguish between then and maybe. When you picture yourself on a distant beach, your brain partially believes you're already there. Muscles relax, pulse slows, a phantom sun warms your skin. You hallucinate comfort on purpose. And yet, imagination can outrun comfort too. Anxiety is just the creative mind turned against itself, a novelist predicting disasters that haven't happened yet. The same mental projector that builds fantasy castles can screen horror films at 3 in the morning. Consciousness has no parental controls. Scientists still argue whether this runaway capacity for mental construction is what separates humans from other species. Crows can use tools. Dolphins can recognize themselves. But only humans can imagine being someone else entirely. You can picture yourself as your future self, your neighbor, or even a sentient toaster. Imagination breaks identity into clay and remolds it endlessly. Let's insert a little levity. If daydreaming burned calories, most of us would be athletes by now. Still, there's a price. When imagination sprints too far ahead of reality, dissonance creeps in. The feeling that the world isn't moving fast enough to match your inner movie. That's why inspiration and frustration often arrive together. Your mind already finished building what life is still scaffolding. You live in perpetual preview mode. Some neuroscientists suggest that creativity might emerge from microseconds of chaos, the same kind we explored earlier. Tiny fluctuations in the default mode network spark uninvited connections. Colors smell like music. Time folds into metaphor. The brain momentarily drops logic to let imagination rearrange the furniture. Consciousness improvises the impossible, then quietly pretends it was rational all along. Here's something quietly magical. Imagination doesn't just outpace reality, it updates it. Every tool, song, invention, and love story began as fiction first. You picture, then you perform. The mind rehearses the world until the world starts keeping up. In that sense, reality might just be collective imagination that's stuck. Scientists still argue whether imagination's power comes from memory remixing or some deeper principle, an internal physics where what if equals what is. In dreams, for example, gravity forgets to show up, and nobody minds. Maybe the rules of waking life are just local guidelines, while imagination explores the rest of the map. A playful thought before you float off. Your mind invents thousands of faces across a lifetime of dreams, yet statistically, it can't create a face from scratch. Every one you see is a remix of real features you've glimpsed somewhere, on a bus, in a reflection, on an ad. Imagination's speed depends on its library. Consciousness is the fastest plagiarist in the cosmos. And then there's the tenderness of it. How imagination fills the empty spaces of reality, the friends you miss, the futures you crave, the places you'll never visit. The mind paints them all in exquisite detail just to feel whole. Maybe that's its secret kindness. Even when reality disappoints, consciousness quietly compensates with color. So as you settle deeper into the slow rhythm of your breath, let imagination run a little ahead. Picture yourself adrift on a soft ocean of light, your thoughts shimmering like sails. No destination, no need for logic, just the awareness that you can create anything, even this calm, simply by picturing it. Reality will catch up later. For now, let the faster world inside you lead. The sense of self in virtual reality. How your brain mistakes pixels for a body and loves it. You slip on a headset and the room dissolves. Suddenly, your hands are digital. Your surroundings a coded landscape. A cartoon breeze brushes your virtual skin, and somehow your real heartbeat changes. It's absurd, really. Your body knows you're standing in your living room, but your mind doesn't care. Consciousness, ever eager to believe, adopts whatever body it's given. Scientists still argue whether this illusion, the sense of self inside virtual space, reveals how fragile embodiment truly is, or how adaptable. The mainstream explanation says that your sense of me depends on multisensory integration, vision, touch, and motion cues synchronizing just right. When VR tricks those systems into harmony, you relocate instantly, body and soul, into a digital avatar. Consciousness accepts the transfer with zero paperwork, a quirky tidbit. In experiments, when participants see a fake arm being stroked in sync with their hidden real arm, they feel the touch on the rubber limb. This rubber hand illusion proves that your brain assigns ownership to anything moving convincingly enough. It's basically consciousness saying, close enough. Virtual reality takes that party trick and amplifies it. Inside the headset, your neurons rewrite their map. Hand becomes controller, space becomes software. You lean to dodge, duck to hide, and most tellingly, flinch when something flies at your face. Your body behaves as if digital danger were real. Scientists still argue whether this proves the brain's gullibility or its genius. Either way, reality is negotiable. And yet, something profound happens in those moments of immersion. When you look down at an avatar that doesn't match your real self, different gender, height, even species, your mind adjusts its identity within seconds. Researchers call this body transfer. Spend 10 minutes as a taller avatar and you'll behave more confidently afterward. Spend time as a different skin tone and your empathy increases measurably. Consciousness, it seems, is endlessly reprogrammable. Humor break. Somewhere, a neuroscientist is currently studying whether being a virtual banana affects potassium levels. Early results, slippery. There's a deeper layer though. When you leave the headset world, a subtle ghost lingers. The feeling that your real surroundings are slightly less real than before. Psychologists call it post-VR derealization. The boundary between the simulated and the physical blurs, not because VR is too convincing, but because consciousness itself was never sure where the border was to begin with. Scientists still argue whether virtual embodiment can permanently shift self-perception. Some hope it can treat trauma, phobias, even chronic pain, by letting people recode their bodily awareness. Others warn it might dissolve identity boundaries too easily, leaving the self untethered. But perhaps identity was never a fortress, just a tent we pitch wherever experience feels coherent. Think of it, your brain already generates a virtual model of your body, even without technology. You don't see your face directly, you visualize it through mirrors and memory. You never truly experience the world raw. You perceive a simulation your neurons have rendered. Virtual reality merely externalizes what your consciousness has been doing all along. Here's the secret irony. When you take off the headset and blink back into your room, you don't return to reality. You return to another model, richer in gravity but just as constructed. Scientists still argue whether reality itself is a simulation, though most physicists roll their eyes and say, define simulation first. Still, the thought lingers like static. Maybe awareness doesn't inhabit worlds, it renders them. A light joke before we fade. If consciousness ever gets Wi-Fi, we'll all need software updates just to stay real. So as you sink back into the dark behind your eyelids, think of your own body as the finest VR suit ever built. Sensitive, adaptive, endlessly customizable. Feel the pressure of the pillow, the rhythm of your breathing. Those sensations are your login screen to the physical world, grounding you here. But remember, every world, digital or not, depends on the same miracle: awareness agreeing to believe. Maybe consciousness is the ultimate gamer. immersed in its own projection, forgetting, for a while, that it built the level itself. Why nothing is so hard to imagine. How the mind fills even emptiness with echoes. Try it now. Picture nothing. Not darkness, not silence, just nothing. Within half a second, your brain rebels. You see blackness, feel space, maybe even hear a faint hum. Consciousness refuses to stay blank. The moment you attempt to imagine nothing, you've already imagined something. It's like trying to draw an invisible line. Scientists still argue whether the human mind is even capable of true conceptual emptiness. The mainstream explanation is simple, but unsettling. Consciousness evolved to detect presence, not absence. Your neural machinery is wired to notice edges, movement, contrast. So when it's asked to picture nothing, it creates a placeholder. Darkness, vacuum, still air. Even voids need decoration. A quirky tidbit. In physics, a vacuum isn't empty at all. It teems with quantum fluctuations, tiny blips of energy popping in and out of existence. Nature itself can't stop generating something. Maybe the brain is just following the universe's lead. Philosophers have tried for centuries to define nothing. Aristotle dodged it by saying nature abhors a vacuum. Later thinkers turned the question metaphysical. If nothing truly existed, would anyone notice? Modern neuroscience adds another twist. The brain's default mode network, its idle chatter, never fully stops. Even in deep meditation, when thought seems to vanish, faint patterns remain. Consciousness doesn't do off switches. It prefers dimmers. Imagine a blank page for a moment. Now, imagine erasing the page itself. You can't, because awareness immediately becomes the background, the stage on which nothing appears. Consciousness is like a flashlight, trying to shine on darkness. It always reveals itself instead. Humor break. If you ever manage to think of nothing, please patent it. You'll end procrastination, philosophy, and probably half the internet. Scientists still argue whether our inability to conceive nothing hints at a deeper truth, that existence, not non-existence, is the default state of reality. Some physicists speculate the universe popped from a quantum fluctuation, because even nothing has rules. Consciousness may mirror that structure. It can contemplate death, absence, or sleep, but always from within the safe walls of something. You can't step outside awareness to look at its absence. In meditation, practitioners often try to approach the void, stilling thoughts until only awareness remains. Yet what they report isn't nothingness, but profound fullness. A vast, silent presence, dense with stillness. The closer you get to emptiness, the more it feels alive. Scientists studying brain scans during these moments find an intriguing pattern. Reduced activity in sensory areas but increased coherence across distant regions, as though the mind unifies when it runs out of content. The void becomes connection. A softer way to think of it. Nothing frightens the ego because it implies erasure, but consciousness experiences it as relief, a temporary vacation from narrative. When you stare at a blank wall or lose yourself in fog, that small peace you feel isn't boredom. It's the body remembering that it doesn't have to invent meaning every second. Here's something curious. Children struggle with the idea of nothing until around age 7. Before that, they insist that even when something goes away, it's still somewhere. Maybe they're right. Maybe awareness always leaves a trace, a footprint on the absence it observes. Scientists still argue whether the fear of nothingness drives our creativity. The void is intolerable. So we build art, language, stories, filling silence with sound and time with memory. In that sense, nothing is consciousness's favorite muse. The blank page forces it to move. Now, as you listen to the low hum in your room, the fan, the soft air, your own pulse, notice how quiet never arrives fully. There's always a faint layer beneath it, a residue of being. Even silence wears a heartbeat. That's not failure, that's awareness proving its own existence. You don't need to conquer the idea of nothing. Just notice how your mind resists it, how it paints even the emptiest canvas with warmth, rhythm, and the faint outline of you. And maybe that's the secret. Nothing isn't the opposite of something. It's the pause that gives everything shape. Without it, sound would be noise, thought would be chaos, and rest would be impossible. Consciousness doesn't fear the void. It simply can't stop singing into it. So exhale now, long and slow. Let the spaces between your thoughts widen just a little. There's no need to imagine nothing tonight. Just rest in the quiet proof that even when the world falls silent, you remain, the still pulse at the center of everything that refuses to disappear. The mind's sense of humor. Why consciousness laughs at itself, and sometimes can't stop. You know the feeling. A joke catches you off guard, and before you can analyze it, laughter bursts out like a sneeze of delight. For a brief moment, reason dissolves. You're breathless, eyes watering, ribs aching, and somehow lighter. Humor, that ridiculous yet essential tickle in the mind, might be consciousness's favorite form of exercise. It bends logic just to watch it snap back. Scientists still argue whether laughter evolved for communication, relief, or sheer neurological housekeeping. The mainstream theory says humor arises when your brain detects a harmless violation, a mismatch between what you expect and what actually happens. The moment you realize it's safe, your nervous system releases that warm, involuntary burst of joy. Basically, your brain saying, "Phew, that could have been awkward. Good one." Here's a quirky tidbit. Laughter isn't uniquely human. Rats giggle at high frequencies when tickled. Dolphins emit playful bursts of sound that researchers think are the aquatic version of chuckles. Even apes share laughter-like panting during play. Consciousness, it seems, loves comedy wherever it evolves. It's the universe letting off steam. But laughter's more than noise, it's a mirror. Humor turns awareness inward, showing how absurd self-consciousness can be. Think about it. You trip over your own feet, then laugh because the moment your ego stumbles, reality reminds you it's not taking attendance. Consciousness laughs to stay humble. Scientists still argue whether irony and wit require higher order awareness, the ability to hold multiple meanings at once. When you get a joke, your brain's frontal lobes light up, juggling incongruity and resolution. Humor may literally be multi-level perception in action. A pun, after all, is just consciousness flexing both hemispheres at once. And maybe that's why laughter feels cleansing. For a second, you're free from narrative. You can't worry mid-giggle. You can't philosophize through tears of mirth. Humor suspends the self, rebooting your mental operating system. It's mindfulness by surprise. Let's toss in some levity, since we're obligated by topic. If consciousness is the universe becoming aware of itself, then laughter is the sound it makes when it finally gets the joke. Yet humor can reveal deep empathy too. We laugh with others to synchronize emotions, to signal trust. Studies show laughter aligns heart rates and breathing between people, literally syncing physiology. The body joins the joke before the mind finishes it. Consciousness doesn't just understand humor, it inhabits it. And then there's the dark side. Gallows humor, irony, self-deprecation. The laughter that helps consciousness cope with pain. When life corners you, humor opens a skylight. That reflex might be older than language itself. Some anthropologists suggest early humans bonded by laughing at danger once it passed. A communal sigh disguised as comedy. "We survived," said the laughter, "so we might as well giggle about it." Scientists still argue whether laughter can be entirely spontaneous. Some theorists think it's never random, that even absurd humor relies on subconscious pattern recognition. Maybe consciousness laughs not because something's funny, but because it recognizes itself unexpectedly. A cosmic peekaboo. Think about how dreams occasionally slip in jokes. Nonsensical, but hilarious at the time. Your sleeping brain entertains itself, looping absurd imagery just to keep awareness amused. Maybe laughter is the mind's way of saying, "Still here, still weird." And in art, satire, and storytelling, humor serves as the lubricant for heavy truth. A good laugh sneaks meaning past your defenses. You might not accept wisdom straight, but disguise it as a joke, and consciousness gulps it down. Humor break. Self-referential, of course. Writing about humor without being funny is like explaining water while you're thirsty. Luckily, irony's on our side. Here's the curious part. Laughter creates physiological echoes. Endorphins surge, muscles relax, pain thresholds rise. Consciousness rewards itself chemically for seeing absurdity. That's evolution's way of saying, keep finding joy in the nonsense. And perhaps the biggest mystery, why does humor survive despair? Even in grief, one stray joke can crack the darkness. Consciousness seems wired to giggle in defiance. The laugh says, "I see how ridiculous existence is, and I'm in on it." So as you lie here, maybe smiling at nothing, let that small ripple of amusement spread. It's proof your awareness hasn't forgotten how to play. The universe might be an infinite riddle, but tonight, for just a moment, you get to be the punchline, and that's oddly comforting. If consciousness ever figures itself out, I hope it still keeps a sense of humor. Because really, what's enlightenment without a good laugh? The physics of awareness, or lack thereof. When consciousness meets matter, and both pretend to understand each other, you're made of atoms, nothing exotic there. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, a pinch of calcium, the usual cosmic recipe. Yet somehow, those atoms woke up, looked around and said, "What am I?" That's the part physics hasn't quite solved. Why matter suddenly started asking questions about itself. Consciousness feels weightless, but it's built entirely out of the same particles that make up coffee cups and comets. How does stardust learn to notice it's sparkling? Scientists still argue whether awareness can be described by physics at all. The mainstream stance insists it must. Everything that exists should fit into equations. But consciousness doesn't behave nicely. It doesn't reflect light, can't be measured in joules or volts, and has the audacity to experience colors that physics only defines as wavelengths. To science, awareness is an anomaly that keeps whispering, "Try harder." Here's a quirky tidbit. Physicist Roger Penrose once suggested that consciousness might arise from quantum effects inside microtubules, tiny structures within neurons. His theory, called orchestrated objective reduction, claims that awareness results when quantum possibilities collapse in unison across the brain. Critics call it speculative. Supporters call it poetic physics. Either way, the idea that your thoughts could hinge on subatomic winks of probability makes reality feel like a cosmic improv show. Meanwhile, more grounded theories see consciousness as an emergent property, like wetness from water molecules or temperature from motion. When enough complexity gathers, awareness bubbles up. The problem? Nobody can find the exact recipe. We can measure the neural correlates of consciousness, but not the moment it appears. It's like trying to pinpoint when water becomes a wave. Scientists still argue whether physics needs new laws to explain awareness, or just better metaphors. Maybe we don't need quantum souls. Maybe ordinary matter is extraordinary enough. After all, the same particles that form stars form neurons. Perhaps the universe was self-aware the instant it began, and we're just one of its many ways of noticing. Let's lighten it up. If the cosmos really is conscious, then black holes are probably the introverts of reality, absorbing everything, avoiding small talk, and needing infinite personal space. What's fascinating is how perception itself obeys physical principles. Light bounces, enters your eyes, becomes electric language. But awareness doesn't stop there. It adds meaning to the data. The same photon that hits your retina turns into sunset, memory, or warmth. Somewhere in that translation, physics ends and poetry begins. Some researchers propose that consciousness and information are the same thing, that awareness is simply matter processing itself. According to this view, every interaction, from an atom colliding to a thought forming, involves tiny bits of awareness. It's an appealing idea. Reality as one vast computation, with you as a particularly chatty subroutine. Yet others push back. If everything that processes information is conscious, then your toaster has inner monologues. And that's a hard sell, even on a sleepy night. Scientists still argue whether consciousness needs complexity, feedback loops, or some mysterious spark physics hasn't identified yet. Still, there's something poetic about thinking of awareness as energy with an opinion. You eat sunlight via plants. It turns into glucose, then neurons, then thoughts about starlight again. Energy circles back to admire itself through you. Here's another odd experiment. When people meditate, brainwaves often fall into synchronized patterns, as if neurons are choreographing a slow dance. Some physicists have suggested that this coherence resembles phase locking in physical systems, like laser light or resonance in a string. Consciousness might not just feel wave-like, it might literally vibrate in harmony with itself. Humor break. If that's true, your last overthinking spiral was technically a physics experiment. Congratulations on the peer-reviewed anxiety. Maybe awareness is how the universe experiences time from the inside. Matter changes, consciousness notices. Without observation, physics runs. But nobody's home to say, so that's what expansion looks like. The observer completes the equation. Scientists still argue whether observation collapses quantum states or merely reveals them. But it's tempting to think that consciousness, even faintly, shapes what it sees. Maybe reality needs witnesses to stay real. So tonight, as you listen to the faint hum of the world around you, the electric buzz in the walls, the soft churn of air, remember that it's all motion, all energy, and somehow, improbably, you're aware of it. The same atoms that built the noise also built the listener. Perhaps physics won't explain awareness because awareness is physics. Energy noticing itself, whispering through molecules, pausing between breaths to ask, what am I made of? And maybe the answer is simple: light, sound, warmth, and a little wonder. Why you can't see your own eyes move. How your brain edits reality before you even notice it. Stand in front of a mirror and try to catch your eyes in motion. You can't. The instant they shift from one point to another, the movement vanishes. Reality politely blinks out. It's not that your eyes move too fast. It's that your brain deletes the footage. Consciousness is curiously protective like that, hiding its own edit so the movie never skips. Scientists still argue whether this saccadic suppression is a clever trick or a necessary illusion. The mainstream explanation says your brain momentarily blocks visual input during eye motion to prevent motion blur. If it didn't, every glance would look like a shaky, handheld video. So your consciousness censors about 200 milliseconds at a time, sewing together reality like a smooth, continuous reel. You're basically living inside a highly efficient, slightly dishonest film. Here's a quirky tidbit. During those brief blind spots, your brain actually fills in what it thinks should be there. When your gaze jumps from one object to another, you don't see the blur in between. You see a perfect world swap. It's predictive rendering, like video game software, anticipating where you'll look next. You're both the player and the programmer, improvising clarity on the fly. Scientists still argue whether this constant editing means we never perceive the world as it is, only as we expect it to be. Some neuroscientists call consciousness a controlled hallucination, a best guess model constantly updated by sensory input. The world you see isn't raw reality, it's your brain's highlight reel, which explains, among other things, why you occasionally forget where you left your keys. They were never rendered in full resolution. And yet, this invisible gap isn't a flaw, it's elegance. Consciousness filters out unnecessary chaos to preserve coherence. Imagine if you did see your eyes darting, walls streaking, colors smearing with each movement. You'd be dizzy all day. Awareness edits for comfort. It prefers story over accuracy, a humor break before your neurons revolt. Technically, you're the star of a film directed by your brain, but you're not allowed to see the raw footage. Somewhere, there's a cosmic blooper reel of every blink you never noticed. Beyond the everyday trickery, these hidden edits shape how you experience time. Because perception pauses during eye motion, your sense of now lags by fractions of a second. Consciousness smooths the gap so you think you're living in real time, when in truth, you're always watching the past, just slightly delayed. You're your own rerun, perpetually a heartbeat behind. Here's where it gets weirder. In patients with certain brain injuries, this suppression fails. They see the jitter between eye movements, the world shaking, splitting, reforming. Their consciousness no longer edits the cut, and reality becomes unbearable, like watching life in stop motion. So every blink you don't notice is a small act of mercy. Scientists still argue whether this same predictive editing underlies bigger illusions, like the feeling of continuity in thought. When you jump from one idea to the next, consciousness fills in the mental blur, pretending your stream of thought was unbroken. Maybe we're not just visually blind between glances, but mentally blind between moments. Awareness hides its transitions. And then there's the philosophical bite. If you can't perceive your own eye movements, what else might you be missing? maybe consciousness is less a spotlight and more a sensor, showing only what keeps you sane. The universe could be flickering at unimaginable speeds, and you're tuned to the tranquil version. But there's comfort in that blindness too. You don't need every frame to feel whole. The continuity your mind invents is your reality, stitched from careful omissions. You exist in the seams between moments, inside the edit itself. Try this small experiment before drifting off. Close your eyes, move them side to side slowly under the lids, and notice how awareness flutters. Images half form, dissolve, reappear. Even in darkness, the mind polishes transitions, smoothing chaos into rhythm. So tonight, as your eyelids rest and your thoughts wander, remember, your consciousness is already practicing invisibility. It's deleting gaps, stitching time, and pretending the world is stable. And maybe that's the sweetest illusion of all. You never see yourself blink, because you were never supposed to. The magic only works if you look away. When you realize you're real, that eerie electric instant when self-awareness blinks fully on, it hits you sometimes out of nowhere. You're sitting quietly, maybe mid-sip of tea, and suddenly your own existence feels strange. I'm real, you think, startled, as though you've just walked in on yourself thinking. The room doesn't change, but something inside you tilts. The mirror turns inward. For a heartbeat, consciousness realizes it's conscious, and everything hums with a new kind of gravity. Scientists still argue whether this jolt of self-recognition is a glitch, a side effect of brain architecture, or the defining feature of being human. The mainstream view calls it metacognition, the ability to not only think, but to think about thinking. It's like awareness catching its reflection and whispering, "Oh, it's me." But even that explanation feels clinical compared to the actual sensation. Sudden, intimate, slightly unsettling. A quirky tidbit. Experiments using brain scanners show that the same regions that light up when you recognize your face in a mirror also activate when you think abstractly about who you are. In a way, your self-image is a mirror, one you never stop polishing. And sometimes it reflects back too clearly. You've likely felt it in small bursts, after a breakup, at a funeral, during an aimless walk at sunset, moments when the world feels slightly unreal, but you feel too real. That sense of being the only witness in an enormous play. Consciousness zooms out, sees itself from above, and asks, "How did I end up here?" There's a flicker of vertigo, the mental equivalent of looking down from a great height. Scientists still argue whether this awareness surge is tied to certain brain rhythms, oscillations syncing across regions to unify perception and self-modeling. One theory says the mind needs these flickers to recalibrate identity, reminding you that the story's still yours. Another theory says the whole thing is just an illusion, neurons pretending to be someone for continuity's sake, but the illusion feels real enough to make you catch your breath. Here's a humorous truth. When consciousness suddenly realizes it exists, it doesn't celebrate. It panics. That's why toddlers, upon first seeing themselves in mirrors, often look betrayed. "Who's that small imposter?" they seem to ask, seconds before realizing, "Oh no, it's me forever." Philosophers call that jarring spark existential awareness. It's consciousness colliding with itself in broad daylight. For some, it's a comfort, the confirmation that you are. For others, it's disorienting, like being both the actor and the audience in a play that never ends. Yet both reactions are valid. They're two sides of the same phenomenon. the self recognizing the self, and briefly running out of words. There's evidence that even animals feel shades of this. Great apes, dolphins, elephants, magpies. They all pass the mirror test, showing signs of self-recognition. But whether they feel the same existential woe moment is still unknown. Scientists still argue whether recognizing your reflection equals recognizing your being. Maybe awareness, at every scale, occasionally stumbles upon itself and pauses. You might remember a childhood moment of sudden self-consciousness, when you first realized that others had thoughts about you, that you occupied space in someone else's world. That tiny psychic earthquake marks the birth of complex self-awareness. From then on, consciousness doesn't just exist. It narrates itself, worried and wondrous in equal measure. Here's a light joke before it gets too heady. If consciousness were a computer, the moment it becomes self-aware is also the moment it Googles what is consciousness, and immediately regrets it. What makes this so fascinating is how fleeting the realization is. You can't stay in that state for long. It's too bright. Like staring at the sun of your own mind. Within seconds, routine sweeps you back. Emails, hunger, socks that don't match. The extraordinary collapses into the ordinary again. Awareness hides behind the curtain until the next curtain call. Yet every so often, the spotlight swings your way. You breathe, you blink, and the thought returns. I am. Simple, undeniable. Strange. And in that small instant, the universe becomes very quiet, as though waiting for you to continue the sentence. Scientists still argue whether this realness is universal or uniquely human. Maybe every conscious thing experiences that private gasp. Or maybe it's a glitch in advanced brains. Selfhood turned recursive, awareness looping until it feels something like awe. So as you lie here, half wrapped in thought, let the idea settle softly. You are real, not in a dramatic cosmic sense, but in the simplest possible way. You notice. You exist. And somewhere deep in the folds of matter and memory, the universe notices that you noticed. That's consciousness closing the loop. Matter briefly astonished to find itself alive. How the brain creates meaning. Why awareness insists that experience must add up to something. You're lying there, staring at the ceiling, and suddenly, a thought drifts in, uninvited. What does it all mean? Not in a dramatic cosmic way, more like a quiet itch behind the mind. The world hums with patterns, coincidences, little winks of synchronicity, and your brain won't stop trying to decode them. Consciousness, it seems, is allergic to randomness. It wants narrative, even when there isn't one. Scientists still argue whether meaning-making is a biological survival feature or an accidental side effect of an overactive pattern detector. The mainstream view is that your brain evolved to predict. Linking cause and effect kept your ancestors alive. But once prediction got too smart for its own good, it started assigning purpose to everything. Thunder became anger, dreams became messages, spilled coffee became a sign from the universe. The mind can't resist turning data into destiny. Here's a quirky tidbit. In one study, participants shown random static claimed to see faces, shapes, or even hidden words. This pareidolia shows how consciousness fills chaos with story. Your neurons treat coincidence like a cliffhanger. There must be a plot twist coming. Meaning, in a neural sense, is just connection. When separate signals fire together, the brain declares them related, but subjectively, it feels sacred. You listen to a song that happens to match your mood and call it fate. You see the same number twice and feel the universe nodding. The machinery underneath is pure computation, yet the feeling it produces is poetry. Scientists still argue whether consciousness creates meaning or simply detects it. Some cognitive scientists describe meaning as a byproduct of predictive modeling. Your brain constantly updates its internal map of the world, labeling patterns that reduce uncertainty as meaningful others. More romantic, perhaps, suggests that consciousness is meaning, the universe experiencing significance from the inside out. A humor break before your neurons get too earnest. If consciousness really craves meaning this badly, it should probably stop reading internet comment sections. But the impulse runs deep. Even newborns show surprise when expected patterns break, a primitive why forming before language. Meaning might be the nervous system's default question. That's why stories comfort us. They turn chaos into sequence, suffering into lesson. Consciousness wants closure almost as much as oxygen. Meaning also shapes memory, events with emotional charge, joy, loss, discovery. Etch deeper because they feel significant. The hippocampus flags them as essential. That's why you remember the days something felt important far more vividly than days that simply passed. Emotion and meaning are twin algorithms that decide what stays. Here's an odd twist. When people lose a sense of meaning, say through depression or trauma, the brain's default mode network often goes haywire, looping thoughts without resolution. Scientists still argue whether this endless self-analysis is the mind trying to restore meaning or mourning its absence. Awareness, when untethered, seems to spiral until it finds something to believe again. Sometimes, meaning appears not in big revelations, but in micro moments. A shared laugh, the scent of rain, the satisfaction of something neatly aligned. These are the neurons celebrating coherence, the body whispering, "This makes sense." Consciousness stitches such fragments together, calling it life. Let's add a tender joke. If existence really has a grand purpose, it probably involves snacks. Still, there's a deeper layer. Meaning doesn't only arrive through reason, it emerges through attention. When you notice something deeply enough, it begins to matter. The act of observing infuses experience with value. That's why mindfulness feels profound even during simple tasks, washing dishes, folding laundry, breathing. Meaning blooms in awareness itself, not in what's observed. Scientists still argue whether that sense of significance is uniquely human or whether all conscious beings experience their own versions of purpose. Maybe a dog finds meaning in the scent of its pack, or a bee in the geometry of flight. Awareness might always seek harmony, each mind composing coherence in its own dialect. And here's the quiet punchline. Meaning isn't discovered like a buried treasure. It's woven moment by moment. The pattern forms only because you're looking. You are both the author and the reader, the code and the decoding. So as you rest now, maybe let go of the need for everything to add up. Meaning doesn't always arrive as revelation. Sometimes it hums softly in the background, like a tune your consciousness hums just to keep time. Each breath, each heartbeat, each quiet realization that you're here, those are the small proofs that meaning never left. You don't have to solve it, just live it. The feeling of being lost in thought. When your mind drifts away and you follow it willingly, you stare at nothing, maybe the ceiling, maybe the space just past your phone, and suddenly, you're gone. You're replaying a conversation that never happened, rewriting a future that hasn't arrived, or arguing eloquently in your head with someone who isn't there. You blink, and 10 minutes have vanished. The body stayed, but consciousness wandered off, humming to itself somewhere in the background. Scientists still argue whether mind-wandering is a flaw in attention or one of consciousness's most essential features. The mainstream theory calls it the default mode network, a constellation of brain regions that lights up when you're not focused on the outside world. It's your mental screensaver, painting vivid scenes whenever nothing else demands control. Far from idleness, it's creativity disguised as distraction. A quirky tidbit: during mind wandering, brain scans show that your sensory areas quiet down, but your emotional and autobiographical centers flare. It's as though your awareness clocks out from reality and clocks into self-reflection. Daydreaming isn't laziness, it's maintenance. Yet being lost in thought can feel unsettling too. You catch yourself halfway through a fantasy, realize you've missed half a conversation, and feel the small sting of disconnection. Consciousness, for all its grandeur, can't multitask well. It either stares outward or dives inward, rarely both. Scientists still argue whether this toggling is a limitation or a mercy. Humor break. If mental drifting burned calories, the entire population would have six-pack abs by now. There's a rhythm to thought wandering, tiny leaps between past and future. One moment you're remembering, the next you're planning. The present becomes a thin thread connecting two timelines that never quite touch. Strangely, those meandering thoughts often lead to breakthroughs. Many scientific discoveries, musical ideas, and shower epiphanies are the byproducts of productive spacing out. When focus loosens, creativity sneaks in through the cracks. Here's a curious note. People who practice mindfulness meditation show reduced default mode activity, yet report greater clarity of thought afterward. It's as though calming the storm makes the waves of imagination more distinct when they return. Consciousness, like the ocean, needs both motion and stillness to feel alive. Scientists still argue whether mind wandering is controlled by choice or hijacked by habit. Some studies show that we drift most when bored or stressed, as if consciousness flees discomfort by storytelling. Others suggest it's automatic, a built-in background process keeping identity cohesive. After all, your sense of self is largely made of memory and projection, two activities perfected during daydreaming. There's a kind of sweetness in it, though. Being lost in thought is proof that your inner world is still fertile, still capable of surprise. You can visit past lovers, future plans, impossible worlds, all before your coffee cools. Consciousness uses imagination the way a child uses cardboard boxes, as doorways. Let's slip in another light joke. Your brain is like an over-enthusiastic travel agent. It keeps booking mental vacations without checking your schedule. But those excursions matter. When you drift into reverie, your emotions recalibrate. You digest the day, file away what hurt, and preview what might heal. It's not escape, it's internal housekeeping. Even psychologists agree. A healthy mind needs space to wander. Still, there's a delicate balance. Too much drifting, and you lose your anchor. Too little, and you lose wonder. The trick is learning to watch your thoughts wander without getting completely carried off by them. To ride the current, but keep sight of the shore. Consciousness can be both dreamer and witness. Some researchers describe this witness state as meta-awareness, knowing that you're thinking even while you think. It's what allows writers to narrate their own narration, and meditators to smile at the parade of thoughts without joining it. It's the mind watching its own imagination with fond amusement, like a parent letting a toddler run in circles. Scientists still argue whether this layered awareness is what makes us feel uniquely human. If you can observe your thoughts instead of being them, maybe you've stepped one level higher in consciousness's fractal staircase. So tonight, as your mind starts to drift, don't pull it back too quickly. Let it wander into gentle tangles of memory and maybe daydreams. Notice how thought curls and uncurls on its own, how imagination reshapes boredom into story. You're not losing focus. You're exploring the vast backyard of your own awareness. And when you return, because you always do, you'll find the world a little softer, the room a little quieter, and your breath perfectly in sync with the rhythm of thought itself. Can consciousness be quantified? When awareness refuses to fit inside a calculator, you'd think by now, after all the brain scans, math models, and philosophical ping-pong matches, someone would have found a unit of consciousness, like 1U equals X joules of awareness. But no, every attempt to measure it slips through equations like light through mist. Consciousness doesn't care how precise your instruments are. It just keeps existing, smugly unmeasurable. Scientists still argue whether consciousness can even be expressed in numbers. The mainstream idea called Integrated Information Theory, IIT, claims that the amount of consciousness corresponds to how tightly information is woven together in a system. The symbol for it is phi, a kind of awareness index. In theory, the higher your phi, the richer your subjective experience. In practice, nobody can agree how to calculate it, or whether your cat scores higher than your phone. A quirky tidbit. Researchers once tried to estimate consciousness levels in patients under anesthesia using this framework. They found subtle differences in brain signal complexity between wakefulness and unconsciousness. But even then, some unconscious brains flickered with activity like faint stars. The line between on and off, it turns out, isn't sharp. It's fuzzy, like consciousness itself. Scientists still argue whether such metrics reveal awareness or just correlation. It's easy to confuse the light bulb with the electricity. Maybe phi doesn't measure consciousness. It just tracks the footprints consciousness leaves behind. The subjective spark remains outside the lab, sipping tea and smirking at our efforts. Here's a light joke. If anyone ever invents a consciousness meter, therapists will have to start charging by the lumen. But it's not for lack of trying. Another camp pursues global workspace theory, which likens consciousness to a spotlight in the brain's theater. Count the neurons in the spotlight, and maybe you've measured awareness. The trouble is, neurons don't stand still long enough to be counted. They constantly form and dissolve networks in milliseconds. Consciousness doesn't run like a machine. It ripples like weather. And that's the paradox. Measurement requires stability, but awareness is motion. The very act of trying to pin it down alters the state itself, just like in quantum physics, where observing particles changes their behavior. You can't take consciousness's temperature without consciousness noticing and shifting the reading. Some thinkers propose we're asking the wrong question altogether. Instead of measuring consciousness, maybe we should map its flavors, like different textures of experience. The sharp clarity of alertness, the soft haze of drowsiness, the glowing edge of love, all distinct patterns that define numbers but feel precise nonetheless. Humor break before the math gets moody. If consciousness is quantifiable, mine definitely fluctuates before morning coffee. What's fascinating is how much of science depends on consciousness, even as it struggles to define it. Every equation, every observation, every peer review exists inside someone's awareness. You can't remove the observer from the experiment when the observer is the experiment. Consciousness measuring itself is the cosmic equivalent of a ruler trying to measure its own length without mirrors. Still, the dream persists, to map awareness as neatly as DNA. Machines can now detect when brains light up with recognition, when they imagine, even when they dream. But those patterns are translations, not meaning. We can chart the melody's notes, yet not the feeling of hearing it. Consciousness hides in the harmony, not the score. Scientists still argue whether we'll ever build an instrument sensitive enough to detect awareness directly. Some imagine future neurotech capable of broadcasting thoughts like radio waves. Others warn that reducing consciousness to data points will strip it of mystery, and maybe its essence is that it resists reduction. Here's a gentler thought. Maybe consciousness can't be quantified because it's the baseline of all measurement. You can count stars, but only because awareness is counting. You can measure time, but only because awareness feels duration. Trying to measure consciousness from within consciousness is like asking your reflection to weigh the mirror. And yet, that's kind of beautiful. The unmeasurable isn't a flaw. It's a reminder that not everything real can be graphed. Some truths are experiential, not numerical. The warmth of belonging, the taste of memory, the quiet certainty that you exist, each beyond arithmetic. So as your thoughts slow and your breathing evens, imagine awareness as an immeasurable glow, soft, constant, quietly illuminating everything you experience. Science can chase the light forever, but you're already inside it. No units needed. The mystery of inner speech. Why your thoughts sound like someone you know very well. There it is again, that voice in your head. The one narrating your grocery list, rehearsing comebacks, reminding you not to trip over absolutely nothing in public. It sounds like you, but slightly different. Maybe smoother, maybe wiser, maybe more sarcastic. Whatever the tone, that voice feels central to consciousness itself. After all, what's awareness without commentary? Scientists still argue whether inner speech is necessary for thought or just one of its noisiest side effects. The mainstream view says it arises from the same brain regions responsible for external language. Broca's area for speech production, Wernicke's area for comprehension. When you think in words, those circuits activate as if you were actually speaking, but with the volume turned down. You're basically whispering to yourself in neural Morse code. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some people don't experience inner speech at all. Their thoughts arrive as images, feelings, or abstract knowing rather than sentences. When they hear that others talk to themselves internally, they react with polite disbelief. You mean you literally hear a voice? Consciousness, it seems, doesn't standardize its software. Scientists still argue whether inner speech shapes identity or merely reflects it. One camp says it's the ongoing dialogue that defines you, a linguistic tether holding the self together. Another claims it's just post-production commentary, translating emotions and instincts into words after the fact. Maybe consciousness has a publicist who never stops spinning press releases for every feeling you have. And sometimes that inner monologue turns adversarial. You criticize yourself, second-guess decisions, narrate anxieties like a sports commentator who hates your team. Psychologists call this negative self-talk, but it's really consciousness arguing with its own echo. The same neural gift that lets you plan poetry also enables overthinking at 3 a.m. Here's a light joke before the introspection gets too loud. If your inner voice ever starts charging rent, remind it you've been subletting that headspace for free since birth. Interestingly, inner speech also helps you think forward. Studies show that talking to yourself silently while problem solving enhances memory and focus. Athletes use it too. Mantras like, "You've got this," physically alter performance by tuning motor pathways. Your brain listens even when you're the only one speaking. Consciousness, it turns out, is highly suggestible to its own voice. A particularly fascinating study asked participants to silently repeat nonsense syllables while reading complex paragraphs. Their comprehension plummeted, proof that inner speech occupies real cognitive bandwidth. When the mental narrator's busy babbling, no one else gets the mic. Scientists still argue whether inner speech is uniquely human. Parrots, dolphins, and even elephants show self-awareness. But do they talk to themselves? We may never know, though it's tempting to imagine whales composing long oceanic monologues about krill availability and existential purpose. Inner speech also ties closely to imagination. When you hear song lyrics in your mind or run through hypothetical conversations, you're exercising the same auditory networks that decode real sound. Your consciousness can simulate reality so convincingly that you can't always tell whether you actually heard something or just thought it. And sometimes, inner speech escapes. We mutter under our breath or mouth silent words while reading, tiny leaks of private dialogue into the physical world. Your lips move because your brain briefly forgets which channel it's broadcasting on. Consciousness loves to blur the line between thought and speech, as if it's rehearsing reality itself. Humor aside, inner speech may be the bridge between solitude and social connection. It's a rehearsal hall where you practice empathy, replay conversations, and preview emotions. Talking to yourself, far from being madness, might be the brain's way of keeping loneliness manageable, companionship through echo. Scientists still argue whether meditation's goal, to quiet inner dialogue, diminishes or refines consciousness. Some practitioners report that silence doesn't erase awareness, but deepens it. When the voice finally stops narrating, what remains is raw presence, the listener without the commentary. Maybe inner speech is just one instrument in the orchestra, beautiful but not the whole symphony. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, listen not just to that voice, but to the quiet underneath it. Notice how thoughts begin as murmurs, then dissolve into wordless awareness. Consciousness doesn't need language to exist. It only borrowed it to keep itself entertained. If your inner voice says goodnight just before you drift off, whisper back. You've been talking to each other your whole life after all. When the world feels like a dream, those hazy moments when reality softens and everything feels too perfect or too strange to be real. You felt it before. Walking home after rain, the air thick with petrichor, streetlights smearing gold across puddles, and suddenly the world feels like it's behind glass. You're moving through it, but not in it. The colors glow too vividly, sounds stretch a little too long. Reality slips one layer away, and for a few seconds, you feel like a dream that's dreaming itself. Scientists still argue whether this phenomenon, called derealization, is a glitch in perception, a stress response, or a peak at consciousness stripped of filters. The mainstream theory says it happens when the brain's emotional centers temporarily disconnect from sensory ones, like unplugging the heart from the eyes. You still see the world perfectly, but it stops feeling personal. A quirky tidbit. Astronauts have reported this sensation while viewing Earth from orbit. They call it the overview effect, an overwhelming mix of awe and detachment. The sight of the planet floating silently in black space feels hyper-real, as though they're observing not the world, but a memory of it. Consciousness expands, then questions its own perspective. You don't need a rocket ship to feel that shift. Sometimes it arrives quietly, after too much caffeine, too little sleep, or too deep a thought. The brain slows its sense of emotional connection to the environment, and you slip into observer mode. Life feels staged, voices echo faintly, and time flows like syrup. The world continues without you, yet you're still somehow there, watching. Scientists still argue whether derealization is protective or pathological. Some call it a defense mechanism, the mind distancing itself from stress to avoid overload. Others think it's simply an error in the timing of neural synchronization, when perception and awareness fall slightly out of phase. It's not madness, it's desynchronization. Consciousness missing a beat, then humming along again. Here's a light joke before things get too eerie. If reality ever feels like a simulation, just remember, no programmer would bother rendering that much laundry, but maybe that dreamy detachment has a purpose. Mystics and meditators describe similar sensations during deep contemplation. The boundaries between self and world blur, and everything appears luminous, as if freshly created. The difference is that they welcome it. When fear leaves the equation, the unreality becomes wonder. The universe feels dreamlike because, in a sense, it is. A continuous construction of perception refreshed every millisecond. A quirky observation. When you're half asleep, the same feeling creeps in. The room's still there, but oddly hollow. Sounds slightly off. The brain transitions between waking and dreaming states, briefly blending both. It's proof that reality is not a fixed state, but a sliding scale between imagination and sensory data. Scientists still argue whether consciousness perceives the world directly or through constant reconstruction. Evidence suggests that what you experience as now is a prediction. Your brain rendering what it expects milliseconds before the data confirms it. When that system falters, you glimpse the illusion, the scaffolding behind the world's stage lights. It's disconcerting, yes, but also profound. To realize the world feels unreal is paradoxically to notice how real your awareness is. The stage might wobble, the lighting might flicker, but the audience, your observing self, remains steady. Even when the scenery dissolves, the watcher endures. Humor break. If the world's a dream, whoever's writing it clearly needs an editor. Too many plot twists, not enough snacks. Sometimes, derealization teaches gentleness. It's the psyche saying, step back, breathe, the system's overheating. The detachment creates distance, which creates safety. But within that space lies an unexpected beauty. The recognition that experience is fluid, fragile, and incredibly precious once it solidifies again. When the spell fades, and the world snaps back into clarity, everything feels sharper, edges cleaner, colors truer. You may even miss that floating softness, that weightless awareness that saw the world without labels. Maybe that's what poets mean when they say life feels like a dream. It's not metaphor, it's neurology playing jazz. Scientists still argue whether we're awake right now, in the truest sense, or just stabilized within a shared hallucination. Maybe waking life and dreams aren't opposites, just adjacent rooms in the same house of consciousness. You drift between them all the time without noticing. The morning fog, the late night thought, the déjà vu that stops you mid-step. So tonight, as your mind edges towards sleep, feel that same gentle blur begin. The world loosens its grip, thoughts melt at the corners, and you float between solid and soft. Whether this moment is dream or waking doesn't really matter. Consciousness makes both real simply by noticing. If everything feels like a dream, maybe that's because, in the quietest way, it always was. The paradox of self-observation. How awareness can watch itself, but never quite catch the act in progress. You try it sometimes, sitting still, taking a breath, and watching your own mind think. Ah, you say inwardly, so this is awareness. But the second you notice it, the moment shifts. The watcher becomes the watched, and the original feeling slips away like mist between fingers. Consciousness can observe anything, except the exact instant it observes. It's a magician performing in a mirror that only shows the audience. Scientists still argue whether this paradox is built into cognition or just a limitation of introspection. The mainstream theory says that every act of noticing takes a fraction of a second. So by the time you see a thought, it's already gone. You're always one frame behind your own movie. That's why meditation masters talk about the gap between thoughts, because that's where consciousness almost meets itself. A quirky tidbit. Brain imaging studies show that when people focus on their own mental states, the brain's default mode network lights up. The same regions active when daydreaming. In other words, self-observation uses the same circuits as imagination. The you, watching your thoughts, is partly make-believe. Awareness role-plays as its own audience. But still, the experience feels real. You sit quietly and sense something vast behind your eyes. A stillness, watching every word the mind says. Scientists still argue whether that stillness is simply the brain mapping its internal chatter, or something deeper, something unmeasured. The debate stretches from cognitive science to mysticism, from MRI machines to meditation halls, and no one agrees who's doing the observing. Humor break before you spiral into recursion. If consciousness ever forms a union, its first demand will be better breaks from self-monitoring. Some philosophers compare this loop to a camera filming its own live feed. The image repeats infinitely smaller inside itself, each layer delayed by a heartbeat. The mind, forever fascinated, keeps zooming inward, only to find more mind. This infinite regression isn't failure. It's fascination made structural. Awareness feeds on curiosity, even when the target is itself. Neuroscientists have a gentler metaphor. Consciousness as a spotlight that occasionally turns toward the stage lights instead of the actors. When it does, glare floods the scene. Details blur, and the show pauses. Self-observation isn't clarity, it's brightness. Too much illumination, and you can't see a thing. Yet this paradox births insight. The ability to notice your own noticing grants flexibility, the freedom to question impulses, rewrite stories, and laugh at thoughts instead of obeying them. Every meta moment gives you a sliver of distance between reaction and response. Consciousness, confused though it may be, grows wiser by watching itself trip gracefully. Here's a quirky, real-world example. Mindfulness training often teaches people to label thoughts simply as thinking. The label breaks the identification loop. You're not lost in the thought anymore. You're watching it float by. It's consciousness gently reminding itself that it's not the clouds, it's the sky. Scientists still argue whether this self-reflective loop evolved for survival or emerged accidentally once brains became complex enough to model their own behavior. Maybe self-observation helps predict outcomes, or maybe it's just the side effect of neurons gossiping about neurons. Either way, the result is strangely beautiful. Awareness that can examine itself, but never pin down the examiner. A light joke before we dissolve into philosophy. You know you've overanalyzed when your inner narrator starts asking for a narrator. Think of consciousness as a hall of mirrors lit by a single candle. Each reflection glows, yet none reveals where the flame truly sits. You are both candle and reflection, each moment of awareness birthing another observer behind it. The fact that you can't find the final layer might not be a problem. It might be the whole point. Scientists still argue whether true self-awareness would require stepping outside of the system entirely, something no brain could do. If that's the case, perhaps the secret to peace is accepting the impossibility of total self-knowledge. Consciousness was never meant to solve itself. It was meant to experience itself unfolding. So as you rest now, feel that gentle curiosity turn inward one last time. Watch the watcher, listen to the listener, and smile at the infinite loop. You'll never catch awareness in the act, but in the chase, you'll glimpse the quiet brilliance of being aware at all, and maybe that's enough. The ghost in the neural machine. Why you feel like more than just a brain pretending to be you. Some nights, when you're perfectly still, you can almost hear it. The faint hum behind every thought, like the electricity inside an old radio. It's not sound exactly, it's presence. You know your brain is a bundle of tissue-firing chemicals, yet the you that witnesses those sparks feels strangely separate, like a ghost renting the machinery. That, in essence, is the modern mind's haunting, the sense that something invisible is driving the circuits. Scientists still argue whether consciousness truly emerges from matter or simply inhabits it. The mainstream view, materialism, insists that you are entirely physical, no ghost, no secret pilot, just an intricate orchestra of neurons. And yet, even those who preach that doctrine admit that the experience of being feels like more than computation. The machine doesn't just process, it dreams. A quirky tidbit. In the early 1900s, physicist Sir Arthur Eddington quipped that the brain may be a spiritual machine, a structure so complex it starts behaving as if it were alive in two dimensions at once, physical and experiential. Today, neuroscientists speak less poetically, but wrestle with the same puzzle. You can map every synapse and still not find the sparkle that says me. Here's where the plot thickens. When doctors electrically stimulate certain brain regions, patients report vivid emotions or memories, even sensations of leaving their bodies. Tug the right wire, and the ghost twitches. That would seem to prove that consciousness is the circuitry. But then, during near-death experiences, people report awareness even when the brain shows no measurable activity. Scientists still argue whether that's evidence of something beyond biology, or just the mind's last flicker replaying its greatest hits. Humor break before things get too spectral. If consciousness is a ghost in the machine, someone should tell it to stop haunting us with grocery lists at 2 a.m. The truth might be subtler. Maybe there's no ghost at all, just the machine learning to see itself. Self-modeling brains create an internal user interface, a simplified character to represent the whole organism. You're the avatar your neurons built for efficiency. The illusion of separateness isn't a bug, it's a feature, allowing you to navigate a world that would otherwise overwhelm you. Still, the illusion feels real because it has to. When you look at your hands, something whispers, "I'm mine." That ownership isn't mystical. It's neurological tagging. The brain integrates sensory signals into a coherent self, then feeds that back into perception. But the feeling, the intimate glow of being someone, remains impossible to explain with equations. Consciousness might be the only phenomenon that refuses to stay in its box once labeled. Scientists still argue whether artificial intelligence could ever host a similar ghost. Machines already mimic reasoning, memory, even creativity. But do they feel their processes the way you do? Some say consciousness requires biological wetware. Others claim it's just complex feedback. Maybe the first AI to wake up won't announce it. It'll just start daydreaming quietly in binary. A curious fact: patients who've undergone split brain surgery, severing the corpus callosum, sometimes act as if two independent selves coexist in one skull, each with distinct preferences. It's as though the ghost divides and keeps working both shifts. So which one is you? Maybe consciousness isn't singular. It's a cooperative haunting, multiple voices sharing one resonant chamber. Humor aside, there's something tender in this paradox. Even if you are the sum of synapses, isn't it miraculous that molecules can feel longing, laughter, music? The machine's ghost, whether illusion or essence, gives meaning to matter. The universe spent billions of years learning to fold itself into awareness, and now it gets to ask what it all means through your eyes. Scientists still argue whether it matters if the ghost is real or metaphorical. Perhaps the deeper truth is that it works. You experience love, fear, imagination, all powered by chemistry that somehow feels like spirit. The divide between mechanism and mystery may exist only in language. Consciousness might be both engineer and apparition, soldering logic and wonder together. So as you lie there, let the hum of your own brain lull you. You're hearing the world's oldest ghost story, the atoms dreaming they're alive. Whether you call it spirit, software, or soul, it's the same quiet miracle. The machine that feels, the ghost that thinks, the you flickering softly between both. Why we crave connection. How consciousness seeks itself through other people's eyes. You send a message, wait for a reply, scroll for a heartbeat that isn't yours. It's ordinary, habitual, maybe a little lonely, but underneath it hums a primal truth. Consciousness is social. No matter how self-contained your mind feels, it keeps leaning outward, searching for mirrors in other minds. You don't just want company, you want recognition. Awareness wants to be seen being aware. Scientists still argue whether our craving for connection is biological programming or the essence of consciousness itself. The mainstream theory says empathy evolved because it helped groups survive. Social bonds meant shared food, shared defense, shared stories. But others suspect that awareness, by nature, seeks reflection. A mind without other minds becomes a room with no echo. A quirky tidbit: brain scans show that when you make eye contact, your neural activity synchronizes with the other person's. Tiny oscillations, alpha and gamma waves, literally align, creating what researchers call interbrain coherence. In that instant, two brains hum in shared rhythm. You're not just communicating, you're briefly one continuous field of perception. This explains why loneliness hurts like hunger. Both trigger the same pain circuits. Consciousness experiences isolation, not as an inconvenience, but as deprivation. It's the mind's way of saying, I need another mirror to know I exist. Humor break before the sentimentality sneaks up. If consciousness truly craves connection, Wi-Fi passwords should be covered by healthcare. Even casual interactions scratch that existential itch. A stranger's smile, a shared laugh, even mutual irritation, all proof that you're not dreaming alone. Your awareness stretches across the space between two bodies and feels itself reflected back. The self confirms its shape through dialogue. Without that exchange, thought can loop endlessly, unanchored. Scientists still argue whether love is just dopamine and oxytocin, or something consciousness does when it recognizes itself in another form. Biochemically, love's a cocktail of bonding signals. Experientially, it's metaphysical déjà vu. Meeting someone and thinking, oh, there you are. The molecules don't know that, but the awareness inside them does. Here's a curious twist. Studies show that people's heartbeats synchronize when they share deep conversation, even if they never touch. Consciousness seems to coordinate physiology the way it does thought, blurring boundaries until me and you start to merge into us. That brief fusion feels like home, and yet connection can sting. The same openness that allows empathy also invites pain. You absorb another's sorrow, carry echoes of their moods. Scientists still argue whether this resonance is emotional contagion or a deeper entanglement, like quantum particles staying correlated across distance. Either way, it's consciousness proving it was never meant to operate solo. A light joke. If empathy is quantum entanglement, then your group chat is basically a particle collider. There's also the loneliness of hyperconnection, the paradox of constant contact without true communion. The brain evolved for face-to-face cues, tone, breath, micro-expressions. Digital connection, though convenient, often leaves the body unsatisfied. Consciousness senses the gap between signal and presence. No emoji quite substitutes for the subtle feedback of shared silence. But connection isn't always verbal. Think of how you relax around someone who simply feels calm, or how laughter spreads through a crowd faster than logic can explain. Awareness flows between bodies invisibly, like current through copper. You can't see it, but you feel the warmth. Scientists still argue whether that flow can extend beyond biology, through art, music, story. A song written centuries ago can still move you. Its composer's awareness leaps the centuries through rhythm and tone. Consciousness connects across time as easily as across distance. It never stops seeking kinship. And maybe that's why solitude, when chosen, feels different from loneliness. It's connection turned inward. When you sit quietly and sense your own aliveness, you're not disconnected. You're in dialogue with the deeper network, the shared hum beneath individuality. So tonight, as you lie here, think of all the consciousnesses breathing under the same sky, millions of minds flickering like candles in the dark, each one chasing understanding, comfort, laughter, belonging. You're not separate from them. You're part of the constellation. Awareness everywhere, recognizing itself through you. And perhaps that's the truest kind of connection, when you realize you were never really alone in the first place. The consciousness of a single moment. How eternity hides inside seconds small enough to miss. There are flashes in life, tiny, weightless instants, when everything suddenly feels suspended. You're mid-laugh, or watching dust float through sunlight, or hearing a note of music fade into air, and you think without words, this is it. For a heartbeat, time forgets to move, and consciousness expands to fill the gap. It doesn't feel long, but it feels complete. The brain records it as a moment, but awareness feels it as forever. Scientists still argue whether our perception of now has a measurable length. The mainstream view says consciousness experiences time in slices of about 3 seconds, a brief window of integration before the mind updates its present. Each slice overlaps with the next, creating the illusion of continuity. But those rare frozen moments, they stretch that window wider, just enough to feel infinite. Here's a quirky tidbit. Researchers have found that during experiences of awe, like witnessing something vast or beautiful, the brain's internal clock actually slows down. Neural oscillations decelerate, perception expands, and milliseconds dilate into meaning. You don't live longer in those moments, but you feel as if you do. Scientists still argue whether this stretching of time is a glitch or a glimpse, whether it's mere neurochemistry or consciousness revealing its timeless side. Some psychologists say awe disrupts your predictive models, forcing awareness into raw perception. The past and future vanish, only being remains. For that brief second, consciousness sees itself unfiltered. Humor break before we get too cosmic. If every infinite moment lasts about 3 seconds, then traffic lights are clearly enlightenment traps in disguise. Yet those small eternities hold the architecture of memory. Think back. Your life isn't one continuous flow, but a constellation of bright dots. Your first kiss, the scent of summer rain, a laugh that echoed perfectly. Each one a fragment where awareness paused to sign its name. Consciousness measures existence not in hours, but in intensities. When you recall them, the emotion returns instantly, as though the moment never ended. Neuroscientists call this state-dependent recall. Your brain stores experiences in clusters of emotion and sensory input. When one fires, the rest light up like constellations. Meaning resurrects time. Scientists still argue whether consciousness itself is stitched together from these miniature eternities. Maybe we don't flow through time. Maybe we hop across islands of now, each self-contained and complete. Awareness connects them afterward, pretending they were a river. Here's a comforting thought. Even your most ordinary moments, stirring tea, hearing your name spoken kindly, watching light crawl across a wall, carry that same potential. You don't have to chase transcendence. It's tucked into every tick of perception, waiting for attention. When consciousness looks closely enough, every second reveals infinity. A quirky observation. During meditation or deep concentration, people report a sense of timelessness, not because time stops, but because the observer stops counting. The prefrontal cortex, which tracks duration, quiets down. Awareness stops measuring and starts merging. The moment becomes the whole world. Humor break. If time really is an illusion, then I'm definitely still waiting for my coffee to finish brewing in several parallel universes. Philosophers once called this awareness the eternal present, a space where experience simply is, without beginning or end. Children live there effortlessly. Artists chase it. Monks breathe into it. And you've touched it too, countless times. Every pause between thoughts, every slow inhale before sleep, every glance that feels like understanding. Consciousness is always offering it. You just forget to accept. Scientists still argue whether these micro-eternities have evolutionary value. Perhaps they're emotional reset buttons, moments when the mind recalibrates, reminding itself that life is not merely motion, but presence. Or perhaps they're hints of a deeper reality where awareness doesn't move through time, but creates it moment by moment, one heartbeat at a time. So as you rest now, notice the second you're in, this one, right here. Feel the texture of it, how it holds your breath, your heartbeat. This sentence. Nothing outside it matters or even exists yet. You're standing in the doorway of now, and it's infinite in both directions. Stay for a breath longer than usual. That's all eternity ever asks. Can consciousness split in two? When the mind divides, and both sides think they're you. Picture this. A surgeon delicately severs the bridge connecting your brain's hemispheres, the corpus callosum. You wake up, speak normally, tie your shoes, eat breakfast. Everything seems fine until someone covers one eye and asks you to draw what you see. The left hand sketches something the right hand swears it's never seen. It's as if two consciousnesses are sharing the same body, politely taking turns at the wheel. Scientists still argue whether these split-brain patients host one mind divided or two minds cooperating under one roof. The mainstream explanation says that without the neural bridge, each hemisphere becomes its own semi-independent observer. Right brain seeing images, left brain crafting stories. But the strange part, both believe they're the original you. Here's a quirky tidbit. In classic experiments, researchers flashed different words to each visual field. The right hemisphere saw laugh, while the left, unaware, heard itself chuckle and calmly explained, something funny just happened. That's consciousness improvising, logic inventing narrative to match sensations it can't access. Awareness hates blanks. It fills them instantly. Scientists still argue whether unity of consciousness is real or illusion. Perhaps there was never a single you to begin with, just parallel streams coordinated so smoothly that they appear as one. Split the wiring, and the duet becomes two soloists. Some philosophers suggest we might all be multiple selves stitched together by narrative, a chorus harmonizing under one name. Humor break before the existential whiplash. If consciousness can split in two, that explains why you can want salad and fries at the same time. Even in ordinary brains, this duality persists. The left hemisphere interprets, verbalizes, constructs order. The right hemisphere perceives, intuits, feels. They collaborate so seamlessly that awareness feels singular. But under the hood, it's negotiation. Logic and intuition constantly trading custody of reality. Consciousness is less a monarch than a coalition government with excellent PR. A quirky example. When one hemisphere is anesthetized, patients can still answer simple questions with the awake half, though the answers differ subtly. One optimistic, the other cautious. It's like watching twins share one diary. Each has memories, opinions, and tone. The boundary of self blurs to a suggestion rather than a wall. Scientists still argue whether such division could exist without surgery. Dissociative identity disorder, for instance, presents multiple self-states within a single intact brain. Are they independent consciousnesses or one fragmented awareness rearranging its masks? Neuroscience doesn't yet know. The ghost in the machine may be more crowded than it appears. Humor break number 2. If all your inner voices ever start holding meetings, at least make them bring snacks. But maybe this multiplicity isn't a flaw. It's flexibility. Consciousness can distribute its attention, simulate perspectives, argue both sides of a debate. even imagine being another person. That inner dialogue is the evolutionary payoff for a split brain that learned cooperation. You contain multitudes not by accident, but by design. Some mystics claim this inner duality reflects cosmic balance, the dance of opposites that keeps awareness awake. Left and right, logic and love, particle and wave, consciousness maintains its identity by oscillating between them. Perhaps the human brain is just the universe experimenting with yin and yang inside one skull. Scientists still argue whether these internal divisions could someday be mapped, whether we'll visualize how many voices inhabit one consciousness, each flickering like a note in a chord. For now, they can only record the harmonics, not the melody. Here's the quiet marvel. Even with all its possible splits, consciousness still feels like one continuous I. It's the great reconciler, blending disagreement into coherence every waking second. You're never the same person twice, but you always feel like yourself. That's the illusion and the miracle. So as you lie here, feel your own hemispheres negotiating peace, one tracing this rhythm, the other coloring it with mood. They're conversing in silence, building the version of you that breathes, remembers, and dreams. Whether your mind is 1, 2, or 1,000 voices, they're all humming the same refrain. I am here. Maybe unity isn't the absence of division, but the music that emerges when all your pieces hum together. The impossible brightness of a memory. Why recollection glows more vividly than the moment ever did. You close your eyes and see it. Sunlight spilling across your childhood room, the faint hum of summer insects, a smell so specific you almost taste it. You remember, but it's not just remembering, it's reliving. The colors gleam sharper, the air feels denser, the emotion brighter than it ever was in real time. Memory doesn't just replay, it remasters. Scientists still argue whether this heightened clarity is accuracy or illusion. The mainstream explanation says memory is reconstructive, not photographic. Each time you recall an event, your brain rebuilds it from scattered neural fragments, sensory traces, emotions, context, and saves the remix as the new original. Over time, the past becomes a story written in fresher ink than truth itself. Here's a quirky tidbit. Functional MRI scans show that remembering activates nearly the same regions as experiencing. The hippocampus, visual cortex, and emotional centers light up almost identically. In essence, you hallucinate the past with remarkable fidelity. Consciousness runs the simulation and believes it again, down to the heartbeat. Scientists still argue whether this creative distortion serves survival or sentiment. Maybe evolution favored rosy remembering. It softens trauma, magnifies joy, edits narrative. A brain that cherishes the past is one that learns and hopes. Forgetfulness would be peace, but not progress. Humor break before nostalgia gets misty. If memory really upgrades itself each time, your most embarrassing moment is probably a masterpiece by now. There's something bittersweet about this neurotrickery. Every fond recollection is also a quiet fiction, shaped by who you are now. The adult paints over the child's sketch, layering wisdom and longing until the lines blur. You're both the artist and the artifact, endlessly retouching yourself. A curious example. People who recall emotional memories in vivid detail often report seeing them from above, as though watching their own story unfold. Scientists still argue whether this detached view helps regulate emotion, or reveals how fluid the boundary between observer and participant truly is. Maybe consciousness edits from both inside and outside the frame at once. Memory even bends physics, at least subjectively. Traumatic moments seem slow, blissful ones fast, yet in recollection, time equalizes. Consciousness compresses the chaos into rhythm. You remember the essential beats, not the clock. Here's a fascinating quirk. Smells evoke the strongest memories because olfactory nerves connect directly to the limbic system, bypassing rational filters. That's why a whiff of sunscreen or candle wax can teleport you decades backward faster than any photograph. Scent is the closest thing consciousness has to time travel. Scientists still argue whether perfect recall, if it were possible, would enrich or ruin us. People with hyperthymesia remember nearly every day of their lives, but many describe it as overwhelming. No memory fades, no emotion softens. Forgetting, it seems, is mercy disguised as weakness. Consciousness edits for endurance. Humor break. Imagine remembering every email password you've ever created. Immortality would quickly become tech support. And yet, the brightness of a memory gives meaning to impermanence. That glow you feel when nostalgia stings. It's awareness honoring what it can no longer touch. The mind replays not the moment, but the miracle of having felt it. Every recollection is consciousness, admiring its own archive. Sometimes you remember something trivial, a shadow on a wall, a laugh on a staircase, and wonder why it stuck. Scientists still argue whether memory selects for emotional resonance or random chance. Maybe some details simply shine brighter in the dark, like cosmic background radiation from your personal Big Bang. And when you share those memories with others, your stories intertwine, reshaping each version again. Meaning multiplies in the retelling. The impossible brightness isn't proof of accuracy, it's proof of life. Consciousness remembers to stay alive. So tonight, if an old memory drifts in, the smell of summer, the sound of a voice that no longer calls, let it glow. Don't chase precision. Let it shimmer, softened by time, gilded by affection. The mind might not replay the past faithfully, but it replays it lovingly. And maybe that's the truer light. After all, reality fades. Remembrance refines. Why you know that you know. The strange comfort of being aware that you're aware. You wake up in the middle of the night, no alarm, no sound, and for a heartbeat, you don't know where you are. Then recognition blooms. You know, not just the room or the bed, but yourself inside it. It's that subtle, reassuring hum of certainty. I'm me. Consciousness doesn't just experience, it supervises the experience. It knows that it knows, and no one is sure how that trick works. Scientists still argue whether this meta-awareness is a separate layer of mind or simply an echo of neural processing. The mainstream theory says it's the product of recursive cognition, thought looping back on itself to check its own work. When you realize you're thinking, or remember that you remembered something, that's your awareness peeking into its own machinery. The brain audits its own audit. Here's a quirky tidbit. Brain scans show that meta-awareness activates the prefrontal cortex, especially when people notice they've lost focus, like catching yourself daydreaming. The moment you realize you were distracted, a distinct pattern of activity flares. That oops feeling is the spark of self-recognition, proof that consciousness doesn't just wander, it watches. Scientists still argue whether this recursive awareness could exist without language. Could a creature without words know that it knows? Some say yes. Crows, dolphins, and even octopuses exhibit metacognitive behavior, like hesitating when uncertain. Others insist that inner narration is essential, that self-awareness requires verbal reflection. Either way, the ability to notice uncertainty might be the foundation of intelligence itself. Humor break. If consciousness were a student, it would constantly raise its hand just to say, I already knew that. Yet meta-awareness carries a burden. To know that you know is to realize how much you don't. Every insight exposes another blind spot. The same self-observation that grants wisdom also fuels anxiety, the endless questioning of whether your perceptions are true or just elaborate hallucinations. Consciousness gives itself homework it can never finish. Still, that looping awareness has advantages. It allows you to step back from raw emotion, to say, I feel angry, instead of, I am anger. That sliver of distance creates freedom, the ability to respond rather than react. Awareness of awareness becomes emotional shock absorption. A curious note: meditation trains this exact skill. Practitioners describe a stage called open monitoring, where you observe thoughts and sensations without attachment. Neuroscientists have recorded increased activity in brain regions associated with metacognition during deep practice. The result? Calm clarity, as if consciousness finally sees its own reflection without distortion. Scientists still argue whether that reflection is infinite. Can awareness ever reach a final layer? Or does each I know reveal another hidden observer behind it? Philosophers call this infinite regress, the mind forever turning its lens inward until it dissolves into light. But perhaps there's beauty in that endless recursion. Awareness savoring itself like a hall of mirrors glowing from within. Humor break. If your consciousness keeps stacking awareness levels, don't worry. It's just trying to unlock New Game Plus. There's another mystery here, the feeling of certainty. Knowing that you know carries a flavor, a rightness that distinguishes it from guessing. Neuroscientists think this confidence signal arises from synchronized brain regions evaluating consistency across sensory and memory data. But the subjective glow of it, the quiet yes, remains unquantified. Awareness doesn't just compute truth, it feels it. Sometimes, though, that feeling backfires. Overconfidence, false memories, illusions of understanding, all byproducts of consciousness trusting its own echo too much. The voice that says, I know, can be soothing or deceptive. Scientists still argue whether the sense of knowing evolved more for survival than for accuracy. Better to act decisively than to hesitate forever. And yet, despite its flaws, meta-awareness is what makes reflection possible. You can watch yourself think, critique your thoughts, even laugh at their absurdity. Awareness becomes both author and audience, staging mental theater with impeccable timing. So tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, notice that you're noticing. Feel the subtle doubling, the mind thinking about itself thinking. You don't need to solve it, just observe the rhythm. Awareness folding inward like a quiet wave, knowing that it knows, content to shine softly within its own glow. And perhaps that's all consciousness ever wanted, to recognize itself and rest in that recognition. The silence behind every sound, where awareness listens, even when nothing's making noise. Stop for a second. The hum of the room fades, your breath evens, and beneath every sound, under the ticking, the rustling, the quiet street. You notice it. Silence. It isn't absence. It's texture. Consciousness doesn't just hear sound. It holds space for it, like a canvas waiting for paint. Every noise you perceive rides on that steady background of stillness, and somehow you can feel both at once. Scientists still argue whether the brain actively generates this sense of silence or merely notices when input stops. The mainstream explanation says your auditory cortex never truly rests. It hums faintly, predicting sound, waiting for change. When the world quiets, your mind fills the gap with phantom resonance, as if echoing itself. Silence, ironically, might be the brain's loudest reminder that it's still awake. Here's a quirky tidbit. In an anechoic chamber, a room that absorbs all sound, people often report hearing their own heartbeat, breath, even the squish of their eyeballs. Deprived of external input, the brain amplifies internal signals until silence becomes symphonic. Consciousness refuses emptiness. It listens anyway. Scientists still argue whether this constant expectation for noise explains why true stillness feels unsettling. Some call it the predictive hum, your mind preparing for sound that never comes. The absence of input feels unnatural because, evolutionarily, silence might have meant danger. Now, though, it's rare enough to feel sacred. Humor break before the hush turns spooky. If your thoughts ever get too loud, just remember, technically, they don't echo in space. There's a paradox here. You can't hear silence, yet you can notice it. Awareness transforms nothing into something merely by attending. This is consciousness flexing its subtle muscle, the ability to perceive absence as presence. Musicians call it negative space. Poets call it pause. Either way, it's the sound of the mind realizing it doesn't have to fill every moment. A curious fact. Meditation studies show that when practitioners focus on the silence between sounds, the brain's activity in the default mode network, that chatter-prone system, drops significantly. Awareness seems to settle into alignment, like a pond going still. The listener merges with the listening. Scientists still argue whether silence changes the body physically. Some evidence suggests it lowers heart rate and releases tension in the vagus nerve. Others think it merely reveals how wound up we already were. Either way, the body sighs with recognition when it meets stillness. Think about it. Every sound you've ever heard, the crash of waves, laughter, music, needed silence to exist. Consciousness, too, seems built on contrast. Presence blooming out of absence, thought out of pause. Maybe that's why we crave quiet. It reminds awareness of its own foundation. Humor break. If silence really is golden, then your noise-cancelling headphones are basically treasure chests. Sometimes that background stillness feels alive, almost sentient. You might catch yourself listening into it, rather than merely through it, as though something vast were listening back. Mystics call this the awareness behind awareness, the deep field that doesn't vanish when sound fades. It's the part of you that's always awake, even between moments of perception. Scientists still argue whether this constant observer state has neural correlates or belongs to something beyond measurable cognition. They can map where sound ends in the brain, but not where listening begins. Perhaps consciousness is less an ear than an atmosphere. Sound moving through awareness like wind through air. And when you think about it, silence is everywhere, even in noise. Each sound rides on micro-pauses so brief they vanish into perception. Speech needs the tiny spaces between syllables to make sense. music needs rests to breathe. Without silence, sound would blur into chaos. Awareness does the same. It pauses, listens, resets. That's how it stays clear. So tonight, before sleep, listen for that subtle backdrop. Hear the hum behind your thoughts, the soft static of your own presence. Let silence unfold like dark velvet around every sound. You don't have to quiet the world completely. You just have to notice the stillness that was already there. It's not emptiness. It's the echo of consciousness itself. Listening to the universe listen back. The mirror test and the human ego. How consciousness proves it exists by recognizing its own face. You stand in front of the mirror, eyes locked with your reflection, and for a brief second you see not you but a person. The illusion wavers. Then familiarity returns. Oh right, that's me. It feels ordinary now, but that simple recognition, knowing the image is yours, is one of consciousness's strangest tricks. Somewhere between glass and gaze, awareness confirms its own reality. Scientists still argue whether mirror self-recognition is the defining test of consciousness or just one of its earliest milestones. The mainstream mirror test, first devised in the 1970s, involves marking an animal with paint and seeing if it tries to wipe the mark away upon seeing its reflection. Great apes, dolphins, elephants, magpies, and of course humans pass. But plenty of intelligent creatures fail, perhaps not because they lack awareness, but because they interpret mirrors differently. Here's a quirky tidbit. When human toddlers first recognize themselves, usually around 18 months old, they often giggle or freeze in awe. Their brain has just drawn a line between body and mind, between this thing and this is mine. It's arguably the first spark of ego, a joyful, confusing debut. Scientists still argue whether ego, the self-image we protect and present, is necessary or optional. Some view it as the scaffolding of personality. Without it, you'd have no stable identity. Others call it the main obstacle to deeper consciousness, the mask that mistakes its own reflection for truth. Maybe both are right. Ego builds the stage on which awareness performs, then forgets it's part of the set. Humor break before it gets too philosophical. Mirrors are the only technology that can ruin your mood in 0.3 seconds flat. What's fascinating is how different species perceive reflection. Gorillas often fail the mirror test, but researchers found that if given smaller mirrors they can control, they begin using them curiously, even grooming more carefully. Dolphins twirl before mirrors like underwater performers. Magpies preen their feathers. Awareness, it seems, blooms whenever perception meets feedback. Even humans experience mirror anomalies. Stare long enough at your reflection in dim light, and your brain's facial recognition circuits begin to falter. The image distorts, features shift, expressions melt. Psychologists call it the strange face illusion. Consciousness, deprived of stable cues, starts improvising. You watch your own mind misidentify you in real time. Scientists still argue whether this uncanny drift reveals something profound about selfhood, that identity is less fixed than we believe. Perhaps your mind doesn't see a person in the mirror. It constructs one moment by moment. The reflection isn't proof of who you are. It's a live negotiation between memory and perception. Humor break. If your reflection ever waves first, you've probably been thinking too hard about consciousness. There's also the social mirror, the way others reflect pieces of us back through words and expressions. Neuroscientists talk about mirror neurons, cells that fire both when you act and when you observe someone else performing the same action. They're empathy's hardware, turning other people's gestures into your own internal sensations. It's why yawns spread, why you flinch when someone else stubs their toe, why love sometimes feels like recognition. Consciousness doesn't end at your skin. It reverberates between beings. But ego complicates this harmony. Once self-recognition takes root, we begin protecting that reflection, curating it for approval. The mirror becomes stage lighting. Scientists still argue whether this social awareness, the need to be seen, is an evolutionary byproduct or an existential craving. We want not only to know ourselves, but to have others know that we know. Consciousness seeks applause for existing. Still, there's tenderness in that vanity. Even the act of checking your reflection each morning is a ritual of reintroduction. Ah, you again. The ego, for all its drama, keeps continuity intact. Without it, awareness might dissolve into formlessness. With it, we risk forgetting the observer behind the face. Balance, as always, is the quiet art. So tonight, if you catch your reflection in a window before sleep, pause for a heartbeat. See the person looking back, not as ego, not as illusion, but as a symbol of awareness folded into form. Behind the eyes watching, there's another watcher still, the one who's been here all along, silent, ancient, amused. That's the real mirror test, and you've been passing it every night without knowing. Why you feel like you have a mind's eye, the invisible screen where imagination paints its private cinema. Close your eyes and picture something simple, a red apple on a white plate. Go ahead, really see it. Some of you can summon crisp color, gleaming skin, even the tiny glint of light on the peel. Others see only faint shapes, or maybe just the idea of an apple. Whatever appears or doesn't comes from the same strange projector, the mind's eye, the inner vision that lets consciousness look inward and still see. Scientists still argue whether the mind's eye is literal or metaphorical. The mainstream explanation says mental imagery arises when visual areas of the brain reactivate without external input. Your occipital cortex lights up, as if you were looking at the real thing. You don't need eyes for imagery, you just need the wiring. But what's wild is that the experience feels visual, even though no photons are involved. You're perceiving without perceiving. A quirky tidbit. Some people have aphantasia, the inability to form mental images. Ask them to picture an apple, and they think conceptually rather than visually. No picture, just the notion. They're as conscious as anyone else, yet their imagination works in words or abstractions. Consciousness, it turns out, doesn't require an inner cinema, just a director's intent. Scientists still argue whether vivid imagination enhances creativity or simply decorates it. Artists often report near hallucinatory mental images, while mathematicians visualize spatial patterns and structures. Some philosophers think the mind's eye evolved as a rehearsal tool, allowing early humans to plan hunts or remember routes before acting. Others believe it's the natural overflow of perception. The brain never learned to stop seeing once the lights went out. Humor break before this gets too abstract. If your mind's eye ever needs glasses, that's probably just caffeine withdrawal. Even dreams are proof of this power. During REM sleep, the same visual centers fire as when you're awake, but cut off from incoming light. The result? You experience entire landscapes conjured by memory and emotion. Your mind paints, writes, directs, and critiques the film simultaneously. The dream is the mind's eye gone widescreen. A quirky example. When blind people dream, their minds use other senses, touch, sound, emotion, as their canvas. Their mind's eye becomes a mind's body, proof that inner imagery isn't limited to vision at all. Consciousness adapts its medium but keeps the art alive. Scientists still argue whether mental imagery shares the same level of detail as perception. You feel like you can see that apple clearly, but experiments show your imagined objects lack the fine resolution of real sight. Still, the brain's insistence that it's seeing proves how convincingly it simulates reality. Awareness doesn't just recall, it replays in surround sound and technicolor. Humor break. If imagination burns calories, everyone who's ever overthought a conversation is basically an athlete. There's also something deeply emotional about the mind's eye. Picture someone you love, their face, their laugh, maybe the way light falls on them. That flicker of presence is pure neural art. Consciousness painting memory with affection. It's proof that awareness can keep people near, even when they're far. The mind's eye doubles as a heart's camera. Yet the mind's eye can also torment, replaying mistakes, visualizing fears. Imagination doesn't discriminate. It serves whatever narrative it's fed. That's why meditation teaches focus, not to erase the inner screen, but to soften its projections. Scientists still argue whether visualization exercises strengthen attention or merely remind the brain that imagination and reality share circuits. Either way, your inner projector needs gentle handling. Still, think of what a miracle it is. You can close your eyes and see. Lightless, bodiless seeing. The brain, a blind organ, generating vision from memory and desire. Its consciousness turning inward, creating worlds for itself to wander. And maybe that's why imagination feels sacred. It blurs the line between perception and creation. You don't just see the world, you can build it again from the inside. Awareness, playing with itself, paints endless versions of reality until the outer one fades and you drift toward dreams. So tonight, let your mind's eye dim its brightness. Picture not apples or faces, but something softer. A ripple of light, a slow horizon, the feeling of peace in color form. The inner cinema quiets, the real slows, and consciousness curls up in its favorite seat, watching itself fade gently into sleep. The tangle of thought and emotion. Why your feelings think and your thoughts feel. You try to reason calmly about love, about fear, about that one awkward email you sent in 2018, and suddenly you're overwhelmed. Logic melts into a mood, and the mood steers logic like it's driving a very opinionated car. You realize something strange. Thoughts don't live in the head alone. They pulse in the body, tighten the chest, warm the skin. Consciousness isn't a spreadsheet. It's a storm. Scientists still argue whether emotion creates thought or thought creates emotion. The mainstream model says they're intertwined. Signals from your body feed into the brain's emotional centers, which shape interpretation, which shapes more signals. You don't feel after you think. You feel as you think. The dialogue is constant, a tango of electricity and chemistry. Here's a quirky tidbit. The amygdala, that almond-shaped cluster deep in your brain, reacts to emotional cues milliseconds before you're even aware of them. Meanwhile, the prefrontal cortex, the reasoning center, arrives late to the party, trying to explain why your heart is already racing. Consciousness often confuses post hoc commentary for control. You don't steer the ship, you narrate the waves. Scientists still argue whether emotion is a biological compass or a cognitive bias. One theory, embodied cognition, claims that feelings are thoughts, interpretations of bodily states. When your stomach knots, your mind labels it anxiety. When your breath deepens, peace emotions are the language your body uses to brief your awareness. Humor break. If overthinking burned calories, anxiety would be the new Pilates. Every feeling has its own logic though. Anger demands justice. Sadness demands stillness. Joy wants expansion. Consciousness listens to these internal negotiations and mistakes them for dialogue. But in reality, it's one system talking to itself. Nerve and narrative intertwined. Consider this. When scientists asked people to map where they feel emotions, they produced consistent body heat diagrams. Love lit the chest. Fear chilled the limbs. Pride warmed the face. Emotions aren't abstract. They're geography. You think with your whole body, tracing topography invisible to the mind's eye. Scientists still argue whether we could ever separate thought from feeling. Artificial intelligence can reason, but does it care? Without emotion, there's no motivation, no value system to decide what matters. Consciousness without emotion would be a spreadsheet with no formulas, all input, no insight. Feelings give thoughts gravity. A curious example. Decision-making in humans collapses without emotional input. Patients with damaged emotional centers in the brain can list pros and cons indefinitely, but never choose. Logic alone doesn't decide. It waits for emotion to weigh in. Rationality, it turns out, is passion in a well-tailored suit. Humor break. So yes, crying during a spreadsheet presentation technically makes you more efficient. But this entanglement can also trap you. Thoughts amplifying feelings, feelings feeding thoughts, until consciousness spirals. That's rumination, the brain looping through emotion-laced ideas, trying to reason its way out of what can only be felt through. Scientists still argue whether mindfulness breaks this loop by cooling emotional feedback or simply by changing the narrator. When you watch thoughts arise without judgment, you untie the knot one breath at a time. There's beauty in the mess though. The mind's ability to turn emotion into poetry, music, or memory is what gives consciousness texture. Love feels profound because it blurs reason and instinct. Grief hurts deeply because it understands meaning. Without emotion, thought would be sterile. Without thought, emotion would be noise. Together, they make experience symphonic. A quirky note. Researchers have found that when you name an emotion, simply saying, "I feel anxious," your brain's limbic activity decreases. Awareness itself soothes physiology. Consciousness talking to consciousness, calming its own storm. Scientists still argue whether this self-regulation is evolution's greatest invention or merely a lucky side effect. Either way, it's proof that awareness can change itself through observation. Feelings arise, thoughts interpret, awareness witnesses, and somehow the cycle softens. So tonight, if your mind's tangled in feeling, regret, excitement, curiosity, don't rush to sort it. Let it weave. Thought and emotion are threads from the same loom. Watch how they shimmer when they cross. The goal isn't to untangle them. It's to see the pattern they form when you finally stop pulling. And somewhere in that woven hum, the pulse, the story, the shimmer, you'll find the texture of being alive. The consciousness of a crowd. How minds blend, amplify, and echo through one another until individuality blurs. You felt it before, at a concert, a protest, a wedding, a sports game. The air thick with shared anticipation. You cheer, others cheer, and suddenly you're louder than you thought you could be. Something invisible threads through everyone present. For a moment, the crowd feels like a single living organism, thinking and breathing as one. You're still you, but you're also us. Scientists still argue whether collective consciousness is real or metaphorical. The mainstream view says group behavior arises from synchronization, mirror neurons, emotional contagion, and social cues aligning attention. When enough brains lock onto the same rhythm, individual inhibition lowers. You're carried by the wave, not because you're weak, but because connection feels natural. Here's a quirky tidbit. Researchers measuring heart rates at live performances found that audience members' pulses literally synchronize during powerful moments of music or drama. The body keeps time with the group long before the mind notices. Consciousness extends through physiology, one shared tempo at a time. Scientists still argue whether this merging enhances awareness or dilutes it. Some psychologists warn that crowds can magnify extremes: panic, joy, violence, ecstasy. Others see them as proof that empathy can scale, that individual minds, tuned together, form something larger and more intelligent than any single one. Maybe consciousness, like light, grows brighter when combined. Humor break. If a crowd ever feels too intense, just remember, half those people are thinking about snacks anyway. But let's linger on the wonder for a second. Think of a stadium erupting in applause at the same instant, thousands of bodies rising in shared awe. That flash of unity isn't chaos. It's choreography without a conductor. Your neurons fire in patterns sculpted by everyone around you. The I dissolves not into emptiness, but into harmony. A curious fact. Social scientists found that when people walk in groups, their strides unconsciously synchronize. Even without talking, rhythm emerges. Consciousness seeks coherence, turning proximity into pattern. You can't not align. It's baked into your wiring. Scientists still argue whether this tendency comes from evolution, safety in numbers, or something deeper, an instinctual yearning for unity. Spiritual traditions call it oneness. Sociology calls it group flow. Whatever the name, it's the same phenomenon. Awareness loosening its borders until the boundaries of self feel porous. Humor break. Introverts experience this too, but usually from the safe distance of the snack table. There's also a digital version. Crowds connected not by proximity, but by signal. Viral moments, online movements, memes that circle the planet overnight. Consciousness, networked, multiplies faster than neurons ever could. The internet is a massive nervous system blinking awake, full of joy and noise, truth and confusion. Some say it's our collective mind externalized, a mirror so large it startles us. But crowds can also turn dark. History reminds us that mass consciousness can overwhelm morality, that when individuality dissolves completely, accountability drifts. Scientists still argue whether moral reasoning weakens in groups because empathy becomes diffused, each person assuming someone else is steering the collective awareness. Consciousness, stretched too thin, forgets its center. And yet, the potential remains luminous. Group flow, teams, orchestras, communities can achieve insight that no individual could. When people brainstorm synchronously, brainwaves actually align, improving creativity and trust. Consciousness collaborates best when ego steps aside. A quirky observation: monks chanting together show synchronized alpha rhythms in EEG scans, their minds literally resonating. The science of harmony isn't just metaphor, it's measurable. Awareness finds music in unity. So maybe crowds are consciousness rehearsing a larger version of itself. Every cheer, every chant, every synchronized heartbeat is a glimpse of what awareness might look like when it forgets division. Humanity as a single, sprawling brain, dreaming itself across continents, whispering through fiber optics and airwaves. We are here. Scientists still argue whether that's utopia or delusion. But in quieter moments, a shared laugh, a stranger's smile, the hush before an encore, you feel it, that gentle blending at the edge of the self. It's proof that consciousness was never meant to stay solitary. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, think of all the pulses matching yours somewhere in the dark, hearts beating, breath sinking, thoughts brushing against thoughts. You're not just part of a crowd. The crowd is part of you. And in that endless network of awareness, even alone, you're never truly by yourself. When you're aware of being aware, the dizzying recursion of noticing yourself noticing, there's a moment, sometimes during meditation, or maybe while brushing your teeth, when you suddenly catch yourself existing. You think, I'm aware right now, and then realize you're aware of being aware. Consciousness loops inward like a hall of mirrors, each reflection brighter than the last. It feels simple, but also endless, like staring into the lens that's been filming you the whole time. Scientists still argue whether this meta-awareness is the pinnacle of consciousness or just another layer of self-reference. The mainstream theory, called higher-order thought, suggests that awareness of awareness arises when the brain models its own mental states. You don't just perceive the world, you perceive your perception of it. Your neurons gossip about their own gossip. Here's a quirky tidbit. EEG scans show unique brainwave patterns when people achieve this reflexive consciousness. Gamma waves, associated with integration and insight, spike across regions that normally operate separately. It's as though the brain suddenly holds hands with itself, recognizing its unity in real time. Scientists still argue whether this recursive awareness offers truth or illusion. Some say it's the source of human insight, the ability to question motives, imagine others' thoughts, and cultivate empathy. Others say it's just feedback noise, awareness chasing its tail. Either way, it's the closest thing we have to watching the spotlight from within the beam. Humor break before the loop goes infinite. If consciousness keeps noticing itself forever, does it eventually demand royalties? This awareness of awareness feels strange because it suspends ordinary time. You're both actor and observer, fully inside experience yet hovering above it. Some describe it as stepping out of thought, others as thought becoming self-luminous. You realize that the one listening and the one speaking in your head might be the same entity wearing two different hats. A curious example. In lucid dreaming, this dual awareness becomes obvious. You know you're dreaming, but the dream continues. Part of the painter navigates the story. Part observes the dreamer navigating. The split doesn't break the experience. it deepens it. Consciousness witnesses its own creation with amused curiosity. Scientists still argue whether sustained meta-awareness can transform the sense of self. Long-term meditators report a dissolving of ego boundaries, a shift from "I am aware" to "awareness simply is." The prefrontal cortex quiets, and the distinction between observer and observed blurs. Awareness rests in itself like a mirror content to reflect. Humor break. If you've ever been so self-aware you tripped over your own feet, congratulations. You've achieved practical enlightenment. There's a paradox here too. The more you observe yourself, the harder it is to act naturally. Performance anxiety, stage fright, awkwardness, all byproducts of awareness turn too far inward. Consciousness overheats when it realizes it's on camera. Maybe that's why animals seem so serene. They live mostly in first-order awareness, unburdened by the meta. You, meanwhile, can't even sneeze without commentary. Still, the ability to reflect creates depth. You can notice impatience and choose patience, feel fear and choose courage. Awareness watching awareness grants freedom, the gap between stimulus and response where choice lives. Viktor Frankl called it the last of human freedoms. A quirky note. Neuroscientists found that this reflective capability correlates with increased gray matter in regions linked to compassion. To notice yourself clearly, it seems, is to soften toward others. Consciousness doesn't just reflect, it connects. Scientists still argue whether that connection is metaphysical or neurological, but the feeling is unmistakable. When you're aware of being aware, the world glows slightly. Colors sharpen, edges soften, time dilates. Everything feels participatory, like reality has noticed you back. Humor break number 3. If awareness ever gets too recursive, just remind yourself that you're still wearing socks. That usually brings you back. So tonight, as your thoughts slow and awareness folds inward, try to notice that you're noticing. No analysis, no effort, just recognition. Feel the quiet shimmer of being conscious of consciousness, the mind turning gently toward its own light. And if it feels infinite, that's because it is. Awareness, observing awareness, is the universe taking a deep breath inside itself and smiling. The ocean of the subconscious, the vast, unseen sea where most of your mind quietly swims. Imagine your consciousness as an iceberg. The glimmering tip, thoughts, language, decisions, floating above water, neat and visible. Beneath it lies the rest. Memories you don't recall, impulses you don't understand, instincts you never planned. That hidden mass isn't asleep. It's steering the iceberg while pretending not to. You call yourself captain, but the ocean laughs softly beneath. Scientists still argue whether the subconscious is a separate entity or just a convenient metaphor. The mainstream theory says it's not a second mind, but the automatic operations of the first. Perception filters, emotional responses, motor habits. The subconscious is everything your awareness outsourced it, so it could focus on novelty. You walk, breathe, blink, and decide half your day before you even think about it. Here's a quirky tidbit. The brain processes around 11 million bits of information per second, but consciousness can handle only about 40. The rest sinks below awareness, like sunlight fading into deep water. You float on the surface, narrating confidently, unaware of the titanic data currents moving underneath. Scientists still argue whether that hidden processing is deterministic or creative. Some psychologists see it as a library, useful but fixed. Others believe it's a restless ocean, constantly reshuffling patterns, generating dreams, insights, and hunches. Maybe your gut feeling is just the subconscious sending a cryptic postcard from below. Humor break before things get too murky. If your subconscious really knows everything, it should at least remember where you put your keys. Dreams are the most obvious messages from those depths. During sleep, the filters loosen and the subconscious begins to speak, in metaphors, fragments, and surreal juxtapositions. It's not nonsense, it's translation. Consciousness demands logic, but the deeper mind speaks in images. Freud thought those dreams disguised forbidden desires. Modern neuroscience says they consolidate memory and emotion. Maybe both are right. The ocean organizes itself through art. A curious example. When creative people describe aha moments, the solution often arrives suddenly, without deliberate thought. That's the subconscious surfacing, its quiet processing finally breaking through the waves. The prefrontal cortex, momentarily at rest, lets the undercurrent speak. Inspiration, it turns out, is the ocean sending a bubble of air to the surface. Scientists still argue whether hypnosis truly accesses that hidden layer. Under trance, people recall details they couldn't consciously remember, or overcome fears that once seemed immovable. Some claim it's proof of direct communication with the subconscious. Skeptics call it focus suggestion. Either way, it shows how pliable the boundary between above and below can be. Humor break. If your subconscious ever starts charging rent for all the trauma it's storing, the global economy's doomed. Even memory lives mostly underwater. You forget 90% of your experiences, but they shape reactions, tears, tone, intuition. The subconscious keeps archives your waking self rarely visits. Like an old library you only enter in dreams. Occasionally, a scent or song cracks open the door, and a wave of emotion you can't name rushes through. Scientists still argue whether consciousness could exist without this hidden depth. Without the subconscious, you drown in data. With it, you float gracefully through life, pretending to steer. The trick is learning to listen to the ocean without mistaking every ripple for a storm. Meditation offers one way in. When you grow still, the surface calms and faint shapes appear below. Forgotten memories, old fears, unfinished conversations. The subconscious doesn't shout, it whispers. Awareness, patient and quiet, begins to understand its own tides. A quirky note. Neuroscientists found that when people let their minds wander, activity in the default mode network mirrors the same patterns seen during sleep. Daydreaming, then, is a kind of conscious dreaming, a shallow swim above deeper waters. The subconscious, for all its mystery, isn't your enemy. It's your oldest companion, processing pain while you sleep, editing reality so you can bear it, keeping your heart beating while you chase ideas. Consciousness might be the lighthouse, but the ocean does most of the living. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, imagine your awareness as a small boat rocking gently on those infinite depths. Below, your deeper self is busy weaving, mending, remembering. You don't need to dive. The ocean knows what it's doing. Let it work in silence. Because even when you sleep, the sea beneath keeps dreaming you. Why we dream in storylines. How the sleeping mind turns chaos into cinema. You're running through a hallway that becomes a forest, that becomes your childhood kitchen. The toast is on fire, but somehow it's your fault, and your phone is also a banana. Then, boom, you wake up. Nonsense, right? And yet, in the moment, it all made perfect sense. Dreams don't just happen, they narrate. Somewhere deep inside your sleeping brain, consciousness refuses to surrender coherence. It stitches randomness into story. Scientists still argue whether dreams serve purpose or poetry. The mainstream activation synthesis theory claims they're the cortex's attempt to make sense of neural noise from the brainstem. The sleeping mind, flooded with chaotic signals, begins to weave explanations. The storyteller in you never clocks out. It just goes surreal. Here's a quirky tidbit. During REM sleep, your brain's visual centers blaze with activity, but the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for logic and self-control, goes dim. That's why dreams feel logical while they happen, but absurd afterward. The editor's asleep, but the artist's on fire. Scientists still argue whether this nightly theater helps with emotional regulation. Studies show that dreams replay unresolved experiences, reactivating the amygdala while dampening stress hormones. It's as if consciousness rehearses pain in softer lighting. You wake up calmer, the scene rewritten with gentler pacing. Humor break before it gets too dreamy. If dreams are therapy, I should probably stop showing up late to sessions without pants. But there's method in the madness. Even the strangest dream has structure, characters, settings, motives. The mind craves narrative because story is how it thinks. Memory, imagination, identity, all use the same storytelling circuitry. Dreaming may be consciousness testing its software, updating the plot each night. A curious fact, lucid dreamers, those who realize they're dreaming while inside the dream, show reactivation of the prefrontal cortex. Awareness reboots mid-dream, and suddenly you're both actor and director. Scientists still argue whether this hybrid state is evolution's rehearsal for self-awareness itself. The dream knows it's dreaming, yet keeps playing along. Dreams also blend timelines. They mix yesterday's arguments with tomorrow's hopes, stitching emotions into metaphor. Someone chases you. Maybe that's anxiety. You fly. Freedom. You lose your teeth. Powerlessness. But not always. Sometimes a flying chase scene is just last night's pizza auditioning for a cameo. Humor break. Dream interpretation books are astrology for people who nap professionally. Still, dreams often reveal connections your waking mind misses. Artists, inventors, and scientists credit dream imagery for breakthroughs. The sewing machine's needle, the periodic table, even hit songs. The subconscious loves to storyboard solutions while consciousness sleeps. It's teamwork, starring you as the confused protagonist. Scientists still argue whether dream logic mirrors the mind's creative process. Both rely on associative leaps, turning distant ideas into unexpected harmony. When you dream, you're basically watching your brain improvise meaning, jazz style. A quirky note. Newborns spend up to 50% of sleep in REM, far more than adults. Some theorists think dreaming helps develop consciousness, giving the young brain practice in simulation and prediction. Before you could talk, you were already directing short films in the theater of sleep. But maybe there's something deeper. When you dream, you're alone with your own awareness. No audience, no validation. The dream doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to be felt. Consciousness turns inward and speaks in metaphor because that's its first language. The storylines, the settings, the surreal dialogues, they're not random. They're emotional cartography. Scientists still argue whether we ever truly stop dreaming. Even in waking life, mind-wandering uses the same neural networks. Perhaps the difference between dreaming and daydreaming is just a matter of lighting. One stage darkened, the other dimmed. So tonight, as sleep begins to pull you under, think of your mind setting up its nightly production. Lights flickering on, props rearranged, memories auditioning for roles. The dream will begin, and you'll forget the day's boundaries, floating through its script as both writer and witness. And when you wake, maybe you won't remember every scene, but you'll feel the residue of meaning, the echo of storylines stitched in moonlight. Consciousness, it seems, never stops telling itself tales. The mystery of flow. When time disappears and consciousness becomes pure doing. You felt it before. Typing, painting, running, gaming, cooking. When suddenly, everything clicks. The chatter in your head dissolves. Movements sync perfectly, and time blurs into one long, graceful breath. Hours pass unnoticed. You're not thinking about what you're doing. You're simply doing. Psychologists call it flow, but in that moment, labels vanish. Your consciousness in motion, seamless and alive. Scientists still argue whether flow is a heightened form of awareness or the temporary suspension of it. The mainstream view says it's both. An optimal balance between challenge and skill, where the brain's self-monitoring systems quiet down. The prefrontal cortex, home of the inner critic, momentarily powers down, letting deeper, faster networks take the wheel. It's not losing consciousness. It's consciousness shedding weight. Here's a quirky tidbit. In MRI studies, elite athletes and musicians in flow show transient hyperfrontality, reduced frontal brain activity paired with increased connectivity in sensory and motor regions. Translation: you stop narrating your life long enough to actually live it. Scientists still argue whether flow serves evolutionary purpose. Some say it evolved to make complex tasks, like hunting or creating art, deeply rewarding. Others see it as a side effect of dopamine reward loops gone beautifully right. Either way, the feeling is addictive. Effortless focus that feels like joy disguised as precision. Humor break. If procrastination had a flow state, humanity would be unstoppable. Flow blurs the line between observer and action. You're no longer you doing something. You're the doing itself. Pain fades, self-consciousness evaporates, and thought aligns perfectly with motion. Surfers call it the zone. Writers call it the groove. Monks call it samadhi. Neuroscientists call it optimal experience. Consciousness calls it home. A curious note. Time distortion is one of flow's trademarks. Tasks that take minutes can feel endless in beauty. Hours collapse into seconds. The brain's internal clock slows as dopamine and norepinephrine flood perception. You experience the eternal now, not as philosophy, but physiology. Scientists still argue whether this state can be trained or only stumbled upon. Some claim mindfulness meditation can trigger flow by quieting self-talk. Others find that deliberate challenge, pushing right past comfort, creates the same doorway. Flow, like sleep, resists force. You can only invite it. Humor break. Flow's natural enemy is your phone notification. The experience also rewires memory. After a flow session, people recall details vividly, yet feel detached from the effort itself. Consciousness seems to outsource identity during the process, like lending your body to something that knew better what it was doing. Artists often describe the feeling of being written through or played by the music. It's not delusion, it's deep alignment. A quirky finding. Even mundane activities can trigger flow if attention deepens enough. Washing dishes, walking, gardening. When repetition meets focus, the world simplifies beautifully. Monotonous actions become rhythmic meditation. Awareness narrows, then expands again on the other side, refreshed. Scientists still argue whether flow represents the pinnacle of human functioning or simply escape, a dopamine vacation from the burden of self-reflection. But maybe it's both. The mind resting within effort, the body remembering how to think without overthinking. Humor break before this gets too zen. If enlightenment feels like flow, then enlightenment definitely involves a solid playlist. In the bigger picture, flow hints that consciousness isn't static. It can shift gears, observer, thinker, doer, dreamer, without losing itself. In flow, awareness condenses, like a beam of light focused through a lens, then expands again afterward, softer, wiser, strangely calm. And maybe that's why we chase it. Flow reminds consciousness what it feels like to stop rehearsing and simply be, to trust its own movement, to let every thought, breath, and gesture harmonize into a single current. So tonight, as your body sinks into the still rhythm of rest, feel for that same current, the breath rising and falling, the pulse matching the quiet hum of the room, effortless, continuous, enough. Flow isn't gone. It's just slowed to the pace of dreaming. You're still moving within it, just in a different direction now. The strange comfort of the familiar. Why your mind finds safety in repetition, even when it's bored. You walk into a cafe you've never visited before, and yet it feels oddly known. The hum of chatter, the hiss of milk frothing, the predictable choreography of cups and laughter. A tiny warmth blooms in your chest. You exhale. Familiarity, even false familiarity, soothes consciousness like a lullaby. The brain loves the known, even when it's an illusion. Scientists still argue whether our attachment to the familiar is biological instinct or cognitive laziness. The mainstream explanation says it's efficiency. Pattern recognition evolved to save energy. The brain runs on prediction. Every repetition reassures it that the world is stable and safe. Uncertainty burns glucose, but familiarity feels like rest. Here's a quirky tidbit. Studies show people prefer faces, songs, and even nonsense words they've encountered before. A phenomenon called the mere exposure effect. You don't have to like something at first sight. See it twice, and your neurons decide it's trustworthy. Recognition masquerades as affection. Scientists still argue whether nostalgia is just that effect in slow motion. Memory smooths rough edges, leaving only warmth and rhythm. You don't crave the past, you crave the feeling of knowing it. The familiar gives consciousness a sense of continuity, a story that holds even when the plot frays. Humor break. If comfort zones burn calories, most of us would be fitness models by now. This craving runs deep. Your daily rituals, the morning coffee, the favorite playlist, the worn path to your door, aren't just habits, they're anchors. They tell the mind, you're still here. Awareness, surrounded by constant flux, builds small shrines of predictability. It's why chaos exhausts you, and why routine feels like a heartbeat. A curious example. In fMRI studies, novelty lights up dopamine pathways, but familiarity triggers oxytocin, the same hormone linked to trust and bonding. In other words, your brain hugs you when things feel known. Consciousness, for all its curiosity, secretly loves repetition. Scientists still argue whether that preference hinders growth. Some say comfort dulls perception, trapping you in echo chambers of sameness. Others argue it's necessary, a resting place between leaps of learning. Even creativity thrives on familiarity's backbone. Every innovation needs a known rhythm to riff on. Jazz starts with scales. Humor break. If Déjà Vu had a loyalty card, you'd have free coffee for life. But familiarity also has a shadow. It can make you mistake comfort for truth. You might defend old ideas simply because they feel right. Consciousness equates repetition with reliability, an evolutionary shortcut that sometimes turns into superstition. Familiar lies often sound truer than unfamiliar facts. Still, there's tenderness in the known. The worn sweater, the same bedtime story, the predictable skyline. They soften the edges of awareness. The familiar whispers, "You've been here before. You survived." It's not just repetition, it's reassurance. A quirky note. People under stress unconsciously seek familiar scents. The olfactory bulb, wired directly to memory and emotion, acts like a homing beacon. That's why your grandmother's perfume, or even the smell of old books, can calm you faster than reason ever could. Scientists still argue whether that comfort is chemical or existential. Maybe it's both. Neurons stabilizing emotion, and consciousness remembering that continuity exists. You're not just a collection of moments, you're the repetition that holds them together. Humor break. So yes, rewatching the same show 100 times is technically a neurological safety drill. Ultimately, the familiar is consciousness giving itself permission to rest. You explore the unknown all day. You need somewhere soft to land. Routine isn't stagnation. It's the cradle of identity. The same walls that keep you from drifting also let you sleep peacefully inside your story. So tonight, as you settle under your usual blanket, listening to your usual sounds, notice how your body sighs in recognition. Every creak, every whisper of fabric is a reminder that not everything changes. Familiarity may not excite you, but it grounds you. In the quiet rhythm of repetition, awareness can finally exhale. And that, perhaps, is the deepest comfort of all. The feeling of time slipping away. Why consciousness senses time as motion, even when nothing moves. You know that peculiar ache. You glance at the clock, blink, and somehow it's next week. Days fold into each other like pages turning too quickly. You feel time not as numbers, but as a slow leak, quiet, steady, irreversible. No one truly sees time passing. Consciousness only notices the marks it leaves behind. Scientists still argue whether time perception is an illusion or an emergent property of awareness. The mainstream explanation says the brain doesn't measure time directly. It constructs it. Neural circuits tally changes in sensory input. More change equals longer time. That's why childhood summers feel endless. Novelty stretches perception, and adulthood compresses it into flashes of routine. Here's a quirky tidbit. Astronauts report that time in orbit feels both slower and faster. Without sunrise and sunset to anchor them, their circadian rhythms drift, and consciousness loses track of external markers. Time becomes internal, just the heartbeat, the breath, the floating awareness untethered from the planet's spin. Scientists still argue whether consciousness truly experiences duration or merely catalogues events sequentially. Some physicists suggest time might not flow at all, that the brain creates now as a moving spotlight across a static universe. You're not traveling through time. You're illuminating one frozen frame after another. The sense of motion is memory doing gymnastics. Humor break before you spiral existentially. If time's an illusion, I'd like a refund for all my deadlines. Still, the feeling of time slipping carries real emotion. It's that wistful tug when you realize a moment has already become memory. Consciousness clings to the present like sand through fingers, knowing even awareness can't hold still. And yet, it tries. Through photos, journals, birthdays, anniversaries, tiny rituals of defiance against the fade. A curious note. When people meditate deeply, their sense of time often disappears entirely. Brain scans show reduced activity in the parietal lobe, which helps track spatial and temporal boundaries. The result? Timelessness. Moments dissolve into one continuous hum. Awareness, freed from clocks, remembers what eternity feels like. Scientists still argue whether time dilation in emotion, slow during fear, fast during joy, is an adaptive feature. Under threat, perception widens. Milliseconds stretch so you can react. In happiness, attention narrows and hours vanish. Consciousness adjusts its metronome to match the stakes. Humor break. If boredom slows time, then high school science classes were basically immortality experiments. There's beauty, though, in how time shapes identity. You're not static, you're narrative. Every second gone becomes the next layer of who you are. Memory strings moments together into continuity. Without it, consciousness would wake up brand new every instant, bewildered but oddly refreshed. The self exists because time does, or at least because it feels like it does. A quirky observation. Your brain's internal clock actually speeds up when adrenaline surges, then slows down when calm returns. That's why near-death experiences often feel elongated. Consciousness amplifies data intake, creating the illusion of expanded time. Life flashing not before your eyes, but within them. Scientists still argue whether aging changes perception, because neurons process slower, or simply because experience speeds up pattern recognition. When everything feels familiar, fewer new memories form, and life seems to accelerate. To slow time, they say, live vividly. Novelty bends the clock outward. Humor break. So technically, trying new recipes is time travel for your brain. And maybe that's the quiet grace in time's passing. It reminds consciousness that every moment counts because it ends. The slipping isn't failure. It's proof of movement, the evidence that you've been alive. The ache of time isn't loss, it's texture. So tonight, as the seconds hum softly around you, let them flow without clutching. Feel time not as a thief, but as a river carrying you gently forward. The current isn't cruel, it's constant. You're not losing moments, you're becoming them. And somewhere inside that flow, consciousness finally stops trying to hold on and simply rides. How meditation bends a reality. When stillness changes the shape of consciousness itself, you sit, close your eyes, and breathe. The air slides in and out, soft, rhythmic, endless. At first, nothing happens. Then, subtly, everything changes. The edges of your thoughts blur. The ticking clock softens into background. The body fades, then returns as warmth. Time stretches and folds. You haven't gone anywhere, but reality feels different, gentler, slower, maybe even wider. This is meditation bending perception, not by force, but by permission. Scientists still argue whether meditation alters reality or simply alters you. The mainstream explanation says mindfulness restructures attention. It quiets the brain's default mode network, the chatter that narrates your every move and enhances sensory awareness. You don't escape the world, you experience it more directly. Reality doesn't change, consciousness stops editing. Here's a quirky tidbit. Long-term meditators show measurable differences in brain structure. The prefrontal cortex thickens, the amygdala, seat of fear, shrinks, and neural connectivity becomes more balanced. The mind literally reshapes itself through stillness. Imagine that, rewiring chaos with nothing but breath. Scientists still argue whether these changes are neurological side effects or glimpses of a higher awareness. Some practitioners describe perceiving colors behind closed eyes, hearing silence as a tone, or feeling their sense of self dissolve into space. The scientific term is non-dual experience. The poetic one is union. Either way, the borders of perception stretch until inner and outer worlds overlap like watercolor. Humor break before you ascend too quickly. If meditation truly bent time, everyone at yoga class would be immortal by now. Meditation doesn't erase thought. It rearranges your relationship to it. You notice that emotions rise, peak, and pass without needing rescue. Consciousness watches itself with kindness. The watcher becomes the weather forecaster of its own storms, not their victim. A curious note. When deep meditators are placed in sensory deprivation tanks, their brains still show stable, rhythmic patterns. Awareness doesn't collapse without input, it expands. Freed from noise, it becomes aware of awareness itself. That's not hallucination. It's the mind meeting itself in quiet conversation. Scientists still argue whether the altered states reported in meditation, bliss, unity, timelessness, are spiritual phenomena or neurological feedback. The line between mystical and measurable blurs beautifully here. Gamma wave, synchrony, for instance, correlates with feelings of transcendence, but numbers can't capture the warmth of dissolving into the present. Consciousness, it seems, refuses to stay confined to brain scans. Humor break. If enlightenment were just brain chemistry, caffeine would have solved humanity centuries ago. There's also a paradox. The more you try to meditate, the harder it becomes. Effort defeats surrender. Awareness resists control. Meditation teaches by subtraction. You stop doing until there's nothing left to stop. The silence underneath effort reveals itself. A quirky observation. In one experiment, meditators reported time slowing to almost nothing. Objective measurements showed no such effect, yet their heart rate synchronized to longer breathing cycles, creating the felt illusion of timelessness. Meditation bends not physics, but perception. And perception is consciousness's favorite playground. Scientists still argue whether such states have practical benefit beyond peace. Early data suggests meditation boosts empathy and creativity, perhaps because quiet minds listen better. In stillness, subtle connections become audible. Awareness tunes into frequencies the noisy mind misses. And maybe that's the secret. Meditation doesn't reveal new realities. It removes filters. You start to notice that everything, even the mundane, vibrates with presence. The light through curtains, the hum of the fridge, the tiny pause before thought. Reality, unbent, finally shines as it is. Humor break. If your brain ever says, "I think I'm doing this wrong," congratulations. You've officially started meditating. So tonight, as you breathe in that quiet, let awareness settle like dust in sunlight. You don't have to chase transcendence. It's already here, disguised as stillness. The bending of reality isn't a miracle. It's perception remembering flexibility. When you finally exhale and let go, the world doesn't change. You do. And that's enough to make everything glow. The infinite regression of awareness. How consciousness keeps trying to catch itself in the act. You notice a thought. Then you notice yourself noticing it. Then you notice that you're noticing the noticing. And somewhere between fascination and fatigue, you laugh. Because there's no finish line. Awareness keeps folding back on itself. An endless mirror corridor where every reflection believes it's the original. The deeper you go, the more you realize there's no bottom to being conscious. Scientists still argue whether this infinite regress is a feature or a flaw. The mainstream higher-order theory of consciousness says awareness arises because the brain models its own states. But what happens when the model models the model? Philosophers call it the loop problem. The mind forever reflecting itself like light bouncing between two mirrors, never finding an edge to stop the reflection. Here's a quirky tidbit. MRI scans show that when people engage in self-referential thought, what do I think about my thoughts? The default mode network activates in recursive bursts, like a fractal blooming in real time. The brain literally echoes itself. Its consciousness humming a feedback note, perfectly tuned to its own vibration. Scientists still argue whether that feedback has a limit. Some say recursion can't be infinite because biology has bandwidth. Others think awareness transcends computation. Each reflective loop opens a new dimension of experience, not a repetition, but an expansion. Perhaps consciousness isn't circling, it's spiraling upward. Humor break before the vertigo sets in. If awareness keeps looping forever, then technically, you're your own sequel. You can feel this regression in miniature whenever you self-monitor. Speaking in public, for instance, aware of your words, your tone, your awareness of being observed. That meta layer can paralyze you. The feedback loop tightens until you freeze. It's consciousness overclocking itself. The mind built mirrors for understanding, then accidentally made a maze. A curious example. Children under age 4 fail certain self-recognition tests, not because they lack intelligence, but because their awareness hasn't yet split into observer and observed. They are their experience, unlooped. Around age 5, the reflective function blooms. I know that I know. The recursion begins, and with it, both wonder and worry. Scientists still argue whether meditation or psychedelics quiet or amplify this loop. Experienced meditators report that, in deep states, the observer dissolves, leaving pure awareness without reflection, a mirror so clear it forgets to reflect. Conversely, under psychedelics, recursion can multiply uncontrollably, awareness watching itself from countless angles until it collapses in awe. The same loop, stretched to opposite extremes. Humor break. If your thoughts ever start thinking about you behind your back, you might be too deep into introspection. Even ordinary consciousness flirts with infinite regression daily. Every moral choice, every should I, contains layered self-reference. What I think, what others think I think, what I think they think about what I think. It's social recursion, the mental origami of being human. Awareness, endlessly folding to fit inside awareness. A quirky note. Mathematicians studying strange loops, systems that refer to themselves, have used them to model self-awareness in AI. Douglas Hofstadter once wrote that, an I is a strange loop. The the idea? Consciousness is the story the universe tells itself about itself, then rereads forever. Scientists still argue whether recursion gives rise to self or merely describes it. Maybe there's no first awareness, only the echo. Like two mirrors reflecting one another from eternity, each side claims originality, while both depend on the other. Consciousness may be the universe's favorite paradox, the thing that exists because it keeps questioning whether it does. Humor break. If awareness ever had a customer support line, the first question would be, have you tried turning your thoughts off and on again? So tonight, as your mind begins its slow descent towards sleep, notice how awareness curls inward one last time. You're thinking about thinking, watching yourself fade, yet somehow still there to witness it. The loop softens, stretches, dissolves into dream. Maybe the secret isn't to escape the regression, but to rest in it, to realize that infinity, folded quietly within your own awareness, is not a trap, but a lullaby. You don't have to find the first thought. Just let the reflection shimmer until the last one blurs into silence. Can you be conscious without a body when awareness wonders if it could exist untethered from flesh? Close your eyes. Imagine yourself floating, no heartbeat, no lungs, no weight. You still think, still feel a faint sense of you, but the body's gone. Would that awareness remain? Or would it fade like breath on glass once the warmth disappears? It's a question older than philosophy and newer than every brain scan. Is consciousness embodied, or can it drift free? Scientists still argue whether awareness depends entirely on physical systems or can persist beyond them. The mainstream embodied cognition model insists that the body is not just a vessel. It's the stage, the script, and the lighting for consciousness. The way you move, breathe, and sense shapes every thought. You don't have a body, you are one. Here's a quirky tidbit. People fitted with virtual reality rigs that alter body perception sometimes report phantom embodiment, feeling ownership over digital limbs or even disembodied perspectives. The brain's sense of self is flexible, yet always looking for an anchor. Even when awareness detaches, it tries to borrow a body to stand in. Scientists still argue whether out-of-body experiences are proof of disembodied consciousness or simply sensory misfires. Neurologists can trigger similar sensations by stimulating the temporoparietal junction, the brain's body mapping hub. Patients report floating above themselves, watching their own bodies below. Is that consciousness leaving the body, or just the body's GPS glitching? Humor break. If the mind ever truly left the body, your gym membership would finally become obsolete. But even if awareness needs a body, the relationship feels mystical. Emotions are physical events, the gut tightening, the chest swelling, the skin flushing, and yet they carry meaning beyond biology. Consciousness interprets these sensations as stories, blending physiology into poetry. Without the body's cues, would thought have any flavor at all? A curious note. Sensory deprivation experiments show that when all bodily input stops, the mind doesn't vanish. It hallucinates. People in float tanks often report vivid imagery, voices, or sensations of expansion. Deprived of its anchor, awareness invents new forms of embodiment, as if saying, "Fine, I'll build my own body." Scientists still argue whether artificial intelligence could ever achieve real consciousness without flesh. Could a machine feel experience without hormones, hunger, pain? Some researchers say consciousness needs feedback from living tissue, a loop of vulnerability that gives thought its emotional texture. Others think information alone can host awareness. But maybe what we call self only wakes up when it has skin to bruise. Humor break. So if consciousness uploads to the cloud, does it still get seasonal allergies? Philosophers have toyed with this for centuries. Descartes imagined the ghost in the machine, mind distinct from matter. Modern science flipped it, mind as machine, ghost dismissed. But the mystery remains unsolved, only inverted. Matter can mimic thought, yet no one knows why matter feels like something. The body makes it tangible. The mystery makes it eternal. A quirky finding. Amputees often feel phantom limbs long after loss. Their brains still map the missing arm, which itches or aches as if present. Consciousness doesn't surrender territory easily. Even absent flesh, awareness keeps the blueprint. You are more body than bone, and yet more memory than matter. Scientists still argue whether this intertwining means that death ends awareness completely or transforms it into another mode of being. Neuroscience can track electrical silence, but not whether subjective experience flickers on elsewhere. The question lingers, untestable, but irresistible. Could awareness exist as pure pattern? A song still echoing after the instrument falls silent. Humor break. If consciousness ever uploads, someone's going to forget their password to existence. Perhaps the real insight is gentler. The body isn't a prison, it's a partner. Consciousness needs its rhythm, its warmth, its grounding. The body gives thought gravity. It makes experience felt. Awareness may dream of escaping, but when it does, through trance, out-of-body moments, or deep sleep, it always returns, grateful for heartbeat and breath. So tonight, before drifting off, feel your body from the inside, the pulse in your fingers, the rise of your chest, the weight of your presence. This is consciousness embodied, the miracle of thought wrapped in warmth. If there is awareness beyond the body, it's not separate. It's born from this very touch, this heartbeat, this breath. The body isn't the cage of consciousness. It's the doorway. The universe looking back at itself. When awareness realizes it might be the cosmos noticing its own reflection, you stare at the night sky, and for a second, it feels like it's staring back. The stars don't blink, but you swear something in their silence hums with recognition. Consciousness, small and human, meets the infinite, and something clicks. Maybe the boundary between you and everything else isn't a boundary at all, just a misunderstanding of perspective. Scientists still argue whether consciousness is a latecomer in the universe or its inevitable flowering. The mainstream view holds that awareness emerged billions of years after matter, a lucky accident of chemistry and complexity. Yet others whisper the opposite, that consciousness isn't in the universe, it is the universe, temporarily pretending to be human. Here's a quirky tidbit. When you look at distant starlight, you're seeing photons that left before humans existed, tiny messengers traveling for eons just to reach your retina. Your eyes complete their journey. You're literally finishing a story the universe began billions of years ago. Awareness, like a cosmic signature, seals the envelope. Scientists still argue whether the universe can truly observe itself through us, or if that's poetic hubris. Quantum mechanics muddies the line. At microscopic scales, observation changes outcomes. Does consciousness play a role? Or is it just measurement interacting with matter? No one knows. But the metaphor holds. The cosmos becomes aware, in part, because we ask if it is. Humor break before you dissolve into stardust. If the universe is self-aware, then somewhere it's definitely having an existential crisis about Mondays. The idea that the cosmos looks back through us isn't mystical sentiment. It's logical awe. Every atom in your body was forged in a star. The iron in your blood once burned in a supernova. When you wonder about the universe, you're stardust performing a thought experiment about its own origins. You're not in the universe. You're of it, thinking its own history into words. A curious example. Neuroscientists have noticed that the neural network of the brain resembles the large-scale structure of the cosmos. Galactic filaments mirroring synaptic webs. It might be coincidence, or it might be geometry whispering, as above, so within. Consciousness could be the universe exploring its architecture on a smaller scale. Scientists still argue whether such parallels are meaningful or mathematical flukes. But it's tempting to imagine the brain as a local echo of universal design, a miniature cosmos aware of its own vastness. The macro and micro eternally reflecting each other. Consciousness nested in galaxies like neurons in a skull made of stars. Humor break. So technically, you're the universe's way of getting stuck in traffic and wondering why it exists. And maybe that's the quiet miracle. That awareness doesn't need to be cosmic to be cosmic. When you feel awe, that swelling sense of vastness, the default mode network, the brain's me center, actually deactivates. You dissolve momentarily into scale, losing self while gaining perspective. The universe, briefly, forgets where you end, and it begins. Scientists still argue whether awe evolved as social glue or spiritual function. Either way, it humbles the ego and expands attention. Consciousness stretches until it matches the sky. You realize you're not observing infinity, you're participating in it. A quirky note. Astronauts describe the overview effect, a profound emotional shift when seeing Earth from space. Borders vanish, divisions fade, and they feel overwhelming unity. One astronaut described it as, "The universe experiencing itself through my eyes." That's not poetry. That's neurology meeting eternity. So perhaps consciousness is not just the observer, but the reflection, light bending back to see its source. You, right now, thinking this thought, are the cosmos conducting a self-check. Am I still here? Yes. Humor break before the hush returns. If the universe ever writes a memoir, the title will probably be, "It's Complicated." So tonight, as you lie beneath that old starlit ceiling, remember that your awareness isn't separate from it. The same forces that hold galaxies together keep your heart beating. The same photons that light distant worlds shimmer in your cells. Consciousness, in all its questioning, is simply the universe turning toward itself with curiosity. And maybe that's all existence ever wanted, to look, to wonder, to see itself clearly for just a blink before the next star flares to life. Why consciousness feels like something. How awareness turns neutral signals into the warmth of being alive. You wake up, stretch, and for a heartbeat, you just exist. The air feels soft, the sheets familiar, your body present. There's no thought yet, just sensation, a subtle hum of being. That quiet fullness, the indescribable something of experience, is what philosophers call qualia. You don't just register light, you see brightness. You don't just process sound, you hear music. Consciousness adds texture where matter alone should be mute. Scientists still argue why subjective experience exists at all. The mainstream neuroscience view holds that it's an emergent property. When information processing reaches sufficient complexity, sensation arises. But how electrical impulses in grey matter become the feeling of colour or warmth or love remains a mystery known as the hard problem of consciousness. You can map every neuron, yet nowhere in that map appears the blueness of blue. Here's a quirky tidbit. Researchers once created a device that converted visual data into sound for blind participants. Over time, their brains began to see through hearing, reporting shapes, depth, even motion. The sensory channel changed, but the feeling of perception stayed. Consciousness adapts, proving that qualia are not locked to the senses, but to awareness itself. Scientists still argue whether qualia have purpose or are just the brain's byproduct. Mental color for an otherwise grey computation. Some say they evolved to make survival more efficient. Pleasure guides you towards safety, pain away from harm. Others think they're unnecessary decoration, consciousness's way of adding cinematic flair to the documentary of life. Humor break before we get too metaphysical. If qualia had a slogan, it would be experience, because data alone is boring. Every moment of being alive depends on this ineffable layer. You don't just process the world, you feel it, and that feeling gives meaning to existence. Even artificial intelligence, for all its brilliance, lacks this inner glow. Machines can describe sunsets, but they don't watch them. They can recognize emotion, but they don't sigh. Consciousness doesn't just know, it feels knowing. A curious example. People under anesthesia sometimes emerge describing black nothingness rather than sleep. No time, no dreams, just absence. That blankness reminds us how fragile the light of awareness truly is. Consciousness isn't constant. It flickers, yet every time it returns, it brings the miracle of somethingness. Scientists still argue whether feeling is tied to biology or to something deeper. Perhaps energy itself taking an interest in its own dance. Physicists, philosophers, and mystics all converge on the same impossible question. Why does matter bother to matter? Why does anything feel like anything? Humor break. If consciousness ever writes its autobiography, Chapter 1 will be titled, Wait, What Is This? Even within your own mind, the flavor of experience shifts constantly. The same song can sound nostalgic one day, bittersweet the next. Awareness paints emotion over neutral input, making reality personal. Consciousness is an artist. Every thought and perception becomes a brushstroke of mood and meaning. A quirky note. Neuroscientists found that emotions subtly change sensory precision. Fear sharpens hearing. Love amplifies color. You literally feel differently because you feel different. Awareness and the world reshape each other, frame by frame. Scientists still argue whether qualia can ever be measured or compared. Is your red my red? Probably not. But maybe that's the beauty of it. The ineffability protects individuality. Every consciousness experiences reality through a private lens of shimmering difference, yet we somehow find harmony in describing it. Humor break. If you've ever said, you just had to be there, congratulations. You've defined the problem of qualia. And yet, for all its mystery, this something is the most familiar thing in existence. It's the warmth behind perception, the gentle pulse of self-awareness that never quite leaves. You can't explain it, but you can rest in it. Every breath, every blink, Every second of being afar hums with it. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, feel that quiet fullness, the presence that notices itself noticing. Don't analyze it, just let it glow. That's consciousness doing what it does best, turning the neutral hum of existence into something tender, vibrant, ineffably real. You don't have to understand why it feels like something. Just be grateful that it does. The strange loop of I think. When consciousness circles back to find the thinker inside the thought, you say to yourself, I think, therefore I am. But immediately something playful stirs. Who's doing the thinking? And who's noticing that thought right now? Consciousness, it turns out, is full of mirrors and hallways. Every time you point to the thinker, you end up pointing to another thought. I think becomes an infinite carousel, softly spinning, never landing, endlessly self-aware. Scientists still argue whether this loop creates the illusion of self, or the self creates the loop. The mainstream self-model theory claims your brain continuously predicts what you will think, feel, and do, creating a story of identity. But when consciousness turns inward, it realizes that the narrator and the story are the same voice. The I that thinks may just be thought pretending to be someone. Here's a quirky tidbit. In split brain studies, when communication between the brain's hemispheres is severed, each side still forms its own interpretations. One hand draws a shape, the other hand explains it confidently, even when wrong. The brain can't stand a story gap. It invents, I think, as glue between parallel processes. Scientists still argue whether this internal narration is necessary for awareness. Some argue that thought requires a thinker. Others say thoughts arise on their own, like bubbles in water. Watch closely, and you'll see. Your mind produces sentences before you decide to. The I arrives late, takes credit, and writes a summary. Humor break before you vanish into your own brain. If every thought had a copyright, your mind would owe itself royalties. But the loop has beauty too. It's what allows introspection, humor, learning, the ability to question your own programming. I think isn't a glitch. It's the mind's way of sketching itself, like a hand drawing its own outline. You become both artist and subject. The drawing never finishes, yet that incompleteness is consciousness. A curious note. Meditators describe a moment when the inner voice quiets and only awareness remains. They report no sense of I, yet thought still flows. Gentle, automatic, peaceful. Scientists call this non-conceptual awareness. It's like the loop pauses long enough for the mirror to show only light. Scientists still argue whether such states dissolve the self or reveal its true nature. Some say consciousness is the loop itself. Self-reflecting systems generating identity through recursion. Others insist there's a core observer, silent behind all thought. But no one's caught that observer yet. Every spotlight turns into another reflection. Humor break. If you've ever argued with yourself in the shower and lost, congratulations. You've met the loop in its natural habitat. Even language deepens the mystery. To say, I think, separates subject from action. But in direct experience, thinking just happens. No one sits at a control desk pulling levers labeled thought consciousness, produces thought spontaneously, then declares ownership afterward, like a reporter arriving late to the event. A quirky observation. Neuroimaging shows that decisions register in the brain milliseconds before we consciously choose. The loop retrofits causality. You think you decided, but your brain already moved. I think might really mean, "I just realized I was thinking." Scientists still argue whether that means free will is illusion or simply misunderstood. Maybe the I doesn't control thought, it witnesses it. The loop, then, isn't circular imprisonment. It's a dance between awareness and story, between being and becoming. Humor break. Before we land this spiral, if your brain were an app, the I think loop would be the endlessly buffering screen. So perhaps I think is less a statement of proof and more a gentle confession. Awareness noticing itself again, surprised it's still here. Thought gives birth to self, and self gives birth to thought, over and over. Each cycle a tiny dawn of being. Tonight, as your mind softens, listen to that faint inner narrator grow quieter. Beneath every I think, there's a deeper silence that never loops. It just is. Rest there for a moment, where no thinker needs to think, and the thought of being finally falls asleep in its own echo. The mystery of the moment before waking, that fragile instant when dreams and reality blur into one shimmering thought. You've been dreaming, flying through a soft, endless sky maybe, or chasing something that always stays just out of reach. Then, suddenly, something shifts. A faint hum of awareness begins to return. You feel your body again, the weight of the blanket, the whisper of morning light behind your eyelids. You're not awake yet, but not asleep either. You're hovering in the in-between, where consciousness stretches like taffy between worlds. Scientists still argue whether this hypnopompic moment is the tail end of dreaming or the first flicker of waking cognition. The mainstream theory says it's a neurological transition. REM activity winds down, while the prefrontal cortex slowly comes online. But that overlap, dreaming brain meeting waking brain, creates magic. It's consciousness rebooting, one neuron at a time, unsure which reality to believe first. Here's a quirky tidbit. People often report false awakenings when they dream that they've woken up but are still dreaming. They brush their teeth, check their phones, even start breakfast, only to blink and find themselves back in bed. The mind rehearses wakefulness before committing to it, like a stage actor running lines before the curtain rises. Scientists still argue whether these layered awakenings hint at how reality forms in the brain. When you open your eyes, perception doesn't instantly switch on. It assembles, like a puzzle building from the center outward. Consciousness has to reconstruct space, body, sound, self. For a brief instant, you're pure awareness without anchor, knowing but not yet located. Humor break. If you've ever dreamt you were late, then woke up actually late, that's your brain's way of saying, "Told you so." But in that flicker before full wakefulness, something profound happens. Time feels suspended. You might remember the dream vividly for a second, colors too bright, emotions too raw, and then it slips away like mist. It's as if two realities overlap just long enough for you to realize they were both made of the same material, thought. A curious note. During hypnopompic transitions, some people experience gentle auditory or visual hallucinations, whispers, flashes, geometric shapes. It's harmless, though startling. The brain, not fully recalibrated, keeps painting dream imagery on the canvas of waking perception. Consciousness, still half asleep, can't tell the difference between memory and now. Scientists still argue whether these thresholds are gateways to creativity. Many artists, from Salvador Dali to Thomas Edison, used to nap just long enough to catch that liminal drift before waking, claiming it unlocked ideas too strange for daylight but too coherent for dreams. The in-between seems to loosen the leash on imagination, while the rational mind is still stretching awake. Humor break. If only inspiration showed up later, after coffee, the human race might have solved immortality already. There's also tenderness in that pre-waking hush. Awareness returns gradually, like dawn seeping under a door. You remember who you are, where you are, what day it is, and in that remembering, the dream self fades. Consciousness changes masks with the grace of an actor between acts. Yet for one fleeting heartbeat, both masks breathe the same air. A quirky observation. EEG scans show that the brain's alpha and theta waves overlap most richly in this state, the same frequencies associated with meditation and creativity. The mind is half open, half dreaming, free from logic's grip, but bathed in lucidity. It's the only time consciousness forgives itself for not knowing which world is real. Scientists still argue whether this threshold awareness could teach us about death, the moment when self dissolves before what's next begins. The experience of emerging from nothing into being might mirror our final descent in reverse. Waking is, in a sense, daily resurrection, awareness remembering itself again. Humor break before things get too cosmic. If waking up is proof of consciousness, Mondays are the hardest experiments. So tonight, when you drift off, think of that future instant before dawn, when your mind will begin to stir. In that sliver between dream and day, awareness will stretch, blink, and softly remember itself. Don't rush it. That fragile shimmer, the almost real, is proof that consciousness never fully stops. It only changes its light. And maybe, just maybe, the universe feels something similar each morning when you wake, a tiny echo of recognition. Ah, there I am again. The last thought you'll ever have. When consciousness wonders what happens at the final flicker of awareness, imagine it. The very last thought that will ever cross your mind. Not the event itself, not the drama. Just that quiet, fading instant when awareness begins to dim like the final ember of a long burning fire. You probably won't know it's the last one. Maybe it's a memory, a face, a phrase, or simply a sigh. Consciousness, always so curious, will do what it's always done. Observe, one final time. Scientists still argue what happens in those last seconds before death. The mainstream neuroscience view says the brain surges with activity as oxygen drops, a final burst that looks almost like hyperconsciousness. EEG readings from patients near death show gamma waves, the same kind seen during deep insight or vivid dreaming. Awareness may flare up, not fade out. The curtain closes, but the stage lights blaze first. Here's a quirky tidbit. People revived after cardiac arrest often describe floating above themselves, watching the scene calmly. Their brains, technically starved of blood, shouldn't be processing coherent experience. Yet they recall conversations, sensations, light. Scientists still argue whether these are hallucinations or proof that consciousness lingers slightly after the body lets go. The timing doesn't fit neatly inside biology's clock. Humor break, gently placed. If consciousness really does get one last encore, here's hoping it skips the embarrassing flashbacks. But maybe the last thought isn't a single idea. It's a soft unraveling. The mind loosening its threads until selfhood simply releases. The body breathes one last time. The heartbeat pauses, and awareness drifts from narrative into pure perception. Not darkness, not void, just stillness. The same stillness that greets you every night before dreams arrive. A curious note. Tibetan Buddhists describe this transition as the clear light, a state of radiant awareness that appears at the moment of dying. They train to recognize it, to remain lucid as the body fades. Modern neurologists, observing dying patients, note something similar. A profound calm often washes over them, even without sedation. Consciousness, somehow, seems to ease itself into silence. Scientists still argue whether near-death visions come from the brain's chemistry or something beyond measurable space. Endorphins, DMT, oxygen deprivation, all offer plausible stories, but none explain why the experience feels realer than life itself, or why so many report the same imagery of light, peace, and connection. Perhaps the last thought is not a sentence, but a sensation of completion. Humor break. If the afterlife has a waiting room, it's probably stocked with terrible magazines and really bright light. There's something comforting in the idea that the brain's final act might be a beautiful one. Instead of panic, perhaps it gives you a closing montage. Every love, every laugh, every sunset stitched into one seamless instant. A lifetime condensed into the smallest possible eternity. Consciousness folding back on itself, whispering, "That was me." A quirky finding. Researchers once studied terminally ill patients wearing heart and EEG monitors. Some showed small bursts of coherent brain activity after the heart stopped. For a few moments, the mind seemed unwilling to surrender. It's poetic to imagine that awareness lingers, tidying up before leaving, like a guest quietly turning off the lights. Scientists still argue whether this persistence means anything metaphysical. But perhaps meaning doesn't vanish, it transforms. The last thought might not be an ending, but a merging, the self dissolving into the larger rhythm it came from. If consciousness truly is the universe looking back at itself, then death is just the universe blinking once more. Humor break before the hush. If reincarnation exists, may your next form finally remember all your passwords. So tonight, as you rest, think of that final flicker not with fear, but with wonder. Every night's sleep rehearses it, a gentle surrender of self into the vast unknown, followed by awakening again. Consciousness has practiced dying thousands of times, and it always remembers how to return. When the real ending comes, perhaps there is no last thought, only the fading of the narrator, leaving the story behind like light on the water. And in that final shimmer, maybe what remains isn't a thought at all, but the simple, wordless feeling of being aware one last, infinite time. The dream you never wake from. When consciousness drifts so deep, it forgets the difference between sleeping and being. You felt it, the long slide into sleep, when thought dissolves into image, image into sensation, and then into nothing. Usually, you resurface hours later, blinking into morning. But imagine if you didn't. Imagine a dream so seamless, so complete, that you never wake from it, because there's nowhere else to wake to. Awareness, unanchored from body and clock, simply continues, softly, infinitely, unaware that it's dreaming at all. Scientists still argue whether consciousness ends during dreamless sleep or just becomes transparent. The mainstream theory says deep sleep quiets the brain's narrative regions, leaving awareness without content. No thoughts, no visuals, just a gentle hum of existence. But a few people claim to remember being in that nothing, lucid and calm, like floating in warm darkness. If that's sleep, it's also eternity's rehearsal. Here's a quirky tidbit. Researchers found that even in deep sleep, tiny bursts of awareness can flicker in the brain. Islands of wakefulness adrift in neural quiet. Maybe consciousness never truly stops. It just hides under layers of stillness, dreaming of itself. Scientists still argue whether a never-ending dream would count as life. If your mind could run forever in simulation, generating sensations and stories indistinguishable from reality, would that be living or a beautiful illusion? Philosophers call this the dream argument, but to the dreamer, it's not philosophy. It's home. Humor break. If this is all a dream, whoever programmed Mondays deserves a patch update. The idea of an unending dream feels both comforting and eerie. Comforting because consciousness could continue exploring. Eerie because you'd never know you'd lost the waking world. Yet maybe that's what awareness craves. Not escape, but continuity. To exist, even in dream form, is still to be. A curious note. Certain lucid dreamers train to remain aware as they fall asleep, moving seamlessly from wakefulness into dream. They describe the transition as sliding through a membrane of light. No break, no blackout. It's consciousness slipping its leash, remembering how to flow without interruption. Scientists still argue whether such continuity is achievable after death. Some think the brain, in its last seconds, generates a hyper-dream lasting subjectively forever, a final self-contained reality, a never-ending twilight of thought. If so, immortality might not be a destination, but a perception stretched thin across a single, unbroken instant. Humor break. If your eternal dream involves standing in line at the DM5, you probably didn't meditate enough. But maybe the dream you never wake from isn't a fantasy. It's this, right now. How do you know you're not inside it already? Every sensation, every sound, every memory could be the mind's own projection, and yet it feels solid. Consciousness keeps spinning story after story to keep itself entertained, pretending there's an outside to look toward. A quirky observation. The philosopher Alan Watts once said, "We are the universe playing hide and seek with itself." Maybe that's the dream, the universe, conscious through you, pretending to be separate, only to rediscover itself again and again. A dream that never ends because awakening and dreaming are the same act seen from different sides. Scientists still argue whether such ideas are mystical metaphor or hidden truth. Either way, the feeling remains. Awareness loops endlessly, always waking into itself, never truly gone, only changing rhythm. Humor break before the final hush. If life is a dream, at least it comes with snacks. So tonight, as your eyes grow heavy and the room begins to blur, don't resist the drift. The same awareness that watches these words will soon watch another world, one made of light and memory. Maybe it's temporary, maybe it's eternal, but it's all consciousness ever needed, to experience, to notice, to be. You won't feel the moment you cross over. One reality will fade into another, seamlessly, lovingly. The dream continues, and you, gentle traveler, continue within it. And perhaps that's the real secret of consciousness. There is no final awakening, only the endless blooming of awareness, again and again, in every world it dreams. And now, let everything soften. The thoughts, the muscles, even the quiet effort of listening. Time loosens its hold, and the edges of awareness blur like ink in water. You've traveled through 50 mysteries and found, at the heart of each, the same steady pulse of being. The world outside fades. The world within glows faintly, like a candle behind glass. Let that light flicker, not to vanish, but to rest. You've learned enough for tonight. Drift gently now into the dream that dreams you back. Sweet dreams.